Chapter 160, Game of Discord. All the players, as well as the coaching staff, were standing or leaning against something in the parking lot, and the game of descent had already begun. It's easy to ask me not to hold the ball up when you don't give me a passing option when I need it. It's always Lucas who has to get free, or I have to play backwards because you're on the pitch, Felix said. Javier crossed his arms and shook his head. And when you have a choice, Felix? Because that happens too. You'd rather risk an unnecessary dribble or pass backwards, when the game could flow much better with a simple pass. Maybe I don't trust you that much, Felix snapped, which silenced Javier. And nobody's going to talk about them? Loki said and pointed to the side where Miguel and Rafael were standing. How many times have those two missed easy balls or misplaced crosses? That's frustrating. Miguel couldn't hold it in. Oh, so it's our fault now? Why don't you look in the mirror, Loki? Who was at that lost possession in the opponent's penalty area last game and resulted in their counterattack? Stop. Rafael intervened, raising his voice. This isn't just a discussion about individual mistakes. If we're going to solve anything here, we need to talk about the collective. We're all failing at something. Eddie snorted, snapping to attention. Rafael's right. The disconnect Lucas mentioned isn't just the fault of one or two players. I also feel that I haven't done enough to unify the group. Maybe I'm focusing too much on strategies and tactics, forgetting that soccer is, above all, a collective and emotional game. The group was silent for a moment. Cater, who was standing next to Alex, looked around. Guys, I'm quiet and I talk a little, but I see what you don't say in words. I see how some of you avoid eye contact in the changing rooms, how you stay in small groups during breaks. This is a symptom of something deeper. If we don't sort it out, nothing will change on the pitch. Miguel sighed, finally seeming to let his guard down. Okay, maybe I have something to admit, too. Lucas, sometimes I feel you don't trust me to make plays. I run into space, but you hesitate to pass the ball to my side. Lucas held up his hands, defensive. It's not a question of trust, Miguel. Sometimes I just don't see the space. Maybe I need to improve my vision of the game. Thanks for bringing that up. Don't be so neat. That's your problem, Aiden exclaimed. Aiden's words made a vein in Lucas' forehead pop out, but he kept his anger in check. Maybe you're right, Aiden. But you know what? Maybe you need to stop being so impulsive. I'm not saying it with words, but how many times do you go forward without looking at the team? Soccer isn't just about courage. It's about intelligence, too. Explore new worlds at Empire. Aiden opened his mouth to reply, but before he could say anything, Felix muttered. It's true. He wants to solve everything himself, but he doesn't realize that he's sabotaging the entire team with that mentality. Aiden let out a dry laugh. Oh, because you and Javier are perfect examples of teamwork, aren't you? Funny how the people who make the most mistakes are the ones who complain the most. Oh, right, the fullback who loves hiding behind his marker is going to give us a moral lesson now, Felix retorted, crossing his arms. Loki joined in, gesturing exaggeratedly. And what do you have against that now? Lucas observed the growing tension between his teammates. The mutual accusations and the aggressive tone of the words threatened to fragment the group even further. Realizing that the situation could get out of hand, he took a deep breath and raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. Everyone, let's stop for a moment. We're all here for the same purpose, to improve as a team and achieve our goals. Instead of pointing fingers and blaming each other, how about each of us sharing constructively what we think could be improved? No accusations, just suggestions for how we can grow together. Let's do it in order, each speaking from their own perspective. What do you think? The group exchanged glances, some still with closed expressions, but gradually they nodded. Eddie, the coach, stepped forward and agreed. Good idea, Lucas. Let's listen to each other with respect. Who would like to start? Lucas asked. Anton, the goalkeeper, sniffed and spoke up. I can start. I feel that sometimes our defense gets disorganized, and that leaves me vulnerable in goal. Maybe we can work more on communication between defense and goalkeeper. Daniel Reiber, one defender, nodded. I agree, Anton. We can establish signals or keywords to coordinate better during the game. Aiden, on the left back, then took the floor. Sometimes, I move forward without considering the position of my teammates. I'm going to be more aware and look more at the team before going on the attack. And I'm going to work on releasing the ball more quickly and relying more on my teammates to continue the play, Felix said. Miguel looked at Kukas. Lucas, I appreciate your honesty earlier. I'll make an effort to position myself better and facilitate your moves. Rafael, the left winger, added. And I'm going to train more on crossing and finishing so that we can be more effective in attack. Eddie watched the progress of the conversation with satisfaction. I can see we're on the right track. Open and honest communication is fundamental to a team's success. Let's keep working together, supporting each other, and strengthening our bonds on and off the pitch. Arthur suddenly raised his right hand. Wait, there's still something I have to say. All eyes turned to him, and the silence that followed showed the group's full attention. Eddie, I understand you need to give Willian playing time. He's an excellent player and deserves his opportunities. But to be substituted at halftime, especially when I feel I can still contribute, is demoralizing. As a center forward, I know my job is to score goals, and being taken off so early makes me feel like I'm not playing my part. Also, trying to hold on to the lead from halftime seems like a rash strategy. In the United game, we should have kept the pressure on and tried to extend the lead, not just defend. Eddie, the coach, took a deep breath, absorbing Arthur's words. Before he could respond, Alex, the assistant coach, intervened. Eddie, I mentioned earlier that this approach could negatively affect Arthur's confidence, said Alex with a tone of mild disapproval. Replacing our main striker at halftime could be interpreted as a lack of confidence in his abilities. Willian, despite his remarkable talent, didn't have the desired impact in the last game because he was also isolated from the ball. The change didn't bring the benefits we had hoped for. Eddie nodded slowly, acknowledging the validity of the observations. You're right. Arthur, I apologize if my decisions made you feel undervalued. My intention was to preserve the advantage and give Willian an opportunity, but I understand now that this may have been counterproductive. I promise that, from now on, I will be more careful with these decisions and will consider the emotional and psychological impact on each of you. Arthur relaxed his shoulders, relieved to be heard. Thanks, coach. Cater, who was watching intently, added, trust between coach and player is fundamental. When a player feels that the coach believes in him, his performance improves significantly. Dad, your openness to listen shows your commitment to the well-being of the team. Eddie smiled, appreciating the support of his daughter and assistant. Thank you, Cater. I think that's the only way we'll achieve our goals. How about we set up weekly meetings to discuss our concerns and suggestions? That way, we'll maintain constant communication and avoid resentments building up, Lucas suggested. Willian readily agreed. I think that's an excellent idea. It will allow us to resolve issues quickly and will strengthen our team spirit. Raphael added, and we can also use this time to get to know each other better off the pitch. Integration activities can improve our chemistry during matches. Then it's settled, Eddie said. We'll have weekly meetings to discuss our performances and strengthen our bonds. In addition, we'll plan integration activities to get to know each other better. I'm confident that, with this approach, we'll become a more cohesive and effective team. The group nodded in unison, feeling happy that the problems had been solved. After a long 4-hour drive from Manchester to the city of Brighton, the players finally arrived at Brighton's training center. The players went to the dormitories at the SIAC Institute, and Eddie was called to an unexpected meeting. William Gonagal, Brighton's youth director, had asked to see him. Eddie entered the room, suspicious, but hoping that the news about the team's recovery work would be enough for Gonagal to calm down. William looked at Eddie with a serious expression, without disguising his frustration. Eddie, your work is not meeting expectations. The team hasn't shown consistent progress yet, and the results haven't been satisfactory. We've discussed this before after the defeat of Dortmund, and, frankly, progress has been very slow. Understand, sir. I'm doing my best. There's always room for improvement, and that's what we're focused on. We're trying to strengthen the team and the communication within the group, both on and off the pitch. It's a junior team, full of strong personalities. William sighed, crossing his arms. I know they are, Eddie, but the results speak for themselves. Out of consideration for your work and your history with the club, I won't sack you. You will be demoted. From now on, you will be the assistant coach to the new head coach, Jimenez. He will be in charge, and you will work under his supervision. William continued. I hope you're really committed to this new phase. Jimenez and you have already worked together, and his strong approach will be what we need now. Chapter 161, Jimenez Support. The next morning, as the players arrived at the dressing room, no one imagined that something bigger was about to happen. Lucas, with his backpack on his back, was one of the first to notice the strange atmosphere when he saw Eddie sitting quietly in a corner, avoiding eye contact. When all the players were in the changing room, William McGonagall entered, accompanied by a tall man with a rigid posture, tan skin, an unshaven beard, and a serious look. Good morning, everyone, began McGonagall, her firm voice cutting through the silence. First, I want to thank every one of you for your efforts so far. However, as part of our commitment to the development of the team, some changes need to be made. The players exchanged confused glances. Some were clearly apprehensive, like Loki, while others, like Lucas, were already sure what they would see next. Like you, this is Coach Jimenez. He will take charge of this team from today. Eddie will continue with us as an assistant coach, a role in which he has already worked and proven that he can contribute significantly to the team's progress. The announcement dropped like a bombshell. For a few seconds, no one said anything. Aiden frowned, surprised. Javier looked at Felix, who just raised his eyebrows. Lucas felt a lump in his throat as he looked at Eddie, who maintained a neutral but visibly downcast expression. Jimenez stepped forward. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jimenez. I've worked in Brighton's A team for the last few years, and my approach is straightforward. Discipline, commitment, intensity, and the use of talent. I'm not here to play around. I want to be a champion in this club. Today's training session will be a test for everyone, including those I've worked with before. I want to understand exactly who I'm dealing with and how I'm going to use them. Lucas exchanged a look with Raphael, who just raised his eyebrows, as if to say, I'm screwed. Jimenez continued, there will be no benefits for anyone. Those who aren't here because I approve their entry to the club through the sieves are here because I recommended them at a meeting. I know what they're capable of, and I hope they maintain or surpass the level they've shown so far. That afternoon, the atmosphere in Brighton's training center was charged. The players, still processing McGonagall's words and the impact of Jimenez's arrival, gathered on the pitch, adjusting their boots and exchanging nervous glances. The new coach, with his hands folded behind his back, watched the scene with an attitude that left no room for question. He was there to transform the team. Everyone to the center of the pitch, shouted Jimenez, his firm voice cutting through the hubbub. The players quickly obeyed, forming a circle around him. He walked calmly, but his eyes passed over each one as if he were deeply evaluating them. Today we're going to do simple things. I want to see how you play, how you move, how you think on the pitch. But make no mistake, I'm not here to find mistakes. I'm here to find solutions. And that means I'm going to challenge every one of you, perhaps more than you have ever been challenged before. Jimenez pointed to the cones and equipment that the auxiliary team had strategically placed on the field. Divide into groups of 4. We'll start with a dynamic warm-up and move on to specific exercises. Each group will work with a different focus. I want to see speed, precision, and, above all, intelligence. Let's get started. The players quickly split up, some still exchanging nervous smiles, others adjusting their socks with their heads down. Lucas stood in a group with Raphael, Felix, and Javier. Jimenez approached them, pausing for a moment before speaking. Lucas, I don't want to see you hesitate when making first-time passes. I know you haven't enough skill for that, so trust your instincts. Raphael, your pace is good, but I want more aggression in your runs. I want to see you position yourself as if your life depended on it. Felix, you're off the balance, but that doesn't mean you can hide in the game. And Javier, he stopped, tilting his head slightly. You know what you need to do. Then do it. No excuses. The precision of the instructions impressed everyone. Jimenez wasn't just there to experiment. He already knew the potential of each player and knew exactly where he had to press to get the most out of them. The first few minutes were intense. While each group carried out specific exercises, Jimenez walked around the pitch, observing, correcting postures, and adjusting details. He stopped near Loki, who was visibly uncomfortable with the fast pace of the training session. Loki, you're a fullback, not a spectator. I want you to attack the ball like it's the only thing in the world that matters. And if you make a mistake, recover. There's no time for regret. Come on again. On the other side of the pitch, Arthur was taking shots under the watchful eye of Jimenez. After a series of shots, the coach approached and grabbed the ball before it could roll away. Arthur, your accuracy is good, but it's predictable. That's why goalkeepers defend your shots a lot. Use your body more to deceive the goalkeeper. I want to see creativity. Imagine that every shot is an opportunity to surprise. Understand? Yes, sir. Arthur nodded, picking up the ball and returning to his starting position with a determined expression. Meanwhile, Miguel and Luis Fernando were working together on a move-building exercise. Jimenez watched them closely, occasionally gesturing or interrupting to explain something. Miguel, trust Luis Fernando more. The two of you need to be connected to these crosses like a hand and glove. When you go forward, he must know exactly where you're going to play the ball. And Luis, don't be afraid. Go forward. Jimenez seemed tireless. He kept the same firm tone, but now added words of encouragement. Raphael, that's what I want to see. Good explosion. Now keep up that pace. Felix, perfect. That's the kind of game reading we need. Keep it up. For some, like Hillebrand and Mark, the training session was a real ordeal. But even they received clear and direct instructions. Hillebrand, you're fast, but you need to be more efficient. Don't waste energy on unnecessary movements. Concentrate on the essentials. Mark, I want you to be more proactive. A goalkeeper should be the commander of the area. Shout, guide, take part. As the sun set, Jimenez gathered everyone in the center of the pitch. The players were exhausted, some with their hands on their knees, others drinking water in large gulps. He waited until everyone was alert before speaking. Today was just the beginning. Tomorrow, I want you all here at 7 in the morning. I know that means missing classes at the Institute, but it's an order. I need to introduce some people who will be key to our progress. And I don't want to hear any excuses. Anyone who isn't willing to make sacrifices has no place in this team. The players looked at each other. No one dared to question them. Everyone opened their mouths to say only what was necessary. Jimenez took a step back and smiled slightly, a rare sight that afternoon. Resting is also part of the job. Tomorrow is a new day, and we're going to keep building something great. Now, everyone goes home. As the players made their way back to the dressing room, the mood was one of tiredness mixed with a strange sense of hope. Kevin commented to Willian. Jimenez is a scary guy, but he knows what he's doing. I've never felt more motivated than I do right now. Willian nodded in agreement. He knew Jimenez wasn't just there to give motivational speeches, because he had already been trained by Jimenez. The coach had a plan, and each of them was an essential piece of the puzzle. But the question on everyone's mind was, would this be possible without creating too much distance between him and the players? As he put his things away, Lucas couldn't help glancing at Eddie, who was talking to Alex in the corner of the changing room. Although he wasn't fired, no one could say if he enjoyed having a job. Lucas felt a mixture of sadness and admiration for his former coach. Eddie hadn't given up on them, even after everything. Tomorrow will be a new day, thought Lucas. And with that in mind, he zipped up his backpack and left the locker room, ready for whatever was to come. As it happened, he received a new mission from the system. The mission Big Step has been granted. Do you want to find out the purpose of this mission? Stunned, Lucas blinked repeatedly. He looked around, noticing that there was no one else around. Finding no words, he nodded slowly, showing his agreement to find out more about the mission. Immediately, new information appeared on the screen. Main mission, Big Step. Description: you've already become a respected player whose talent has been noticed. However, there is something missing for you to be placed on the same level as the greatest talents in your league. Continue reading on Empire. Objective: score a hat trick in your next game. Rewards: plus 100 star points. Lucas wouldn't have minded trying to do this, except that the next game was against Sevilla in the Champions Youth League. Scoring against these Champions Youth League teams was hard enough, so a hat trick was 3 times as hard. Chapter 162, Professionals, Part 1. The dawn brought with it a soft mist that hung over Brighton's training ground. Lucas arrived earlier than usual, but found several of his teammates already there, which surprised him. Anton, the goalkeeper, was stretching near the post, while Aiden and Loki, the fullbacks, were exchanging quick passes to warm up. Arthur, the center forward, was adjusting his boots with concentration, and Javier, the midfielder, was chatting animatedly with Felix, the midfielder. Everyone's former presence showed the seriousness with which they viewed the change of coach. Experience new tales on Empire. Jimenez appeared on the pitch accompanied by Alex, the assistant coach, and Eddie. Jimenez gave the group an appraising look before speaking. Good morning, guys. I can see that your determination is equal to the challenge ahead of us. Today, I prepared something special. I've asked you to come early because I want you to meet some first-team players. I think they can offer valuable advice for your journey. At Jimenez's signal, 3 figures familiar to Brighton fans approached. Lewis Dunk, the solid defender and then captain, Glenn Murray, the tireless goalscorer, and Bruno Salter, the right-back and respected leader. Jimenez made the formal introductions, highlighting their contributions to the club. He then gave the floor to the veterans. Lewis Dunk began. It's good to see young people like you. I remember when I was in your position, full of dreams and uncertainties. The key to success was consistency and daily dedication. Never underestimate the power of hard work. Glenn Murray, with a warm smile. It's true. For me, passion for the game has always been the fuel. There have been difficult times, injuries, and defeats, but maintaining a love of soccer has allowed me to overcome everything. Find what motivates you and stick to it. Team spirit is fundamental. On the pitch, we're a family, said Bruno Salter, with his characteristic Spanish accent. Guys, you can ask them questions, said Jimenez, smiling out of the corner of his mouth. How do you deal with the pressure of big games? Miguel asked. Lewis Dunk raised his hand, pointing out that he would be the one to answer. Pressure is inevitable, but seeing it as a privilege makes the difference. It means you're in a prominent position. Mental preparation and focusing on the present help keep you calm. Raphael got up from his chair, looked at Glenn Murray, and asked about recovery from injury. Patience is vital. Respecting the recovery time and keeping a positive mindset speeds up the return. Also, trusting the medical team and following their advice to the letter is fundamental. Knowing that injuries are part of being a top athlete is comforting, but I think too many injuries mean your lifestyle doesn't suit soccer. Felix raised his hand and asked, how do you prepare for important matches? Preparation starts long before the game. Study the opponent, understand their weaknesses and strengths. On the pitch, stay focused and take advantage of opportunities with confidence. Bruno replied. Jimenez observed the interaction between the young players and the veterans. After the questions, he stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. You may think that Lewis, Glenn, and Bruno are here just to share advice, but we want to show you in practice what it means to be a top-level professional. The players looked at each other, curiosity clear on their faces. Raphael, frowning, leaned towards Lucas and whispered, what do you think they're going to do? Jimenez wouldn't put 3 professionals against the U20s, right? We'd win. Lucas pondered for a moment, observing the confident posture of the veterans. Maybe not the entire team, but I wouldn't rule out 3 of us against 3 of them. Jimenez interrupted the speculation, gesturing for everyone to come closer. We'll split up the group. We'll have 4-on-4 matches, where each team will be led by one of our special guests. Excitement ran through the group. Taking part in a game alongside experienced professionals was a rare and valuable opportunity. The initial teams were quickly formed. Lewis Dunk's team, Lucas, Daniel Reiber, and Anton. Glenn Murray's team, Arthur, Miguel, and Mark. Bruno Salter's team, Felix, Raphael, and Aiden. The first match of the day pitted Team Lewis Dunk against the skillful team, Glenn Murray. The two teams anxiously positioned themselves on the small, meticulously prepared pitch, eagerly awaiting the start of the 4-on-4 game. The smaller goals were strategically placed, adding an element of precision challenge to proceedings. As the anticipation reached its peak, the shrill sound of Jimenez's whistle echoed through the air, signaling the start of the contest. Glenn took the first touch, passing the ball to Miguel, who advanced quickly down the right. Lucas, attentive, came forward to press. Miguel tried a short dribble, but Lucas expected and stole the ball with a precise touch. He raised his head and saw Jimenez breaking clear. Lucas made a long, low pass. Jimenez controlled with class and quickly found Lewis Dunk advancing down the left flank. Dunk, surprisingly agile for a defender, took the ball to the byline before crossing into the box. Mark tried to intercept the cross, but the ball got past him and found Lucas, who had infiltrated the defense. Lucas shot first time, but Mark, with an unexpected save, threw himself in front and deflected the shot wide. The ball fell to Miguel, who immediately released Arthur on a quick counterattack. Arthur dominated and advanced towards Daniel Reiber, the last man in defense. With a dry dribble to the right, he passed Daniel and came face-to-face with Jimenez, who had returned to the makeshift goal. Arthur shot hard, but Jimenez showed impressive reflexes by deflecting the ball with his fingertips. The sound of the ball hitting the left post echoed around the pitch before it went out over the end line. Lewis Dunk picked himself up and returned. We'll keep possession and build calmly. Keep an eye out for clearances. As a goal kick, he made a quick pass to Daniel, who found Lucas in the middle. Lucas controlled the ball and spotted Glenn Murray coming forward to press him. With a light touch, he dribbled past Glenn and advanced at speed. As he approached the area, Lucas saw Jimenez signaling for a pass. He faked a shot and played it to the side, where Jimenez was free. With a play shot, Jimenez hit the bottom right corner, with no chance for Mark. "Well done, guys. That's the way to do it," exclaimed Lewis, clapping his hands. "Let's keep up the pace. No slacking off. Hey, Glenn, my team is attacking yours." "Not for long, man. For these professionals, the game was just a joke." It was noticeable because they were walking around the pitch, not even jogging or using their strength to fight for the ball. "That's disappointing. Part of me would like to copy one of their skills," thought Lucas. Technically, the champion system was a system that gave Lucas objectives to fulfill in exchange for rewards. These missions came when Lucas least expected them, and never as a way of encouraging a goal he already had. However, sometimes this system gave missions to force Lucas to complete objectives he had already given up on. This meant that when he thought it wouldn't be possible to copy one of these professional skills, the system responded almost immediately. The mission Ambitious and Troublesome has been granted. Main mission, Ambitious and Troublesome. Description: it's the first time you played against professional footballers, only they're not taking it seriously. Yet, objective: get a professional player to play seriously and copy his skills. Deadline: until the end of training today. Rewards: plus 5 mystery cards. This mission brought a smile to Lucas' face, and he was excited. However, the games were short. After 2 minutes, the game was over. As Glenn's team left the field, the mood among the players was relaxed. Laughter echoed around the pitch, accompanied by friendly teasing. Lewis Dunk approached Lucas. "Lucas, right?" asked Dunk, stopping next to him. "Yes, it's me," replied Lucas a little nervously. That assist was spectacular. Dribbling past Glenn and still having the vision to find Jimenez in the clear. That's something not everyone can do, especially under pressure. "You did very well," said Dunk, extending his hand in greeting. Lucas shook Dunk's hand. "Thanks. I was lucky Jimenez was in the right place," he replied modestly, but Dunk shook his head in disagreement. "It wasn't luck, it was skill. That's vision, my friend. Work on it, and you'll go far. Your game is incredible too, but I feel you're holding back," Lucas commented, enjoying the conversation. Dunk laughed. "Oh, that's normal. We're just relaxing, having a bit of fun. But you seem to want more than that. You really want to compete, don't you?" Lucas nodded. "I do. I always need to test my limits." Dunk smiled sideways, clearly appreciating Lucas' attitude. He patted the young man on the shoulder and said, "Then show the others what you've got. Force them to play seriously. You got talent, Lucas. Use it to make them proud." Chapter 163, Professionals, Part 2. The team led by Lewis Dunk was preparing to face Bruno Salter's team. The previous match had warm spirits, and a mission granted by the champion system was on Lucas's mind. Get a professional player to play seriously and copy his skill, he thought. Determined, he knew he had to provoke Bruno into raising his level of play. When the match started, the ball was at Felix's feet, who quickly passed to Raphael on the left. Raphael advanced at speed, but was intercepted by Daniel Reiber, who tackled with precision and passed to Lucas. With the ball in his hands, Lucas raised his head and analyzed his opponent's positioning. Bruno Salter was in front of him, observing him. Determined to test the veteran, Lucas advanced towards him, dribbling quickly to the right. Experienced Bruno expected the move and blocked the pass, forcing Lucas to retreat and look for another option. Not bad, thought Lucas, recognizing Bruno's defensive ability. But he knew he needed to do more to challenge the professional. Regaining possession after a pass from Anton, Lucas changed tack. Instead of confronting Bruno directly, he moved around the pitch, looking for spaces and creating opportunities for his teammates. Little by little, the dynamic of the game changed. Lucas, with his intelligent passing and movement, broke down the opposition's defense through distraction. Bruno noticed the change, and, although he was initially playing in a relaxed manner, he intensified his marking to Lucas. In a quick move, Lucas received the ball in midfield and, with a subtle touch, got past Felix. Advancing towards the opposing penalty area, he saw Bruno approaching quickly. With an unexpected dribble to his left, Lucas threw the veteran off balance, and before the defense could get its act together, laid the ball off to Louis Dunk, who finished with precision to score. Bruno, now visibly more serious, approached him. "Kid, let's see if you can keep up." From that moment on, the pace of the game intensified. Bruno Salter began to show why he was a professional player, and Lucas immediately felt the difference. It wasn't just about skill or technique. It was about reaction time, understanding the game, and the ability to make quick and precise choices. As soon as play resumed, Bruno intercepted a pass from Lucas to Dunk with impeccable anticipation. The veteran slid the ball with his chest to Raphael and turned in one fluid movement, quickly repositioning himself to receive it again. Lucas tried to close the space and mark him, but Bruno, with a simple feint, ran past him as if he were dealing with a child. Damn, thought Lucas, noticing the difference in his speed of thought. It was as if Bruno was always one step ahead. So Bruno began easily dominating the game. He played alternating short and long passes, and, in one particular move, Lucas tried to disarm him once again. He approached carefully, trying to expect his next move, but Bruno used his body to protect the ball, pivoted, and passed to Felix on the right wing. All in a fraction of a second. The difference in physical strength was also clear. In a melee, Lucas tried to use his weight to unsettle Bruno, but the veteran kept his balance like a rock. With a simple touch, he pushed Lucas away and released Aiden, who crossed for Raphael to finish, although the shot went wide. He makes everything look so easy, thought Lucas, frustrated. Every attempt to overcome Bruno was a reminder of the gulf that existed between them. The most humiliating moment came when Lucas tried a daring dribble, inspired by what he had achieved against Felix earlier. He advanced with the ball, pretending to go left before pulling right, but Bruno didn't bite on the bluff. In one clean move, Bruno put out his foot and stole the ball, sprinting forward. Lucas stood still for a moment, feeling useless. The game seemed to revolve around Bruno now. He moved around the pitch with an energy that Lucas couldn't match. Even when Lucas read his intentions, he wasn't fast or strong enough to stop him. He tried to use his skills, but it was useless. On another play, Lucas tried to expect a pass, but Bruno had disguised his target and found Aiden free on the wing. "You're trying too hard, kid," Bruno said in an almost friendly tone as he ran alongside Lucas in a move. But in professional soccer, the mind is just as important as the body. You have talent, but you need to learn to think faster. The words, although encouraging, only reinforced Lucas' frustration. He felt like he was chasing something unattainable. Each defeat against Bruno was a reminder of the difference between the amateur and professional levels. Even so, Lucas didn't give up. He knew he needed to take something away from this experience, even if it was painful. In a moment's pause, he watched Bruno carefully, trying to understand what made him so superior. Was it the way he read the game? The way he saved energy while making maximum impact? Or the unwavering confidence in his every move? As Lucas watched Bruno master the game, he activated the skill, copying genius, and a holographic panel invisible to others appeared in his peripheral vision. The player Bruno Salter has just shown the skill, Immortal Technique. Would you like to check the copy conditions for this skill? Skill copy conditions, Immortal Technique, have Bruno recognize your potential and have him show his skill for you at a key moment in the game. Lucas returned to the game determined, but aware that it wasn't enough to run around or try to disarm Bruno by any means. Instead, he concentrated on the veteran's every move. How did Bruno choose where to go? What did he do before receiving the ball? And how did he expect the other players' movements? At first, it all seemed like a blur. Bruno remained dominant, but Lucas noticed patterns. He noticed Bruno looked around before each touch of the ball, analyzing the positions. His body always pointed in one direction, but the ball usually went somewhere else, confusing his opponents. After a series of observations, Lucas acted. In a move where Bruno received the ball on the wing, Lucas pretended to mark him directly, but kept his distance, waiting for the second move. Bruno tried to throw the ball to Raphael, but Lucas had already expected it. He positioned himself and intercepted the pass, throwing it quickly to Javier, who almost scored. Bruno turned to Lucas with a smile. "That's better, kid." With the game drawing to a close, Bruno taught one last lesson. He received the ball in midfield and shouted to Lucas, "Pay attention." Lucas felt the pressure of all eyes on him. Bruno executed a simple but masterful technical move. He used his body to block Lucas, took 2 short touches of the ball to deceive Javier, who was covering, and finished with a precise throw to Aiden, who crossed low into the area. This time, Raphael scored. After minutes of frustration, Lucas put a theory into practice. He activated short dribble, mirage feint, and more than fast reflexes, combining the skills in a daring move. Receiving the ball, Lucas began a sequence of short dribbles, advancing against his opponent alone. The movement of his feet confused his opponents, and the effect of mirage feint made it look like there was more than one Lucas on the pitch. Aiden moved forward to tackle him, but Lucas passed the ball between his legs, combining speed and unpredictability. The ball seemed to stick to his feet as he passed through the opposing team, one by one, until he faced Bruno for the last time. The veteran tried to block him with his body, but Lucas pretended to shoot, and this allowed him to just pull the ball left by his foot and continue, leaving Bruno behind. He finished with a shot into the middle of the empty net, drawing applause from everyone watching. "Fuck, you're fantastic, Tanaka." At that moment, the champion system notified Lucas. "Congratulations. Bruno Salter has recognized your potential. You copied the skill Immortal Technique." So, at the end of the match, the score no longer mattered to Lucas, not least because it was 4-2 to Bruno's team. Lucas had lost every direct contest against Bruno, but he felt he had somehow grown into a player. He had gained more humility. When a final whistle blew, Bruno and the others would be the ones left on the pitch. Bruno patted Lucas on the shoulder and said, "Maybe we'll play together in a few months, kid." Lucas, panting, just nodded. There was a lot to do, a lot to improve in order to play with the professionals. And if there was one thing he had understood during this game, it was that he needed to get back to using his system to the full if he wanted to match up with the pros. Congratulations, you've completed the ambitious and troublesome mission. Rewards, plus 5 mystery cards. Chapter 164, DNA. Brighton Facilities 19:45. Dozens of students from the SIAC Institute and a few more passionate local Brighton fans filled the stands of the main pitch at Brighton's training center, chanting to support the team. "Good old Sussex by the sea. Good old Sussex by the sea. You may tell them all we stand or fall for Sussex by the sea." It was the second match in Group F of the Champions Youth League, and Brighton was up against Sevilla, both with clear objectives. Brighton needed a win after their defeat against Dortmund, while Sevilla was looking to merge their lead after beating Spartak. The narrators warmed up the online audience with their analysis. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A crucial game here at Brighton Stadium. The home side, led by Carlo Jimenez at the helm, faces Sevilla's side with a formidable squad. Brighton can't afford to drop points today, coming off the back of a defeat against Dortmund. And it's a Sevilla team with a very strong possession game. Expect a match full of movement and intensity." The whistle blew in the stadium. Brighton began with possession, with Lucas coming out short to Javier in midfield. Felix immediately stepped up to receive and laid it back to Lucas on the right. "Today we're going to work the ball. No ruse. That's what Jimenez asked us to do," Lucas thought, remaining calm as he controlled the ball. Raphael, positioned on the left wing, raised his hand to ask for the pass. Lucas looked at him, but opted for a short touch to Javier, who played it back to Luis Fernando at the back. "Tienes miedo de jugar de delantero, Chico," shouted Hugo Bueno, Sevilla's fullback, in Spanish when he saw Lucas hesitate. Lucas smiled in a corner, ignoring the provocation. Brighton needed to get their act together first, before taking any risks. Brighton imposed their new style of play, working the ball from side to side with horizontal passes, frustrating Sevilla. The fans were impressed with the team's patience, as they often try to go too far forward and try to make plays. "They're trying to bait Sevilla into opening up space. It's a game of patience," commented the narrator. Suddenly, Lucas received the ball in the middle and saw a gap in the opposing defense. With a precise touch, he laid the ball off to Miguel on the right wing. "Yes, Lucas," Miguel said, already taking 2 steps back to take hold of the ball near the sideline and run. Miguel controlled the ball with style, but before he could advance, Antonio Zarzana, who made a tackle from behind, brought him down. "Hey, are you crazy?" Miguel, out of pain, got up angrily and confronted Zarzana. Football is contact, kid, replied Zarzana with a wry smile. The referee interrupted, giving Zarzana the first yellow card of the match. Lucas, who found Raphael on the left, quickly took the free kick. The winger advanced, but was surrounded by two Sevilla defenders. With no options left, it was back to Felix, who restarted the move. That's a team. No rush, shouted Jimenez from the sidelines, instructing the team. Sevilla pressed higher up the pitch, forcing Daniel and Luis Fernando to come out and play with more skill, and it was tricky for him. In a quick switch, Daniel found Aiden on the left wing. Run, Aiden. Go, encouraged Anton from the goal. Aiden shot down the wing, which had become a free runner. Seeing the Sevilla team tighten up, Aiden kicked the ball with all his might and crossed low into the box, only for the Sevilla defense to cut him off before Arthur could finish. Almost. This move is working, said Lucas, clapping his hands to motivate his teammates. And so, after 10 minutes, the game heated. Sevilla tried to impose a physical game, and the taunts increased. In a move in midfield, Pablo Perez brought Javier down. Levantate. It was nothing, said Perez, offering his hand to Javier, but with a provocative smile. You only know how to hit. Javier retorted as he stood up, ignoring the help. The referee asked for calm, but tempers were clearly flaring. They're nervous. Keep spinning the ball, said Lucas to Felix, who scratched his bald head and said, if they get too aggressive, Captain, you're going to have to set an example for them. I know, Lucas said. Sevilla regained possession and launched a rapid counterattack. Zarzana advanced down the right, but was intercepted by Luis Fernando, who made a clean tackle and immediately laid off to Felix. Felix passed to Lucas, who turned quickly and found Raphael. The winger advanced and tried a shot from outside the area, but the ball went wide of the goal. Calm down, Raphael. Work harder, said Felix, gesturing to keep control. Good try, shouted Lucas, encouraging Raphael, who shook his head in appreciation. Brighton clearly had the lion's share of possession, but Sevilla was still dangerous in quick transitions. In a moment of carelessness, Hugo Bueno advanced down the left and crossed into the area. The ball found Ivan Romero, who headed towards a goal, but Anton made a spectacular save, drawing applause from the fans. Anton, what a save, shouted the narrator, as the fans erupted in celebration. Let's wake up, guys, shouted Anton, furious at the lack of marking. However, Brighton responded immediately. Lucas picked up the ball in midfield and started an individual move, dribbling past two opponents before being stopped with a foul by Gennaro. You're getting on my nerves, kid, Gennaro teased as Lucas stood up with a defiant smile. Let's see if you can stop me until the end, replied Lucas, setting the ball up for the free kick. He took it quickly to Felix, who found Miguel free on the right. Miguel crossed into the area, but Arthur couldn't reach it. 25 minutes into the first half, Brighton was putting Sevilla under pressure in their own half. Lucas received the ball in midfield and, with a keen eye, spotted Raphael's movement in the left wing. With a precise pass, Lucas found Raphael, who advanced towards the byline. Raphael, with his characteristic speed, outpaced the Sevilla defender and crossed the ball low into the area. Arthur, the center forward, was well positioned, but was disarmed at the crucial moment. The ball fell to Lucas, who coolly finished with great force, and the ball exploded into the back of the net. Brighton goal! Lucas opens the plate, shouted the narrator as the fans erupted in celebration. Lucas ran towards the crowd, raising his arms in thanks. His teammates surrounded him, celebrating the crucial goal. Sevilla, visibly shaken, tried to react quickly after the restart. Hugo Bueno advanced down the left flank, looking for an immediate response. However, the Brighton players were alert, and he didn't even see Felix behind him when he went to retreat. Felix made a precise tackle, stealing the ball. Having regained possession, Brighton continued to work the play with horizontal passes, controlling the tempo and frustrating Sevilla's attempts to press. However, Sevilla soon had a golden opportunity. Ivan Romero received a deep pass and came face-to-face with Anton, the Brighton goalkeeper. Romero tried a shot, but Anton made a spectacular save, stretching to his right and preventing the goal. What a save, Anton! Awesome! Exclaimed the narrator as the crowd gave him a standing ovation. In the 40th minute, Sevilla had another chance. Antonio Zarzana received the ball on the edge of the box and, unmarked, took a strong shot. The ball glanced off Anton's right-hand post, scaring the Brighton fans. Almost. Let's keep our concentration, said Lucas, encouraging the defense. In the last minutes of the first half, Brighton kept possession, controlling the game and preventing Sevilla from creating more chances. The referee blew the whistle for the end of the first half, and the players headed to the changing rooms with Brighton leading 1-0. A solid first half for Brighton. They're showing patience and control, frustrating Sevilla with horizontal passing and keeping possession, commented the narrator. Sevilla tried to press, but Brighton remained calm and tactically disciplined. It will be interesting to see how Sevilla reacts in the second half, replied the commentator. In a dressing room, The new coach, Jimenez, seemed pleased with the performance so far and rallied the team. Great work, guys. We're in control, but we can't relax. Keep possession and take your chances. Lucas, it was great to have you there in the box to score, but I need you to focus a bit more on the team. I saw you go up several times to try to finish. Sir, one of my strengths is scoring goals. I played a lot of games as a striker in Japan before coming here, so wanting to score is as much in my DNA as it is in Arthur's DNA, for example. Lucas replied, I know, but the team does better when you're at the back. Your vision gives us an advantage in stopping counterattacks and other moves. But sir, that's all, Tanaka, Jimenez said with a serious countenance, and then turned to pull out a whiteboard and explain the tactics for the second half. Chapter 165. Lucas Tanaka needed to score 3 goals to complete his big step mission. He already had 1 on the scoreboard. However, something other than his opponents was bothering him. Coach Jimenez. He wanted Lucas to play further back, distributing passes in midfield. This was a break for Lucas. He played as an attacking midfielder, not as a playmaker. This was a quality of Javier or Dennis. The team returned to the field for the second half, and the Brighton fans in the stands chanted louder and louder. Meanwhile, the Sevilla players seemed to have had a productive chat in the dressing room. Let's end this happiness quickly, Gil, muttered Alejandro Pozo to Brian Gill as they fixed their socks. Those English can't keep up with our possession. Lucas heard Alejandro saying that he was going to put an end to the happiness of the Brighton fans. Then, as he positioned himself in midfield and walked backwards, he looked at Alejandro and said, You talk a good game, but you're still losing. Brian he laughed. Still, man. Still. The referee blew for the restart, and Sevilla played the ball. Gennaro dropped back into defense, and the team got to work with their famous passing game. As ordered, Lucas ran to press and try to win the ball back. Even though it was natural, Jimenez shouted, Easy, Tanaka. Get back, come on, shouted the coach, gesturing. He looks like your nanny. Huh. Teased Hugo Bueno, Sevilla's fullback, as he dribbled past Lucas. If I were you, I'd worry more about the game, Lucas said, running after him. At that moment, Sevilla found their first opening. Hugo released Brian Gill down the left, and the wingers sped up. Loki tried to keep up, but Gill left him behind with a dry dribble. When he reached the byline with a long run, Gill crossed low to Ivan Romero, who was coming into the area. Mark it, Daniel, shouted Anton from the goal, already positioning himself. Daniel didn't see the center forward behind him, and Romero shot. Anton, however, dived like a wall, parrying the ball away with a bridge, safe to catch the ball in the bottom left corner. You're joking, Anton, shouted Felix, clapping the goalkeeper on the back. If you guys helped more with the marking, I wouldn't have to save every time, retorted Anton in a joking but serious tone. The team took the corner short, and Sevilla once again tried to find space. Javier, alert, intercepted a pass on the edge of the box and started the counterattack. Go, Miguel, shouted Javier, throwing the ball to the right winger who was already shooting from the edge of the box. Miguel dominated and advanced, but Hugo Bueno immediately surrounded him. The Sevilla fullback gave him a gentle push before taking the ball. You're fast, but not fast enough, said Hugo, glaring at Miguel. Miguel tried to pick up the ball, but Hugo soon passed and ran clear again. As Sevilla restarted the move, Jimenez shouted new instructions. Lucas, organize. Work the ball calmly. Calmly, muttered Lucas to himself, looking at the crowd who were begging for another goal. Felix noticed Lucas' hesitation and shouted, He's right, man. You're playing well, but we need control. I know, but they're opening up space. You could take advantage of it, replied Lucas, frustrated. Meanwhile, Brian Gill was advancing once again. He was thrilled to have crossed the ball once. Loki, determined not to repeat the mistake, made a precise tackle and took the ball. Lucas received Loki's pass and immediately turned to attack. He saw Raphael on the left wing asking for the ball, but hesitated. Gennaro approached to press. Are you scared, kid? Gennaro teased, giving Lucas a gentle push. Lucas caught the ball, protected it, straightened his body, and gave Javier a quick touch. Like Hugo, he moved to become a passing option. Javier quickly returned the ball, and Lucas saw space. He advanced, faking out Gennaro, who recovered. However, he was stopped with a foul by Hugo Bueno. That was clean, referee, said Hugo, raising his hands to the referee. Clean? You pushed me, complained Lucas, getting up. If it was a real push, you'd still be on the ground, replied Hugo. The referee blew his whistle and gave the foul. Lucas latched onto the ball to take it. The foul was only 5 meters beyond the opponent's half. It was far from the goal. However, the Brighton fans sang louder, trying to push Brighton toward his second goal. Felix approached. Are you going to take it quickly or play it in the box? Lucas looked at him and then at the area. I'll kick it. What? From here? I'll try. An impressive silence crossed the pitch and echoed through the stands as Lucas Tanaka lined up the ball for the free kick. The way he was carefully setting it up made it almost obvious that he was going to shoot from there. So it caused a bit of stir. On the bench, Coach Jimenez put his hands on his head in disbelief when he saw Lucas asking his teammates not to go into the box and to get out of the way of the ball. He's got to be kidding. That's an absurd decision. Why doesn't he pass? We need to work the ball. Alex tried to tone it down. Lucas is unpredictable, but he's good. No, he's being superb. On the pitch, his teammates were equally confused. Lucas, this is crazy, shouted Javier, already positioning himself for a rebound. Arthur, the center forward, raised his hands. You know I'm in the box, right? You don't have to try the impossible. Raphael laughed nervously. If that goes in, I swear I'll buy dinner tonight. Lucas didn't answer anyone. He was focused, his eyes fixed on the distant goal. It was a risky decision, but he knew it wasn't impossible. He had hit difficult shots before. Why not now? He had nothing to lose. Considering how tall Sevilla's players were, crosses wouldn't be very effective. In the stands, the buzz was growing. Kate Dyer, a pretty, black-haired young woman, leaned forward in her seat and put both hands together. What's he doing? She asked, looking at her friend, Lucy Griffin, who was standing next to her. Lucy gave a lopsided smile. He's going to kick, I think. And is that common? Because people seem pretty agitated right now. Not common. But if anyone can do it, it's Lucas. He loves being the hero. If he can't do it, at least he'll give the fans a good reason to make fun of him afterwards, Lucy replied, laughing. Meanwhile, on the live broadcast, the narrators were also surprised. What's that Tanaka kid thinking? Is he really going to try a direct kick from midfield? Exclaimed one commentator, his voice full of incredulity. Look, if he does, it'll be one of the most spectacular goals we've ever seen. But honestly, it's unlikely, replied the main narrator, trying to be more diplomatic. This is U20, buddy. Anything is possible here, said the younger commentator, with a tone of optimism. On the pitch, the Sevilla players started laughing and teasing. Are you really going to shoot from there, 7? Please do. We'll love to see you miss, shouted Alejandro Pozo, holding back a smile. It'll be a gift for us, added Brian Gill, positioning himself for the counterattack. Lucas took a few steps back, calculating the force and angle of the shot. He took a deep breath, visualizing the path of the ball. In the stands, the fans were divided between skepticism and support. He's crazy. It's too far, shouted an older man with a Brighton scarf wrapped around his neck. Go on, Lucas. You can do it, shouted a young woman in a Brighton shirt, waving her arms in the air. Lucas started the race. The stadium seemed to hold its breath. He took 3 firm steps and, a moment before hitting the ball, activated the skill he had recently gained. The skill Immortal Technique has been activated. From now on, you will have the skill of the best professional in history in the field you're practicing for 1 second. This is a skill that all professionals have, but most of them can't use it for over 3 seconds and can't control when they use it. You're a case in point. The cooldown of this skill is 30 days. Yes, the Immortal Technique was nothing more and nothing less than based on the concept that anyone can be the best at something for a moment in their life. So Lucas Tanaka could control when he would have his piece of luck moment. The impact of Lucas' foot against the ball echoed across the pitch, and the silence was replaced by a unison sound of astonishment. The ball flew with absurd force and precision. It rose at first, but descended rapidly, describing a perfect curve towards the goal. It made everyone's eyes widen. Sevilla's goalkeeper, who was ahead, took a step back, realizing too late that the shot wasn't just a meaningless attempt. Come on, Mina, jump, shouted Gennaro. Mina, the Sevilla goalkeeper, leapt with all his might, but the ball sailed over his hands and into the top left-hand corner of the goal, crashing into the net like thunder. The stadium exploded. My God, Lucas! You're crazy, shouted Felix, hugging Lucas. I told you I'd buy you dinner if you got it right, exclaimed Raphael, laughing with pure euphoria. Shouts, applause, and chants echoed as Lucas ran towards the crowd with his arms open. His teammates quickly caught up with him, hugging him and celebrating as if they had just won a title. In the stands, Kate Dyer was in shock. He did it. Lucy, did you see? He did it. Lucy, her eyes wide, just shook her head. I told you. He loves being the hero. On the broadcast, the narrators were incredulous. I can't believe what I've just seen. Lucas Tanaka has just scored a stunning goal almost from midfield. That goes straight into the best moments of the year. What vision, what precision, what courage. It was like Roberto Carlos kicking the ball. He kicked it with his 3 fingers, and the strength of that skinny leg was frightening. On the Brighton bench, even Jimenez had to give in. He shook his head, giving a small smile. That boy. He put a hand in front of his face and remembered when he saw Lucas playing in the Brighton Civ. A fluke shot. It was only then that Jimenez remembered that Lucas Tanaka wasn't just any player. He was a maniac. Chapter 166, Big Step. Sevilla was stunned. Alejandro Pozo was gesturing furiously at his companions. Are you asleep? How could we let this happen? He looked at Brian Gill. Come on, it's only 2 goals. They haven't won yet. But the words of encouragement didn't seem to have much effect. When Brighton regained possession, something had changed. Jimenez's instructions were finally being followed by the letter. Felix and Javier dictated the pace in midfield, distributing passes and keeping possession. Lucas, now more confident, dropped back to help with the ball and pressured the Sevilla players into making mistakes. Brighton are playing like never after Tanaka's spectacular goal, exclaimed the broadcaster. It looks like that goal gave the team the injection of confidence they needed. Lucas Tanaka, as well as being the standout performer, is leading the way on the pitch. He drops back to pick up the ball, organizes the play, and when Brighton goes forward, he's always a threat. Felix realized Lucas had something on his mind. "You want a hat trick, don't you?" he asked, smiling as he made a quick pass. Lucas replied with a determined look. "I do, and I'm going to get it. But we need a third goal before we risk everything." In the 62nd minute, Brighton created a brilliant move. Lucas stole the ball in midfield, dribbling past Gennaro with a quick touch. He passed to Miguel on the right, who returned the ball with a low cross. Arthur positioned himself well, but the Sevilla defender cut him off at the last moment. On the Sevilla bench, the coach was trying to reorganize his team. However, he was pulling his hair out because he was so nervous about his own team. "They're controlling the game. We need to press more in midfield. We can't let that number 7 play so freely." But Brighton didn't let up. Soon, another obvious chance came their way. Felix found Rafael on the left with a deep pass. The winger dribbled past 2 opponents and shot across the goal, but Mina saved. The ball fell to Javier, who tried a shot from outside the area, but it was blocked. "Brighton are hammering away," commented the narrator. "Sevilla is struggling to get out of their own half. It looks like a third goal is only a matter of time." However, Lucas knew he couldn't relax. He kept running, pressing, and encouraging his teammates. At one point, he looked at Felix and said, "They're going to try a counterattack. Monitor Pozo and Brian. They're still dangerous." And Lucas was right. In the 72nd minute, Sevilla finally broke through. Brian Gill received the ball on the left wing and took off at speed. Loki tried to keep up, but was dribbled past. Gill crossed for Romero, who dominated and shot, but Anton was there to make another spectacular save. "Anton, what a goalkeeper," shouted the narrator. If it hadn't been for him, Sevilla would have scored. But Brighton almost added to their tally on the very next play. In a set piece, Felix found Lucas free on the edge of the box. He shot hard with first kick advanced, just like Kenji from the soccer club did, aiming for the top of the goal, but Mina pushed the ball up because of the force and jumped to catch it in the air before Arthur could reach it with his head. What a save by the Sevilla goalkeeper. Lucas is hungry for a third goal, but it hasn't happened yet. Lucas raised his hands, taking a deep breath. Next time, it'll go in. Brighton dominated possession, moving the ball with confidence and intelligence. Sevilla, still shaken, retreated further with each attack, desperately trying to contain the English side's momentum. Brighton's 2-0 lead looked solid, but for Lucas Tanaka, the game was not yet complete. He needed one more goal to complete his mission. Felix received the ball in the middle and turned to Lucas, who was positioned in the opposition half, but slightly back. He smiled, knowing that Lucas wanted to score, but he passed to the side. He was no longer officially captain, but he still had the spirit. Brighton worked the ball patiently, just as Jimenez had asked at halftime. Lucas was involved in the build-up, helping to regain possession in midfield and advancing intelligently whenever Brighton had the ball. His reading of the game was impeccable thanks to risk analysis, combined with advanced concentration, and even the narrators could see that he was more active than ever. "Lucas is everywhere in that second half," commented the main narrator. "He drops back, builds plays, and, when Brighton attack, appears as an option. This kid's commitment is impressive, as is his breath. You can tell he's looking for something special." Absolutely. After that great goal, he's gained an absurd amount of confidence. He seems to believe he can do anything. 81 minutes. Sevilla tried to react with a quick counterattack. Hugo Bueno advanced down the left and crossed low for Ivan Romero, but Luis Fernando came up with a providential cutback. The ball fell to Aiden, who quickly played the ball forward to Felix in midfield. Felix saw Lucas advancing in front of him and sensed it was time. "Go, Lucas!" shouted Felix, launching a low, precise pass. Lucas received the ball, turned to escape Pablo Perez's marking, and sped up towards the box. 3 Sevilla defenders immediately closed in on him. "You won't get past here, Tanaka!" taunted Gennaro, Sevilla's captain, holding out his arms to block the advance. Lucas smiled in the corner, as if to say, "Want a bet?" With a quick dribble provided by Mirage Feint, he passed between 2 players as if he were an untouchable mist. The third defender tried to disarm him with a trolley, but Lucas wasn't selfish. He played the ball to Rafael on the left wing. Rafael advanced down the flank, facing Alejandro Pozo. He faked a cross and cut inside, creating space. He looked into the area and saw Lucas was already there. Rafael crossed high, looking for Arthur, but Sevilla goalkeeper Alfonso Pastor came out firmly and punched it away. Lucas snorted, but kept his cool. He knew the right opportunity would come along. Brighton continued to press, and Sevilla could barely get out of their own half. The fans were electric, singing nonstop. In the first minute of 2 minutes extra time, Javier intercepted a misplaced pass from Brian Gill and played it quickly to Lucas. "It's yours now, Tanaka." Lucas surged forward, leaving 2 players behind in a fast dash. As he entered the area, but before he could shoot, Pablo Perez brought him down. The referee immediately pointed to the penalty spot. The stadium erupted in celebration, while the Sevilla players surrounded the referee, protesting. "It was nothing, referee. He threw himself," shouted Perez, indignant. "He just touched it with his shoulder, and the 7 of them went down. It was a simulation. That was nothing, you son of a bitch." The referee, however, was adamant. "It was a penalty, and you know it. Stand back." Lucas took the ball firmly and placed it on the penalty spot. He took a deep breath, ignoring the Sevilla players' taunts. "You'll miss, Tanaka. You don't have the nerves for that," shouted Hugo Bueno. Any of this did not bother our young Japanese player. After all, he had advanced concentration on. He took a few steps back, waiting for the referee's whistle. The stadium was absolutely silent for Lucas. The referee blew the whistle, and Lucas began his run. Penalties require training like any other aspect of soccer, and Lucas hadn't copied a penalty kick skill yet. However, he didn't need to either. Lucas had played his entire high school career at Wuxia School in his past life, so he had already taken plenty of penalties. The secret was to kick hard, so even if the goalkeeper guessed the corner of the kick, there was still the chance that the goalkeeper wouldn't be able to hold the power of the kick. Lucas ran, looked to the left corner, deceiving the goalkeeper, but shot firmly into the right corner. The ball was low, but with power. Stay connected with Empire. Brighton's goal. "Lucas Tanaka completes the hat trick," shouted the narrator, almost out of breath. Lucas ran into the crowd, kissing the Brighton shield on his shirt. His teammates quickly caught up with him, hugging him amid the euphoria. "You did it, Lucas." "Hat trick," shouted Felix, grinning from ear to ear. Raphael laughed. "Looks like I'm buying dinner, anyway." Arthur ruffled his hair, and the others slapped him on the head or back. On the bench, Jimenez shook his head, sniggering. "That boy. It's impossible to stop him when he's like that." In the stands, Kate Dyer screamed with pure joy. "He's done it again. That boy is incredible." Brighton now led 3-0, and just like that, the game ended a minute later. As the crowd in the stands screamed with excitement at winning the Champions Youth League, Lucas received 2 notifications from the system. "Congratulations, you've completed the Big Step mission. Rewards, plus 100 star points. You have reached star level 5. You are now seen as an international young talent, and your potential will be recognized in many countries around the world. For reaching this milestone, you have earned 30 attribute points." Chapter 167, Recognition. After the final whistle, the stadium was in pure ecstasy. Brighton had beaten Sevilla 3-0, and Lucas Tanaka was the name on everyone's lips. In the stands, fans were still singing, while the players were celebrating on the pitch. Lucas was enjoying the moment. His mind was totally on the joy he was feeling, on how he was feeling it. The next morning, Lucas woke up in his own dorm room. That was one advantage of playing at home. Sleepily, he reached under his pillow for his cell phone. As soon as he unlocked the screen, the notifications exploded. Instagram, 99 plus notifications. Twitter, 245 mentions. YetChat, 42 new messages. Lucas frowned. He opened Twitter first, curious about what was being said. The first post was from a user with a large following. At Football Fanatic. "This kid, at Lucas Tanaka 7, is something special. 3 goals against Sevilla? Look at him." Further down, another comment caught his eye. "Continue reading stories on Empire at La Liga U Scout. At Lucas Tanaka, 7 destroyed today in Brighton's game against Sevilla. Control, vision, coolness. He's definitely a name to watch over the next few years. Brighton has a gem in their hands." Scrolling down some more, Lucas read the more relaxed and sometimes hilarious comments at Sevilla Fan 97. "Who is this Lucas Tanaka, and why has he broken up our team?" At Brighton Lover. "Tanaka is our pride. This boy is going to be bigger than Beckham. Write it down." At Football Numero BR. "Did you see this video of Brighton's goal yesterday? What a humiliation for Sevilla." At Asian Football News. "Incredible to see a young Japanese player excelling at a high level in Europe. Lucas Tanaka is the new hope of Asian soccer." Laughing, Lucas switched to Instagram. His profile, which previously had around 3,000 followers, now boasted 9.8k followers. He opened the message request tab and found dozens of messages. Some were from Brighton fans, thanking him for the performance, while others were from people from all over the world, impressed by what they had seen. It was then that he opened YouTube. A video entitled Lucas Tanaka's Hat Trick against Sevilla U20 was already in the top 100, largely because of his goal. He clicked on it, and soon the comments flooded the screen. Football art. His second goal was surreal. His coolness to get past 3 players was that of a veteran. Sevilla_JK. It hurts to admit it, but this kid has a future. Who's his agent? I want to sign him for my team. Japan on top. Represent Lucas. Haters will cry, and they still say that the new generation doesn't have any stars. Lucas Tanaka is shutting everyone up. Lucas then went to look at the messages on YetChat. Between the teasing from friends and the flood of notifications, Lucas looked at the messages again. Some were more personal, from friends and acquaintances from his old life in Japan. Sakura Kai. Lucas Cohen, you look amazing. I can't believe that shy kid turned into such an excellent player. Mr. Yamamoto. Hey Tanaka, what a grand match. You're doing great. Keep it up. Anakor-i. Oni-chan. Mom's helping me write this message here. We're proud of you. Gambat. He took a deep breath, feeling a pang of nostalgia. However, among so many messages that made his heart fill up, one particular message caught his eye. It was from a group called Team Washia. This was the group of his former club mates in Japan. As soon as he clicked, a flurry of messages appeared. Kenji Nakamaru. Guys, did you see that? Lucas scored a hat trick against Sevilla. Look at the link. Link to YouTube video. Lucas Tanaka's hat trick against Sevilla U20. Tashinori. I saw it just now. Seriously. At Lucas, since when did you become such a monster? Yukihiro. He used to be just the passing king here in Japan. But can he score goals too? Kuwabara. Haha. Did you see the second goal? He left the guy's jaws on the floor. Sakata. Even my jaw dropped. Haidafumi. Represent Japan, Lucas. Asian soccer is on your back now, haha. Yuga, calm down, guys. Let's all take a breath. Not so excited. Yuga, someone tells Lucas he hasn't replied yet because he's probably busy signing for Real Madrid. Lucas read the messages with a smile on his face. He clicked on a link sent by Kenji and watched another video of his own game one more time. Then he turned back to the group. These guys haven't changed a bit, he thought. Then he finally replied. Lucas, you guys are the worst. You haven't changed a bit. It didn't even take 5 seconds for Kenji's reply to appear. Kenji Nakamaru. Finally. I thought you'd forgotten about your friends here in Japan. Tashinori. Lucas Cohen, you're famous. It's hard to talk to you now, huh? Lucas. What an exaggeration. I just got busy, you know how it is. Yukihiro. You're busy humiliating a European team, aren't you? Seriously, that goal was fucked up. The guy with the short hair looked lost. Kuwabara. I cried with laughter when I saw Brian Gill slip. Lucas, did you plan that? Lucas. I planned the dribble, but him falling over was a bonus LOL. The conversation continued, full of laughter and teasing, but soon Kenji changed his tune. Kenji Nakamaru. Seriously now, Lucas. I'm very proud of you. Remember when we used to play on the school field? And you used to complain that you couldn't hit the ball because it was too heavy? Look how far you've come. Lucas. I remember, Kenji. I also remember you kicking the ball in the wrong direction and asking me to correct it in the middle of the game. Kuwabara. Lucas, you will not let Kenji forget that, are you? Lucas, of course not. But seriously, I'm also very grateful for everything we've experienced together. That's where it all began, right? Sakata. I always knew you'd go far, Lucas. You had that determination that no one else had. Yuga. Hey, Lucas. Now that you're getting famous, when are you going back to Japan? We need a rematch on that school field. You were against us. Lucas, rematch? You know you'd lose, right? But seriously, I want to go back. I don't know when yet, but I promise I'll let you know when I'm on vacation. The season has just started. Kenji Nakamaru. If you don't, we'll come to England and pick you up. You've been warned. Lucas, you won. But what about you? How are things going over there? The conversation changed tack, with each of them sharing a little about their lives. They said that they were going to play in the national championship next month, and that the team wasn't any less strong just because Lucas left. In the end, Lucas put his cell phone away and took a deep breath. The smile on his face was impossible to contain. No matter how many compliments or followers he received, talking to those who had been with him from the beginning would always be special. You're part of it, he thought, as he looked up at the ceiling. Thanks for everything, Team Washia. Still lying down, Lucas thought about how he could spend the day. Perhaps he would go to the nearby mall, buy something for himself, nothing too extravagant, and in the afternoon by watching a movie. It was a simple plan, but exactly what he needed after days as tiring and stressful as the last. He had barely got out of bed to wash his face when his cell phone started ringing. Who could call so early? Seeing the name Jimmy McAllister on the display, Lucas sighed. Jimmy was the person no one could ignore. With his born salesman personality, he always had something to say. Lucas liked him, but he was still a little unsure about this agent. Reluctantly, Lucas answered. Jimmy, it's 8 in the morning. Can't it wait? Good morning to you too, Star. Wait, don't tell me you're asleep after a hat trick against Sevilla. You should celebrate, kid. If I were you, I'd have a party organized with neon lights and lots of girls. Lucas sighed, rubbing his eyes. You're my agent. Should you really be influencing me to do this? Oops. That's right. Let's get straight to the point as usual. Listen, I've got some fresh news, and I needed to talk to you before anything else. You know the contract renewal offer Brighton made? The one you asked me to look at. Lucas sat up in bed, now more attentive. Yes. You said you were going to see if you could get better terms. Any news? Anything new? Lucas, I'm in news. I've spent the last few days analyzing every line of that contract, studying between the lines as if it were a Shakespeare novel. And guess what? I was right. It's a trap. Lucas frowned. What do you mean a trap? Oh, they offer you a nice pay rise, right? But they tie you down for 5 years. 5 years, Lucas, with a termination clause so high that even Real Madrid wouldn't pay it without thinking twice. The percentage of the gloves goes mostly to them, and of the sale too. That's what keeps you stuck and poor, you know? At the moment, Lucas, I'm thinking of something big for you. Brighton wants you, of course, but what if I told you there were other clubs keeping an eye out? I'm not just talking about teams from England, Lucas. I'm talking about clubs from Spain, France, Portugal, Germany, even Japan. Can you believe it? The newspapers over there are buzzing about you. So tell me, what's your opinion on a transfer? Chapter 168, McAllister versus McGonagall. Lucas Tanaka looked out of the window of the small apartment that had become his home over the last few months. Outside, a light breeze made the leaves of the campus trees sway gently. For any other young man his age, the idea of moving to another city, country, or even continent might be exciting. But for Lucas, who had practically just passed, it seemed too soon. Jimmy, I understand what you're saying. I really do. But, transfer? Now? I don't know if it's the right time. On the other end of the line, Jimmy McAllister laughed. Lucas, kid, you're 17, you're absurdly talented and the entire world is noticing. If you wait too long, you know what happens? Opportunities slip through your fingers. I've seen it happen so many times I could write a book. Lucas scratched the back of his head, an automatic gesture whenever he was thinking. He knew Jimmy had a valid point. Soccer was a fast and merciless world. One day, you were the center of attention. The next, an injury or a poor season could throw it all away. But at the same time, he felt safe with the champion system. Listen, Jimmy, I don't play soccer just for contracts or transfers. I'm not saying those things don't matter, but I like it here in Brighton. I like the team, the city, the institute. We're starting a job here that could be very good. We're not talking about friendship here, kid. We're talking about your career, your life. Brighton is a great place to start, but not to stay. Think of what you can achieve at bigger clubs. Imagine playing in a packed stadium at the Camp Nou or the Bernabeu. Isn't that what you want? Of course, the idea of playing for the big clubs in Europe was tempting. He grew up watching these teams play, dreaming of being in the shoes of the players he admired. But those dreams didn't have to happen all at once, and he knew it. Jimmy, I think you're underestimating me. What do you mean? I want to go far, yes. I want to play in the best stadiums, face the best players, and win a Champions League. But I don't want to skip stages. I still feel I have a lot of growing to do here in Brighton. I will not let my ego make me make the wrong decisions. Jimmy let out a long sigh. You have the heart of a romantic, Lucas. That's good, up to a point. But what if Brighton isn't as loyal as you are? Have you ever seen a club that doesn't think about money first? Because I haven't. Maybe you're right. But Brighton was the first club to take a chance on me. They gave me a chance when nobody else knew who I was. It wouldn't be fair for me to just walk away now. Jimmy was silent for a moment, which was rare. Finally, he answered, his voice calmer. Okay, kid, I understand your position, but I'm still going to fight for better terms on this contract. I'll be there in an hour. An hour? Yes. I've arranged a meeting to present the counter-proposal for renewal. After the call ended, Lucas completed all the procedures for an official wake-up. He needed a shower and a nutritious breakfast before dealing with Jimmy McAllister in person. An hour later, Lucas Tanaka adjusted his hair in the elevator's reflection. Next to him, Jimmy McAllister was mentally reviewing the strategies for the meeting. The agent was impeccably dressed. Lucas, on the other hand, wore a simple polo shirt and jeans, casual but presentable. You don't have to worry so much, said Lucas, trying to break the silence in the elevator. It's not worry, kid. It's preparation. Remember, you're not just going to negotiate a contract. You're going to define the next steps in your career. When they arrived at Brighton's administrative office, the receptionist, who led them into a large but unostentatious meeting room, greeted them. William McGonagall, the sporting director, was already there. A burly, gray-haired man. McGonagall was known as much for his ability to manage players as for his almost uncomfortable frankness. Next to him was Jimenez, the U20 coach. Mr. Tanaka, McAllister, said McGonagall, shaking both their hands. Thank you for coming. Thank you for having us, replied Jimmy, with a professional smile. Jimenez said nothing, but greeted Lucas with a brief nod. After the initial greetings, McGonagall got straight to the point. I see you have an agent now, Tanaka. How nice. Mr. McAllister, we've been impressed with Lucas' performance so far. His progress has been remarkable, and we believe he can be a key player for the future of the club. That's why we want to discuss the terms of his renewal. Jimmy smiled. I'm glad to hear that, Mr. McGonagall. But, as you know, Lucas has been getting a lot of attention lately. Bigger clubs are already showing interest, and it's only natural that we consider all options. Jimenez narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. With all due respect, McAllister, Lucas still has a lot to prove. He's talented, but we're talking about potential, not an established player. Lucas felt the comment like a punch, but remained silent. He knew that, in his role, there was more of a listener than a protagonist. Coach, I understand my client has a lot to develop. He's just a child. But, with all due respect, clubs like Olympique, Benfica, and even Ajax wouldn't be interested in someone who still has a lot to prove. They don't even want him just for the youth team. They want him for the senior squad. I understand they come from weaker leagues than the Premier League, but they see what Lucas can become. That's why we're here, to make sure Brighton sees it too. McGonagall held up her hand to prevent Jimenez from answering. Nobody is questioning Lucas's talent. What we want to know is, what would it take for you to consider a renewal? Jimmy opened a folder he was carrying and placed some papers on the table. First, we need to adjust the salary. We know that he's one of the lowest paid of the U20 players, even though he's one standout. Secondly, we want a fair release clause if an offer comes in from bigger clubs. We don't want Lucas to be stuck here if an opportunity comes along that he can't refuse. McGonagall snorted, crossing her arms. So basically, you want more money and less commitment. That's not it. We want balance. Lucas is loyal to Brighton, but he also needs security. You expect him to play and grow here, but the market is volatile. Brighton needs to show that they value his talent. As McGonagall went through the papers, Jimenez looked directly at Lucas. What about you, kid? What do you make of all this? Explore more stories of my virtual library empire. Lucas felt the weight of the coach's gaze but didn't look away. I enjoy being at Brighton. I think I can grow here, help the team, and achieve my goals. But I want to feel sure that we're all on the same page. McGonagall smiled, but there was something enigmatic in her expression. Lucas, you understand Brighton needs commitment too, right? We can't invest in a player who might leave us at the first opportunity. I understand, Mr. McGonagall, but if you believe me, I think we can find a compromise that works for everyone. The room fell silent for a few moments. McGonagall exchanged glances with Jimenez, who shrugged. Finally, the sports director spoke up. Here's what we'll do. We'll adjust Lucas's salary to a level more in line with his performance. 10,000 euros a month. As for the release clause, we need to discuss specific figures, but 50 million euros is what I have in mind. We don't want to lose you easily, Lucas, but we will not ignore the market either. Jimmy nodded, pleased with the progress. That sounds reasonable. We can work on the details and complete the contract next week. When the meeting was over, Lucas and Jimmy left the office and walked down the corridor. Jimmy looked relieved, but also excited. You did well, kid, he said, tapping Lucas on the shoulder. Thanks, Jimmy. You've taken a load off my shoulders. That's what you hired me for. He slapped me twice and walked towards the door. It's your day off, kid. Do what I told you and go enjoy it with some girls. Lucas just waved his right hand goodbye. It was still morning, and he didn't have many plans for the rest of the day. The best thing would be to train, but the day before, in the dressing room after the win against Sevilla, Jimenez had made all the players promise they would rest, and that meant not touching a ball. Just like that, the idea of going to the movies came back to him. He took his cell phone out of his pocket, went to Raphael's contact, and called him. Imagine his surprise when, after a few seconds of waiting to be picked up, a female voice answered on the other end. He was about to ask who it was when he pulled the phone away from his ear and looked at the name of the contact he had called. Kader Özdemir. Eddie's daughter? Shit, I've got to go, he thought. Hello, Tanaka? Why did you call me? At that moment, Lucas thought that Jimmy's idea wasn't so bad. He was curious about what it was like for Eddie to be an assistant coach again, and the person who could best tell him about it was Kader. Chapter 169 Natural. Oh, Kade. Sorry, I got mixed up here. I called by mistake, said Lucas. Really? Well, since that's the case, I'd better hang up. Actually, maybe it's a sign of fate. I'm here doing nothing, and I thought maybe. You wanted to go to the movies today? Nothing too elaborate, of course. Just for a movie. On the other end of the line, Kader was silent for a few seconds, which seemed like an eternity to Lucas. Finally, she answered with a slight laugh. Movie? Just to clarify, Tanaka, this isn't a romantic invitation, is it? Lucas almost choked. What? No, of course not. Look, it's just that I'm curious about how Eddie is coping with this new phase as a coach, and you're probably the person who knows the most about him. I thought we could talk. And well, I'm bored too. Kader laughed again. Oh, I see. So you want to use my company as an excuse to spy on my father. I'm feeling so valued right now. It's not that. I swear. I just thought it would be fun to get out for a while. She sighed. Okay, Tanaka. I'll accept, but only because I have nothing better to do either. Where are we meeting? Lucas smiled, relieved. How about the mall downtown? We can choose a movie there and have something to eat afterwards. Okay. See you in an hour, said Kader, before hanging up. An hour later, Lucas was standing in front of the movie theater in the city mall. He had chosen a casual shirt and a pair of jeans, something that wouldn't draw too much attention, and that was more casual than the outfit he wore to the contract renewal meeting. While he waited, he looked around, noticing the movement of people coming and going with bags, couples discussing which. Cater arrived shortly after, wearing a simple dress and a light jacket. Her short pink hair was loose, and she carried a small bag on her shoulder. "I hope you didn't wait too long. The traffic was awful," she said unceremoniously. "No big deal. I'm glad you came." They walked to the box office together, looking at the movie posters. After some indecision, they opted for a light comedy. "Something to relax," commented Cater. "I don't think any of us are in the mood for heavy dramas today." "I agree. We need a few laughs," said Lucas as he bought the tickets. They also grabbed some popcorn and soft drinks before entering the theater. During the movie, they both laughed and made low comments about the funniest scenes. Cater had a sharper sense of humor than Lucas had expected. When the credits finally rolled, they both left with smiles on their faces. "Okay, I admit, that was fun," said Cater as he finished the last piece of popcorn. "But now it's your turn. What exactly do you want to know about my father?" They sat down in one of the mall squares, near a small coffee shop. Lucas ordered 2 cappuccinos before answering. "How is he?" "Eddie was a demanding coach, but we like that. We knew he'd stick to his guns because he believes that physicality is very important in soccer. Taking him off to put Jimenez on with only 1 game lost and a draw was unfair. They needed a scapegoat to put Jimenez back in charge. Of course, they could have done it from the start when Team B replaced Team A. However, there could have been controversy that Team B was only playing well because of my father's tactics. I think they wanted to avoid that. Anyway, my dad's fine. Of course, he enjoyed being the coach, and he's still very upset about the board's decision. But what can he do apart from carrying on doing his job?" "It's really complicated," said Lucas, stirring his cup of cappuccino. "But if there's one thing I've learned from playing under Eddie, it's that he doesn't give up easily. He'll get over it." Cater smiled slightly, but there was a touch of melancholy in his eyes. "You're right. He's resilient. He trusts you, more than he lets on." Lucas blinked, surprised. "Really? I never imagined that. He always seems so distant." Cater laughed, this time more lightly. "It's his way. He's not one to show much, but he believes in players who show dedication. And you're one of them." The compliment put Lucas off a little, but it also motivated him. He decided he would do anything to justify Eddie's trust in him. After a few minutes of silence, he changed the subject. "But what about you, Cater? You seem to have taken on even more responsibility in the team." She shrugged. "It's hard work, but I like it. I want to be useful, even if my contribution seems small. Besides, being close to the team gives me a sense of purpose. I enjoy seeing all of you fighting for something bigger." Lucas smiled, admiring her dedication. "You do so much more than you realize, Cater. Have you seen how much everyone depends on you? From helping with uniforms to giving that moral support, you're essential to the team." She blushed slightly and looked away, but couldn't hide a small smile. "Thank you, Lucas. That's good to hear." They continued chatting about various topics. They just didn't realize that while they were talking in that food court, not far away, there were 2 girls sitting at a table and whispering about them. Lucy Griffin, the promising swimmer who had become friends with Lucas and a Brighton fan to the extent of going to all their home games, was hiding her face between her arms, clearly uncomfortable. Next to her, Kate Dyer, a member of the disciplinary board and Lucy's friend, was looking at her with exasperation. "Lucy, for God's sake, get your head up. They'll think you're ill if they see you," said Kate. "I'm having a bad time," came Lucy's muffled reply. Her voice sounded anguished, as if each word took an enormous emotional effort. "Look at them, Kate. She's laughing, he's laughing. And he bought her coffee. What else could it mean?" Kate sighed, leaning back in her chair. "It means they're talking, Lucy. Talking isn't a crime, She's an assistant on the team he plays for. It's natural." Lucy lifted her head slightly, just enough to glare at Kate. Her blonde hair was messy, and her blue eyes had an accusing glint. "Natural? Natural? Since when does a guy call a coworker to go to the movies and then have coffee with her at the mall? That's not natural, Kate. It's a conspiracy." Kate couldn't contain her laughter. "A conspiracy? Really? And who's conspiring? The universe? God? Fate? Read new adventures in my virtual library empire." Lucy buried her face in her arms again. "You don't understand. Cater has every opportunity. She's there every day by his side. They train together, travel together. She's practically his shadow. How can I compete with that?" Kate shook her head, putting her milkshake aside. "Lucy, you're exaggerating. Lucas is just Lucas. He hasn't even realized that you like him. And, to be honest, Cater seems professional. She's there to help the team. It would be a problem if she had a relationship with one boy. She certainly didn't steal him from you." "She doesn't have to," muttered Lucy, her head still hidden. "She's already got his heart. Look at the way he's smiling at her. I've never seen him smile at me like that." Kate leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. "Okay, Let's be realistic here. First, Lucas smiles at everyone because he's a sociable person. Second, you've never given him the chance to smile at you like that because every time he gets close, you freak out. I don't freak out, protested Lucy, suddenly raising her head. Her cheeks were flushed, and she looked offended. Kate arched an eyebrow. Oh no, what do you think about seeing him in the corridors of the Institute and pretending to be busy on your cell phone or running to the bathroom? That's tactical. I just don't want to seem desperate. Kate rolled her eyes. Lucy, you look anything but desperate. Do you know what you look like? Confused, and maybe a little childish. Childish. Lucy seemed about to protest again, but the words seemed to hit her like a bucket of cold water. She sighed, defeated. Okay, maybe I'm childish. But it's not fair, Kate. I've liked him since his first days here, and now I seem to lose any chance. Kate softened her tone, realizing that her friend was really upset. Look, Lucy, I understand how you feel, but standing here beating yourself up will not help. If you like him, be direct. Talk to him, show interest. Who knows? Maybe he's expecting exactly that. What if he's not expecting it? What if I end up making a fool of myself? Kate shrugged. At least you'll know the truth. And that's better than staying here, hiding behind tables, and spying like an amateur spy. Lucy laughed softly, finally relaxing a little. Okay, you have a point. But what if he's already in a cater? Kate slapped the table lightly, smiling. Then you find out and move on. Lucy, you're amazing. Any guy would be lucky to have you by his side. Don't put your life on hold for someone who might not even realize how much you like him. Lucy was silent for a moment, reflecting on her friend's words. Finally, she sighed. Okay, you win. I'll try to talk to him sometime. Chapter 170, Liverpool Rematch, Part 1. The atmosphere was tense in the Brighton dressing room. It was the 5th round of the Premier Youth League, and the opponent was Liverpool. Luckily, the game was at Brighton's home. Coach Jimenez stood in the center of the circle of players, his clipboard full of notes and diagrams. Today's our chance to prove what we're capable of, lads. They remember the training game you and Eddie played 2 months ago. Yes, they won, but they know we gave them a hard time. Our discipline, organization, and spirited play were clear. Today, we're going to show that it wasn't luck, it was your skill. During that training match, Brighton had impressed, and Lucas had caught the eye of the opposing coach, Mr. Ferg. On the Liverpool side, Mr. Ferg was standing near the sideline, talking to some of his most important players, Declan Shaw, the captain and heart of the midfield, Leo Carter, the robust defender, and Sam Robinson, the speedy striker who always caused problems for opposing defenses. Ferg was experienced and didn't underestimate Brighton. He had made a point of rewatching the videos of Brighton's practice game and their most recent match against Sevilla, and knew that Lucas Tanaka was a player who could upset the odds. Keep an eye on their No. 7, said Ferg, looking at Shaw. He's creative, agile, and has a deadly pass. If he gets space, he'll cause us problems. The teams took to the field to the applause of a lively crowd. The sun was shining brightly on the impeccably cut pitch. It was a Saturday afternoon. Brighton wore their blue and white uniform, while Liverpool sported their characteristic red. Lucas, wearing the number 7 shirt on his back, looked around, taking in the moment. He enjoyed playing against strong teams. The referee blew the whistle, and the game began. From the first 5 minutes, it was going to be an even battle. Liverpool tried to impose their pace with quick passing and intelligent movement. The first moment of danger came in the 6th minute. Sam Robinson received a throw in deep and shot down the right, leaving Aiden behind. He crossed low into the area, where a Liverpool striker tried to finish, but a watchful Daniel Reiber blocked the shot, sending the ball out for a corner. Yes, Reiber, shouted Anton, the Brighton goalkeeper, encouraging his teammates. The corner was taken by Shaw, but the Brighton defense was well organized. Luis Fernando headed the ball away, and the counterattack began. Lucas picked up the ball and looked around, assessing his options. He saw Miguel advancing down the right flank and made a millimeter throw. Miguel ran to reach the ball, but Leo Carter was alert. With a clean, precise run, he disarmed Miguel and sent the ball over the bar. Lucas raised his thumb to Miguel, showing support, while Carter, with a confident smile, teased. You'll need more than that to get past me. Miguel just ignored him. He was getting used to these talkative players. The next few minutes were a tactical battle. Brighton looked for space with quick passes between Lucas, Javier, and Felix. At one point, Javier found Rafael in the left wing. The winger faced his marker and tried to dribble, but was intercepted. Liverpool responded with a blistering counterattack, but Felix, always alert, cut out the play with a tackle in midfield. Calm down, shouted Jimenez from the technical area. Let's work the ball better. Tic-taca. In the 15th minute, Brighton had their first real chance. A misplaced pass from Declan Shaw allowed Javier to steal the ball. He quickly passed to Lucas, who spotted Arthur streaking between the defenders. The pass was perfect, leaving Arthur face-to-face with the Liverpool goalkeeper. The fans held their breath. Arthur shot, but the opposing goalkeeper made a spectacular save, sending the ball wide. Arthur looked at Lucas, who held out his hand to help him up. "Next time, I'll put that one in," he said, smiling as he accepted the help. Lucas responded with a gentle slap on the shoulder. "I know you will." Brighton showed they weren't just there to react. From the first few minutes, Jimenez's side would adopt a more cautious but intelligent strategy. Ball control, quick passing, and synchronized movement. Liverpool, with their intense pressing, couldn't break down Brighton's defense. And instead of giving in, the Brighton team seemed to adapt to the pressure, passing the ball around and taking advantage of every little space left by their opponents. The team Lucas and Javier led, whose midfield had an increasingly sharp vision of the game, passing the ball from one side to the other without error, making the Liverpool players chase after it. Lucas was using risk analysis all the time and so guided the ball calmly, making the opposing defense move from side to side. Liverpool, not used to being so troubled, showed signs of exhaustion. "This is incredible," said Henry, the match's narrator, as he watched Brighton execute their tactics of quick passing and coordinated movement. Brighton seems to have completely changed their style of play since Jimenez took over. Eddie was more defensive, but Jimenez has brought a completely different mentality. This Brighton team is now in control of the game. Clara Rodriguez, the commentator alongside Henry, agreed. "Yes, Henry, you're absolutely right. The change in style of play is clear. While Liverpool stands out for the individuality and physical strength of their players, Brighton now relies on a collective game, with quick passing and constant movement. They're no longer playing just to react. They're controlling the game." Ferg, who was watching the match closely, couldn't hide his frustration. He didn't like the way Brighton was behaving. Eddie's team, which he saw as a reactive and defensive side, differed from the match against Sevilla. It was better, and to make matters worse, their quick passing and team play trapped Liverpool in a cage. The Liverpool players were running from side to side, trying to adjust to the fast pace of the game. "This tactic is cowardly," muttered Ferg, annoyed. "They're not trying to break down our defense with dribbling or individual play. They're simply making us run until we can't stand it. It can't go on like this." He looked at Jimenez on the sideline with a look of disdain. The Brighton manager, with his tactics of possession and control and quick passing, was making Liverpool more and more desperate. Liverpool was sinking under their own pressure, while Brighton seemed to have total control of the match. The first half wore on, and the intensity of Brighton's ball control didn't let up, but Liverpool showed they were defending very well. Find your next read on my virtual library empire. Arthur had 3 headers, and the goalkeeper saved all 3. Lucas and Javier had shots from outside the area, while Rafael had a shot from the edge of the box that didn't go in. It's impressive to see how Brighton has reinvented themselves under Jimenez. They're no longer just chasing the ball, they're making Liverpool chase them. Can they keep it up after the goal? Because they're being very patient, but Brighton makes mistakes, especially when they get too confident. Henry agreed. "I don't know if that's true now, Clara. Before, Brighton was good, very good, but they looked like an insecure team. Now, they look like a real collective soccer machine." With a few minutes to go until halftime, Brighton was in complete control of the match. However, they still hadn't scored. Jimenez's quick passing and constant movement were wearing down Liverpool's players, but the frustration caused by Liverpool's resilient defense was making Brighton impatient. However, in a quick counterattack, Lucas received the ball in midfield, with Liverpool still reorganizing after a last corner. He didn't hesitate and played the ball to Arthur, who was already on a run. Arthur picked up the ball and protected it as he ran. There was no one in front of him apart from the goalkeeper, and the defender who was supposed to be marking him had run out to score a header from the corner. Arthur wasn't fast, so he knew he would lose out to the other players if he didn't shoot soon. So he straightened up and took a shot. It was the best chance he had. The ball went narrowly wide of the post, and miraculously straight into the back of the net. A great shot from outside the area. Go whale for Brighton. Arthur finally opens the scoring. Henry, the narrator, exclaimed. It was a quick move that the Liverpool defense didn't even see properly, and Brighton finally punished Liverpool. The Brighton fans erupted in celebration. Lucas ran up to Arthur, hugging him as the rest of the team joined in the celebration. Coach Jimenez smiled with satisfaction, seeing his strategy of ball control and patience rewarded. Liverpool was now in a difficult situation. Brighton's pressure had broken down their defense, and the team was visibly shaken. Ferg, on the bench, shouted at his players, but Brighton had been in control of the match so far. The first half was drawing to a close, but Brighton, with their collective soccer and tactical intelligence, had taken the first step towards victory. And this was a direct fight for the top of the league, because Manchester United lost their last game to Leicester City. Chapter 171, Liverpool Rematch, Part 2. Brighton went into the second half with renewed confidence after Arthur's goal in the last minutes of the first half. Liverpool, however, looked even more determined. Coach Ferg had clearly given incisive instructions, and his players came back with a semblance of absolute focus. The 1-0 scoreline was dangerous, and Brighton knew it. Lucas noticed the change in Liverpool's attitude and rallied his teammates before the whistle blew. They're going to come all out now. We need to be even smarter. Stay calm, because we can still fuck it up, he said. As soon as the referee blew the whistle, Liverpool pushed forward with intensity. Declan Shaw, the engine of the Reds' midfield, dictated the pace, distributing quick passes to the wingers and looking for Sam Robinson, the team's most dangerous striker. Leo Carter, with his usual confidence, constantly moved up to the right, trying to put pressure on Raphael and Aiden. In the 50th minute, a hard foul by Felix on the edge of the box gave Liverpool a dangerous opportunity. Declan Shaw stepped up to take the free kick and hit the post with a powerful shot. The rebound was fiercely contested, but Daniel Reiber, standing firm like a wall, cleared the danger with a header. They're putting us under a lot of pressure, Aiden said to Lucas. Lucas nodded in agreement. That's why we need to take advantage of the spaces they leave. Brighton responded with a sequence of quick passes between Lucas, Javier, and Miguel. In the 55th minute, Miguel received the ball on the right wing and faced the left back again. This time, the winger faked a cut inside, but quickly changed direction, leaving the fullback behind. Miguel crossed with precision to Arthur, who headed the ball in firmly. The ball was accurate, but the goalkeeper got a hand to it. Miguel is gaining ground on Carter. If he keeps this up, he could upset the balance of the game, Clara Rodriguez said on the broadcast. But Liverpool was undeterred. In the 60th minute, Sam Robinson received a precise delivery from Declan and set off at speed. He dribbled past Luis Fernando with a quick feint and shot across the goal, forcing Anton to make a spectacular save. The Brighton goalkeeper, always assured, shouted for his teammates to get their act together. On the bench, Jimenez watched calmly, but with an expression of restrained concern. He called Eddie over and briefly discussed the tactical options. In the 65th minute, Ferg made his first substitution, bringing on a more attacking midfielder to increase the pressure. The change had an immediate effect, and Liverpool dominated possession because the midfielder got forward and intercepted Javier's passes. It was then that Lucas used his risk analysis skills once again. He noticed a pattern in Liverpool's advances. Declan Shaw was getting too far forward, leaving gaps in the defensive midfield. Lucas signaled Javier and Felix, and the three of them planned a quick move to exploit the gap. The next great opportunity came in the 70th minute. Lucas intercepted a hasty pass from Declan and, wasting no time, laid the ball off to Raphael on the left wing. The winger raced forward, dribbled past the opposing fullback, and crossed low into the area. Arthur got ahead of the defender and shot the first time, but the Liverpool goalkeeper made another impressive save. "What a sensational match," exclaimed Henry. "Brighton are creating great chances, and so are Liverpool, but the goalkeepers are inspired." In the 75th minute, Jimenez changed the team. Hillebrand came on in place of Raphael, bringing fresh energy to the left wing. Willian replaced Arthur, adding more mobility to the attack. The idea was clear: to exploit Liverpool's fatigue with fresh, fast players. In the following minutes, the game became even more intense. The taunts between the players increased. In a dispute over the ball, Leo Carter pushed Miguel slightly, saying, "You will not get past me, kid." "We'll see." In the 80th minute, Brighton had another clear chance. Lucas received the ball from Javier on the edge of the box, got a brilliant touch to clear two defenders, and shot wide. The ball was heading for the corner, but the Liverpool goalkeeper made an unbelievable save to deflect it out for a corner. In the 85th minute, Sam Robinson almost equalized with a shot from outside the area. In the 90th minute, the referee signaled for 4 minutes of extra time. The Brighton fans sang loudly, encouraging their team to hold on for victory. In the last seconds, Liverpool had a corner. Their goalkeeper climbed into the area in a last gasp of hope. The ball was crossed, but Luis Fernando appeared to clear the danger with a powerful header. Lucas picked up the rebound and raced forward, but the referee blew the whistle before he could get a shot at the goal. "Game over," announced Henry. Brighton win 1-0 in a great game from both teams. What a brilliant performance from the whole Brighton team, especially Arthur, Lucas, and Anton. This one puts Brighton in an excellent position in the league, taking the lead and just waiting for Chelsea and City to play to see which of them will draw a level on points. Jimenez, always discreet, just smiled and shook hands with Alex and Eddie. Lucas, exhausted, looked at the crowd and raised his arms, feeling that he hadn't played a great game individually, but at least he had put Jimenez's tactical idea into practice. As soon as the team left the pitch, the mood in the dressing room was one of pure euphoria. "Congratulations, lads. You played like real champions today," said Alex, clapping vigorously. Eddie added, "That was the response we needed. It was a tough game, but you showed resilience and intelligence." While the players were recovering, the dressing room door slowly opened. To everyone's surprise, Liverpool's manager, the respected Mr. Ferg, entered alongside Jimenez. Silence filled the room, but Ferg's expression was friendly. "I hope I'm not interrupting, boys, but I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you personally. You played very well today. It was a game worthy of a cup final. The Brighton players exchanged surprised and excited looks. It was rare for an opposing coach to make this kind of gesture. Ferg continued, "When we played you in training months ago, I saw that there was something special about this group. You proved that today. You played with courage, discipline, and, above all, intelligence. Especially you, Lucas. Stay connected via my virtual library empire." Lucas, taken aback, stood up. "Thank you, sir. It means a lot coming from someone like you." Ferg smiled. "You have something rare. You can read the game in a way that few others can. Keep it up, and you'll have a bright future. In fact, I say that to all of you. This victory is just the beginning. Never stop improving." After a few words of encouragement to the other players, including praise for Anton, Arthur, and Miguel, Ferg shook Eddie's hand. "Congratulations too, Eddie. I heard what happened, but I know it was the best thing for your professional development and also for the club. I hope we face each other again, but next time I hope the result is different." Eddie laughed. "You know where to find us, Ferg." As the Liverpool manager left, the Brighton dressing room erupted in a mixture of laughter and animated conversation. "Did you hear that? Ferg praised us," exclaimed Raphael. "And he even remembered the training match." "That means we're making a mark," said Aiden proudly. Jimenez joined the conversation. "Well, I hope that mark means more wins in the future. Now, everyone, get in the shower." When Lucas arrived at his room in the Institute's dormitory, he sat on his bed and opened the system. Plus, ===. Player name, Lucas Tanaka. Star level, 5 to 0 SP/300 SP to the next level asterisk. Balance, 800 credits. ===. Attributes, speed, 50. Shooting, 51. Dribbling, 36. Defense, 33. Physical, 49. Passing, 57. Talents, ball control, 19. Endurance, 15. Strength, 15. Heading, 16. Scoring, 18. Vision, 16. Positioning, 15. Mystical skills asterisk feat, sharp intuition, attribute progression, supernatural resistance, champion system, replicator genius, titan weight, immortal technique. Soccer skills asterisk advanced first kick, stellar impulse, short dribble, mirage feint, more than fast reflexes, risk analysis, advanced concentration, extended physical stamina. Plus, he had already distributed the attribute points he had earned over the last few weeks, so he analyzed them to see how they were doing. "My speed has increased a lot. I could feel in the last few games, especially when I needed to get forward. I know that my defense and dribbling are still low, but everyone has to be bad at something, right? Being in Lucas' mind would be a lot easier if he really thought like that. How can I improve my dribbling? Do I have to copy other dribbling skills, or just increase it with points? The dribbling attribute won't make me dribble automatically, but it will increase my plasticity and speed of thought. If this were a normal system, it would be listed as reflex." Lucas put a hand to his chin, thought for a moment, and took a deep breath. "Anyway, I'll think about it when I get more points. At the moment, if I get dribbling skills, it'll be good, especially if I don't need to copy them, but earn them with this here," he said and looked at his inventory, where there were 5 mystery cards for him to open. Chapter 172, 5 Mysterious Cards. Sitting on his bed, Lucas opened the system panel. The familiar windows projected before his eyes. His attributes and skills glowed in an organized interface at first, but it was the inventory icon that held his attention now. 5 mysterious cards, huh? Time to see what you've got for me. With one touch, he selected the first card. Immediately, a floating, shiny card appeared in front of him. The card seemed to be made of a material that oscillated between the physical and the immaterial, just like the windows, glowing with a soft gray radiance. They were normal skill cards. In the center of the card, there was a button with Reveal written on it. Lucas extended his right index finger, hesitated for a moment, and finally clicked the button. The card revealed itself with a faint sound. A bluish light emerged from inside the card, and a floating message appeared in front of Lucas. "Congratulations! You have got the common skill, Silent Steps. Silent Steps allows you to move with extreme discretion, significantly reducing the sound of your footsteps and improving your ability to infiltrate and approach. Perfect for situations that require subtlety. Interesting. Maybe I can use this to move around the field better without being noticed by opponents," he thought aloud. Lucas moved on to the second card. When he opened it, the message that appeared was less impressive. "Congratulations! You have got the common skill, Posture Adjuster." He raised an eyebrow and sighed, but clicked on the information icon anyway. Posture Adjuster improves your body awareness and posture, reducing the risk of injury and optimizing your movements. Not bad for avoiding injury, but it's still not something that screams soccer skill. Let's see what else I can do. He'd gone so long without opening cards like this that he'd forgotten that some of them were disappointing. "Congratulations, you've got the common skill, Spatial Control." Lucas's heart raced at the name of the third card. and he quickly clicked on the information icon. Spatial control significantly increases your ability to calculate distances, trajectories, and positioning in real time. Now we're talking, Lucas exclaimed excitedly. This skill seemed to be a game-changer for his performance on the pitch. With renewed expectations, he opened the penultimate card. Congratulations, you have got the uncommon skill, Predator Instinct. Lucas felt a shiver run down his spine. He clicked on the information icon with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Predator Instinct heightens your awareness of movements around you, allowing instant reactions and precise decision-making at critical moments. Lucas lay back on the bed, absorbing the information from the first 4 cards. He knew that, although some of them seemed unrelated to soccer, there was potential to apply them in creative ways. Silent steps may not be a direct skill, but it will help me position myself without attracting attention, especially when I'm marked or looking for space between the opposing defense. He smiled slightly. And posture adjuster? Well, that's useless really. Spatial control. That skill seems to be the most promising so far. Calculating distances and trajectories. It's perfect for everything in soccer. Combine that with Predator Instinct, and I can be unbeatable in midfield and my other skills. And I could be unbeatable if I could activate more than one skill at the same time. What I can do is try to activate them in sequence and combine them. It was as if he was putting together a jigsaw puzzle, and each piece added brought him closer to the ideal vision he had for himself. A complete and differentiated player. Okay, last card. Lucas leaned forward, staring at the remaining card. Unlike the others, he hesitated for a moment. Then he clicked the reveal button. An unfamiliar sound, almost like a distant roar, echoed throughout the room. The greenish light of the card filled the space with a warm aura before revealing the message. Congratulations, you have got the rare skill, Titan's Resilience. Lucas's eyes widened, and he quickly clicked on the information icon. Titan's Resilience, a rare ability that dramatically increases your physical and mental stamina when activated. It reduces the impact of fatigue and improves your performance under adverse conditions. Continue reading stories on my virtual library empire. Lucas remained silent for a few seconds, taking in the impact of that ability. That's incredible. With this, no matter how intense the game gets, I'll be there until the end. With the 5 cards open and his new skills gained, Lucas felt a wave of gratitude for the system. This is just the beginning. I still want more of these skills. Each skill is a tool to become the player I've always dreamed of being. He closed the panel and threw himself on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow I want. Ding. His cell phone on the nightstand to the right of his bed vibrated with the arrival of a new message. He reached out and picked it up. The screen lit up, revealing a message notification. Lucy, love, congratulations on a great game today. I couldn't make it to watch in person, but I followed along online. You played very well, as always. Lucas smiled as he read the message. Despite the intensity of the game, he had noticed her absence. Lucy was almost always present at Brighton's home games, sitting in the reserved area behind the dugout. He rarely commented, but he noticed when she didn't show up. Lucas, thanks, Lucy. It was a tough game, but we did it. I missed you there today. It was strange not seeing you in the stands. Lucy, love, I'm sorry I missed you. I had some commitments, but I was cheering you on from home. You played really well. Lucas, good to know you were watching. Your support makes a difference, even from a distance. Lucy, love, will you have another day off after today's game, like you did after the one against Sevilla? Lucas arched an eyebrow. He wondered how she knew about the previous day off, but decided not to ask. Perhaps he commented on it to her and simply forgotten. Lucas, yes, I'll be off tomorrow. Why? Are you planning something? Lucy, love, so, there's an exhibition of Japanese art at a gallery in the city center, but it'll be over soon. I thought you might like to go. There's no one better to accompany me than you. You are Japanese after all. Lucas laughed softly as he read. The idea sounded interesting, but more than that, Lucy's company was something he always appreciated. Lucas, that sounds like a good idea. When do you want to go? Lucy, love, how about 2 in the afternoon? We can meet at the central station. Lucas, okay. I'll see you there. I'm going to rest now. Have a good night. Lucy, love, you too. Happy face. After putting his cell phone back on the bedside table, Lucas lay there for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling. A slight smile remained on his face as he thought about the message. Tomorrow's going to be a good day, he said before closing his eyes, letting the anticipation of the next day lull him to sleep. Dash. Beep. 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 Lucas's alarm clock beeped, and he opened his eyes. And there was the daily mission, as usual. Sometimes he completed it. Sometimes he simply ignored it. Lately, he had ignored it. Daily mission. Effort X reward. Description. You're not good enough. Try harder. Daily objective. 0 out of 100 push-ups. 100 ups. 0 out of 100 squats. 0/10 km run. Rewards. +1 star point per day. +1 loot box. Lucas sighed. It's not exactly the most encouraging motivation, but it's worth it. He knew that these daily missions were a good way to improve both his attributes and his skills. He had been neglecting some of them, especially on the more tiring training days. Today, however, with the rest of the day free and only the afternoon reserved for meeting Lucy, it seemed the ideal time to complete the task. Let's do it. Work first, play later. Lucas put an upbeat playlist on his cell phone and started doing his push-ups. After so long without doing them, it was much more challenging than it used to be. 50 down. Focus on the next 50, he said, encouraging himself as drops of sweat trickled down his forehead. Still, he completed it after a few pauses. Next, he moved on to the abdominal crunches. As he performed the moves on the floor, he felt his abdominal muscles burn with the repetition, but this only motivated him. He knew that strengthening his core was essential to improving his balance on the pitch. The squats tested his strength and endurance. Each repetition seemed to reinforce the foundation needed to keep his performance on a par with the strongest players in the league. After completing the exercises he could do inside his apartment, Lucas went out to tackle the 10 kilometers run. The campus of the SIAC Institute was quiet, with only a few students running around. Chapter 173, Exhibition of Japanese Art. The first 2 kilometers were light, allowing him to warm up and get into a rhythm. On the third, he spotted a familiar figure walking slowly in the opposite direction. Dennis, the injured defensive midfielder, looked tired before the day had even begun. With his shoulders slumped and a cup of coffee in his hand, he barely seemed to notice Lucas. "Morning, Dennis," Lucas said, slowing down. Dennis looked up, letting out a yawn. Luca, good morning? Or would it be a good afternoon? I don't even know anymore. You sleep too late, and then you're like this. Any plans for today? More sleep. Denis replied, logging softly. Good luck with all that energy. Lucas nodded, laughing, before picking up the pace again. Further along, at the 5th kilometer, a young woman with long black hair and an impeccable uniform caught his eye. It was Kate, a member of the disciplinary committee, known for being strict and disciplined with everyone. She seemed to make notes on a tablet as she walked quickly, possibly organizing something for the Institute's upcoming events. "Lucas Tanaka," she called out as she saw him pass. He slowed down again and turned around. "Good morning, Kate. Any news? Nothing involving you just yet. But it's good to see an example like you, always focused on training." Lucas thanked her with a nod and resumed his pace. But Kate thought, he's at a date with Lucy today, and she seems pretty excited early on. I wonder if she'll finally get up the courage to confess. William, the quiet reserve center forward, was near the athletics training area, running in short bursts. "Looks like you don't take time off either, huh?" Lucas shouted at him as he passed. William looked back and didn't laugh or smile, but said, "I can't stand still. I want to steal your starting position." He was clearly joking. After all, Lucas was a midfielder. "Good luck with that," Lucas replied before continuing to run. Finally, on reaching the 8th kilometer, Lucas spotted Arthur near a tree. He was talking to a girl who looked a little flushed at how close he was. Lucas passed them, trying not to laugh. "Putting your training aside, Arthur?" Arthur didn't even bother. "It's part of the training, partner. Working on communication." Lucas rolled his eyes with a smile and sped off, completing the route a few minutes later. Back at the apartment, Lucas received a notification from the system. "Congratulations. Daily mission completed. Rewards. +1 star point, find your next adventure on my virtual library empire. +1 loot box." He flopped down on the sofa, satisfied. A morning well spent. Now just wait for the afternoon. Later that same day, the clock was exactly 2 o'clock when Lucas arrived at the central station, his gaze moving between the various points of the place, waiting for Lucy. The autumn chill was already beginning to settle in the city, and he straightened his jacket. It was then that he saw her, walking with a shy smile, as always, but with a lightness in her step that seemed to reflect the anticipation of the meeting. She was wearing a denim jacket, skirt, and also long black socks to cover her legs, with her blonde hair tied up in a neat bun with 2 wavy strands falling down the sides. "Hi, Lucas," she greeted. She looked nervous, but tried to disguise it by putting a smile on her face. "Hi, Lucy. I've been expecting you," he replied, trying to be as natural as possible, although he couldn't help noticing how different she looked from normal. "Sorry I'm late. It's just, I ended up getting held up a bit." "No problem. Let's enjoy the rest of the afternoon. The gallery's around here, right?" "Yes. I know the location well. You'll love it," Lucy replied, relieved that they were finally on the move. But what Lucas didn't realize was the whirlwind of thoughts inside her. With every step, she felt her anxiety growing. After all, what did she really want that afternoon? Lucas' company, or a chance to finally understand what was going on between them? She wasn't sure, but she felt that the opportunity was right there in front of her. As they walked to the venue, the words they exchanged were relaxed, about simple things like the weather. But something charged the brief silence that followed between them, and they both felt it differently. In Lucy's case, it was a growing insecurity, a struggle against her own heart. She didn't know how to act, or if she should act at all, given his closeness to Cater and the conflicting feelings it provoked in her. And Lucas, well, although he was an adult mentally, in his past life he'd had few chances to practice his dialogue with women he was interested in. And this was certainly looking like a date to him, so it was enough to make him nervous. Anyway, after walking around a few, Lucas and Lucy entered a building that had an elevator, and, as they exited the elevator, they walked through the gallery doors and were greeted by a calm and silent atmosphere. The sound of footsteps on the wooden floor was soft, and the delicate lighting of the lamps cast a soft light on the works of art on display. The gallery was divided into several sections, each dedicated to different aspects of Japanese art. One of the first things Lucas noticed was a series of paintings depicting scenes from the Edo period. The style of the works ranged from more traditional representations, such as landscapes of snow-capped mountains, to portraits of mythological figures, with vibrant colors and minute details. One painting particularly caught the eye for its size. A dragon amidst golden clouds, its eyes fixed on an imaginary observer, its skin covered in scales that almost glowed and jumped out of the picture. Lucy, watching next to him, was amazed by the details of this painting, but she also noticed the sparkle in Lucas's eyes as he approached another painting, this time a work of ukiyo-e, a style she knew to be famous in Japan. "What's that?" she asked, pointing to the work he had already nailed his eyes to. "That's a work by Katsushika Hokusai," Lucas commented, looking at the image of a giant wave with a small boat struggling against the force of the sea. Hokusai was a master. He not only influenced Japanese art, but also many Western artists, such as Van Gogh and Monet. Lucy was slightly surprised. She knew he would know about his own culture, but she hadn't imagined that he would know so much about art and history. "Wow, you really know that. I expected you to know a few things about Japan, of course, but not that much. You sound like an expert." Lucas laughed awkwardly, blushing slightly. He wasn't used to receiving this kind of compliment, especially from someone as attentive as Lucy. He'd always had a certain fascination with Japanese history and art since he was a child, but he'd never considered himself an expert. It was more of a personal passion, something he paid more attention to than most, even in his own country. "Oh, it's not that big a deal. I'm just an observer. But it's interesting, isn't it? How art can tell so many stories." Lucy smiled, noticing Lucas' shyness, something she rarely saw when he was playing soccer or interacting with other people. It made her find him even more attractive, and something inside her warmed up. She thought about changing the subject, so as not to make him uncomfortable, and her eyes turned to a piece of artwork in front of her. It was a painting of a woman in a vibrant red kimono, dancing under a shower of cherry blossom petals. The scene was serene, with the figure almost floating in the air in perfect harmony with the surrounding nature. It was an image that evoked a sense of calm and delicacy. "Look at this one. I think it's the most beautiful so far." Lucas looked at the work and smiled, because it was one artwork in the hallway of his house. "Yes, it's impressive. It looks like it's from one of the more modern schools of painting, perhaps by a contemporary artist like Takashi Murakami. He has a more pop style, but the beauty of this work is also unique." Lucy was silent for a moment, admiring the painting while trying not to get nervous about how well things were going so far. Being next to Lucas without the game in the background was a new sensation for her, because although they were classmates, in the few classes Lucas attended, they barely interacted. However, here they were just two people in an art gallery, looking at things that had nothing to do with soccer, studies, or other people. But as she looked around, she realized she wasn't alone in her insecurities. Almost everyone around her was accompanied. Couples were walking hand in hand, whispering words in each other's ears, admiring the paintings together. She couldn't help noticing that they didn't look like a couple at first glance, but they couldn't just be friends because they were so close. That's when a casual-looking man in a black t-shirt approached Lucas with a smile of recognition. Lucy was about to say something, but stopped when she heard the man talking to Lucas. "Hey, you're Lucas Tanaka, right? The Brighton U20 player," said the man, enthusiastically. "Dude, I watched the game yesterday. Congratulations, you played really well." Lucas, surprised, smiled at the man and shook his hand. "Thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed the game." The man seemed unable to hide his excitement. "I'm a fan of the team, man, and my wife loves you too. Can we take a picture?" Lucy watched silently as the man took out his cell phone and positioned himself for the photo. She felt a certain discomfort, not because Lucas had fans. After all, that was normal for him, but because he seemed a little more distant from her now. The man's smile, his excitement at seeing Lucas, everything seemed to reinforce the distance between his reality and hers. But she said nothing, just watched as Lucas posed for the photo with a closed smile. When the man finally walked away, thanking her for the photo and praising Lucas' game once again, Lucy remained silent. Lucas, realizing that he had forgotten about Lucy for a moment, turned to her with an apologetic smile. "Sorry about that. You weren't supposed to be uncomfortable. I didn't think I'd meet a fan in the middle of an art gallery." Lucy raised an eyebrow and laughed a little. Are you kidding? In England? You'll find soccer fans, even if you're from the casino. Look, let me make it up to you. Let's get out of here and have a hot chocolate. Lucy looked at him for a moment, surprised by the kindness of the invitation. Hot chocolate? That's unnecessary, Lucas. But he insisted, with an almost mischievous smile. There's no better excuse for this cold weather. And I really think you deserve it. Come on, it could be fun. She didn't know what to say, but finally gave in. Okay, you win. But only because you insisted. Chapter 174, Winter Garden. Lucas and Lucy left the gallery as the autumn sky threatened another shower. The cold afternoon air outside seemed to justify the idea of hot chocolate even more. They walked side by side, their steps synchronized without them noticing. The city was busy, but somehow they isolated themselves in conversation. I still don't think you need to reward me for that, Lucy said with a giggle. It's the least I can do, Lucas replied with a carefree smile. Besides, you can never have too much hot chocolate, right? Lucy rolled her eyes with a smile. Okay, you win. But don't make a habit of it. Your journey continues on my virtual library empire. They soon arrived at a small coffee on a charming corner. The place was cozy, with a rustic decor, dark wood furniture, hanging lights with a yellowish glow, and a fireplace in the corner that gave off an inviting warmth. Lucas held the door for Lucy, who entered with a nod of thanks. They found a table by the window where they could watch the movement on the street. The rain was falling slowly, painting the glass with small drops that dripped down slowly. So, do you come here often? Lucy asked, raising an eyebrow as she examined the menu. Lucas chuckled. Not really, but when I was a kid, I loved this kind of place in Japan. I always liked coffee shops with a quieter atmosphere, so when I saw this one, I knew I had to try it. Lucy smiled, impressed. You have a nostalgic way about you, don't you? Always talking about Japan so fondly. It's just that there are a lot of good things that stayed there, he replied, looking away for a moment, as if old memories were hitting him. But I'm also trying to create good memories here. Like now. He looked at Lucy and winked with one eye, smiling. Lucy felt her cheeks flush and twisted her attention back to the menu. Right, let's see who gets the best hot chocolate. After ordering, the atmosphere between them became even lighter. Lucas recounted stories from his childhood, how he and Ishida would compete to see who could draw the best picture in the steam from the window during the cold winters. Lucy, on the other hand, told how she and her cousin always tried to create hot chocolate recipes at home, but often ended up with a disaster in the kitchen. Once we tried to make it with marshmallows, whipped cream, and cinnamon, and we ended up putting pepper in by mistake, Lucy recounted, laughing as she recalled the memory. It was horrible. My cousin was coughing for hours. Lucas almost spat out the sip of water he had taken, laughing. I wish I'd seen that. It sounds like something I'd do. What's worse is that I'd probably still say it was good, just to avoid admitting my mistake. Lucy joined in the laughter, feeling more and more at ease. She was surprised at how easy it was to talk to Lucas. Despite his growing fame as a player, he seemed to be someone very simple and genuine. When the hot chocolate arrived, they both made a point of tasting it and giving their opinions exaggeratedly, like culinary critics. Very pronounced cocoa notes, with a slight hint of vanilla, Lucas said, bringing the cup to his lips again. And the creaminess? Lucy joined in, imitating a serious tone. I'd say it's perfect, but the marshmallow could be bigger. They laughed again, and the rest of the afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. They talked about everything and nothing. Movies they liked, music they listened to, books they never finished reading, and even went to a nearby bookstore for that matter. At one point, Lucas even tried to impress her by describing the recipe for traditional Japanese hot chocolate, which included a touch of matcha. You really like food, don't you? Lucy joked. Food is life, Lucy. It's not just liking it. It's a serious commitment, he replied, feigning indignation. When they finally realized how much time they had spent there, the rain outside had stopped and the sky was taking on the orange hues of late afternoon. So they started walking through the streets again, now with the cold even more present. As they walked, Lucas took off his jacket and put it over Lucy's shoulders without warning. You're shivering. Here, I'm fine with just the sweatshirt. Lucy tried to refuse. But No excuses. Consider it part of the compensation, said Lucas with a smile. She didn't insist, but the sensation of having something of his wrapped around her made her feel unexpectedly warm, even in the afternoon's chill. The two of them walked to the station where they had met, and this was a little without realizing it. When they looked at each other, and Lucas was about to think it was time to say goodbye, Lucy said, There's one more place I want to show you before we go. Lucas arched an eyebrow, curious. Oh yeah, and what would that be? You're going to have to trust me. Lucas couldn't resist and followed, intrigued. They turned a corner and stopped in front of an old building. It was discreet, with exposed brickwork, but it had a peculiar charm typical of old buildings in England. Lucy glanced from one to the other, as if checking whether they were being watched. Then, with a mischievous smile, she took Lucas's hand. Come on, she said, pulling him toward a narrow alley next to the building. Lucas followed, not quite understanding what was going on. He looked around, trying to decipher the situation. Lucy, what are you up to? Are we going to be arrested? She laughed softly. Only if you make a lot of noise. Trust me, I've been here several times. They reached a snail-shaped metal staircase that seemed to lead to the top. Lucy climbed with confident steps, like someone who knew the way well. Are you sure we won't get in trouble for being here? Lucas asked. Lucy looked over her shoulder and smiled. Trust me, Lucas. As long as no one sees us, there's no problem. Besides, this place is worth it. When they reached the top, Lucas realized what Lucy wanted to show him. In front of them was a winter garden. It was a large, well-kept space with beds of plants of various species, some exotic and others more common, but all with a delicate beauty that seemed to flourish even in Brighton's cold climate. There were wooden benches scattered around and small lights hidden among the plants, which glowed softly as the daylight waned. The setting looked magical under the setting sun, and you could see the sea in the distance. The orange tones of the sky were reflected in the damp leaves of the plants, and the air was fresh from the recent rain. Lucas remained silent for a few moments, absorbing the stupendous landscape. Wow, he finally said, looking around. This is incredible. I would never have thought this place existed. Few people know. I discovered this garden a few years ago. Whenever I need some time to think and take my mind off swimming competitions, I come here. Lucy replied, leaning against one flower bed and crossing her arms. It's a great place for that. You really know how to choose. They sat in silence for a few seconds, just enjoying the view and the light sound of the wind swaying the flowers. Suddenly, Lucy turned to him, taking a deep breath. Lucas, there's something I need to confess. He raised his eyebrows, surprised by the serious tone in her voice. What is it? She looked away for a moment, as if gathering her courage. I've been looking forward to us having this moment. Really, I feel something strange when I'm with you. Lucas stared at her, not knowing exactly how to react. He felt his heart beating faster, but tried to remain calm. Something different, like good or bad? Lucy laughed nervously. Good, Lucas. Very good, actually, but scary at the same time. You have this thing about being so easy to be around, but sometimes you don't seem to realize how much it means. I'm not sure I understand. Lucy ran a hand through her hair for a moment. It's just that I don't really know how to explain it, but your presence magnetizes anyone who looks at you. You're funny, kind, simple, mysterious, while intelligent, affectionate, docile, hardworking, persistent, and so many qualities that I could list for 12 hours straight. Yeah, I think I've made it pretty clear that I like you, Lucas. She raised her head and looked at Lucas to see his reaction. And to Lucas, she was more beautiful than ever. Her blonde hair, under the evening sun, made each strand have a golden hue, and her black eyes were shining with the innocence of a girl in love. Does she really like me? Lucas asked. Lucas had spent so much time preoccupied with soccer over the last few months that he had never stopped to notice a little better how the surrounding people looked at him. Chapter 175, Honest. Lucas stood still, speechless. Lucy's confession had caught him completely off guard. Not because he couldn't understand how she felt. He wasn't an idiot. Lucas knew there was a reason for her to stare at him during class, and also to go to all his games. However, he had never thought that she would actually act to express it. His thoughts began to revolve around the complexity of the situation. He looked at Lucy, who was waiting anxiously for an answer, but his mind was far away. Although he had the body of a young man, he knew that mentally he was 30. It was as if there was an invisible wall between him and that moment, something he didn't know how to cross and whether he should. Lucy was an incredible girl. He knew that from the start. She was funny, talented, dedicated, and had a sparkle in her eyes that seemed to light up any room she entered. He felt good around her, but this statement put everything in a different context. Now he had to deal with a moral and emotional issue that he had chosen to ignore until now. As he reflected, images of his past life began to appear in his mind. He remembered his life in Tokyo, the lonely nights after giving up on his soccer dream, the relationships that never worked out because he was always chasing something that never came. That life was marked by monotony and regret. Now he had a young girl proposing to him, but how far could he go with that? And how could he do it without hurting Lucy, who was just a girl trying to figure out her own feelings? Lucy, he looked away to the garden, as if searching the plants for an answer he didn't have. I can't give you an answer right now. Lucy blinked, surprised by his answer, but blushed and smiled all the same. All right, I know it was sudden, but I had to say it. I didn't want to keep it to myself and pretend everything was normal. Lucas gave a slight smile. I appreciate your sincerity. I really do. And, don't get me wrong, but I need some time to process this. Not because I don't like you. On the contrary, you're one of the most incredible people I've ever met. But sometimes the timing is just as important as the feelings. Lucy lowered her head, clearly trying to contain a wave of emotion. Do you think that was a mistake? No, never. I need to make sure that what I do won't hurt you. Because I care a lot about you, Lucy. We're good friends. And you deserve more than any response that comes from impulse or doubt. She looked up at him, and although she still seemed shaken, she also seemed pleased somehow. You always overthink things too, don't you? Lucas laughed nervously. You too. I thought a lot before I had the courage to do that, she said, looking Lucas straight in the eye. They sat in silence for a while, the cold wind caressing the garden. Finally, Lucy sighed and smiled, albeit slightly. Thank you for being honest with me. Lucas took a deep breath, feeling relief mixed with a weight that still hung over him. He knew it wasn't over. Do you want to stay here a bit longer? Or do you want me to take you to the station? Lucy shook her head, pointing to the horizon, where the sun was almost gone. Let's stay a bit longer. I like it here. And for now, I think that's enough. Lucas nodded, taking a seat next to her in one of the flower beds. They watched the sunset, each immersed in their own thoughts, but somehow comforted by each other's presence. For Lucas, that moment was further proof that his new lease of life came with challenges he had never imagined facing, but which he knew he had a responsibility to handle with care. Dash. Asterisco boom. Asterisco. A deafening impact echoed across the pitch. The ball came off Lucas's right foot with extraordinary force, like a cannon shot. Anton didn't even have time to react. The ball crossed the goal line in the blink of an eye, hitting the net violently, shaking it as if it were made of paper. The whole pitch stopped for an instant. What the fuck was that? Anton exclaimed, stunned, looking at the ball as if it were a dangerous weapon. Alex, who was watching from outside, put his hands to his head. Lucas, what was that shot, man? Were you trying to kill Anton or the goal? The surrounding players started laughing and commenting among themselves. Bro, what were you doing? 2 meters from the goal line? Why did you kick so hard? Miguel asked. 2 days had passed since the moment in the winter garden. Lucas had tried to stay focused on his routine, but Lucy's confession was still on his mind. Her words, her intense gaze, the weight of that exchange of glances, everything seemed like a piece of an emotional puzzle that he didn't know how to put together. Now he was back at Brighton's training ground, immersed in his new reality. Assistant coach Eddie had scheduled a light training session for the first team and the reserves because they had a game the next day. The focus was on finishing, and Lucas, as always, gave himself completely to the work, perhaps even more willingly than usual. After that shot, Lucas scratched the back of his head, trying to look nonchalant and with an awkward smile. Sorry about that, Anton, said Lucas as he backed away from his team. Assistant coach Eddie watched from afar, jotting something down on his clipboard. He was quieter than he usually was when he was a coach. Jimenez had decided to spare Arthur, Miguel, and Rafael for the next game because they were usually key players in attack and were tired after so many games in a row. As a result, he could test a formation with Willian and Lucas in attack. The new lineup for the next game looks like this. Goalkeeper, Mark. Anton was also spared as a precaution. Defense, Aiden at left back, Kevin, Daniel Reiber, and Luis Fernando at center back, and Loki at right back. The full backs will be more advanced. Midfield, Felix as a midfielder, Javier and Hillebrand in creative roles. Attack, Willian and Lucas as the attacking duo. So Eddie followed every detail of the interaction between Willian and Lucas in this training match, as Jimenez was busy with some routine medical examinations. In the first few minutes of the tactical training session, it was clear that the pair had potential. Lucas was agile, looking for space and creating chances with quick passes. Willian, on the other hand, knew exactly how to position himself to receive balls and finish, and was also very agile. At one point, Lucas picked up the ball in midfield and accelerated, leaving 2 defenders behind with an impressive change of direction. He saw Willian running diagonally and made a millimeter pass, which Willian completed with a first touch, sending the ball into the back of the net. That's it, shouted Willian, pointing at Lucas. That's how it's done. Alex nodded in approval and clapped his hands. Good play, but do more triangulations with Hillebrand. Don't just use direct passes. I want to see movement without the ball. Lucas was starting to feel more comfortable in attack again, but he couldn't deny that he was still adjusting after playing so many games in midfield. By the end of the training session, he was panting heavily. As he was collecting his things, Willian approached him and patted him on the back. Hey, Lucas, let's score at least 1 goal each tomorrow. Lucas laughed, nodding at him. The relationship between Willian and him was no longer as tense as it used to be, largely because Willian didn't play good matches whenever he had the chance, and so his ego wasn't as big as it used to be. Eddie gathered the team together at the end of training and reinforced the strategy. Guys, tomorrow we're going to play with a slightly different formation. I want to see this new dynamic in action. Willian and Lucas, the attack is yours. Trust in the construction of the middle and make every opportunity count. Hillebrand, it will be a new challenge for you in midfield. Today you did as well as you could, but tomorrow you need to be more focused at the back. The idea is to find new rhythms, strategies, and test limits. The team nodded, and Lucas felt the pressure mounting. Tomorrow would be the time to prove that he could shine in any position, and perhaps leave a mark that could further influence his future at Brighton. The next game was against Wolverhampton FC in Wolverhampton City, which was almost 4 hours away from Brighton, so they would have to leave in the morning. A part of him wanted this game to be at home, so that he could receive Lucy's support. This feeling took him by surprise, because he had never realized that he felt this way. Chapter 176, Unseen Duo. At the Sir Jack Hayward training ground, several fans in the small stands chanted with yellow and black flags as the chants echoed through the stands, creating a spectacle of passion. Lucas took a deep breath as he positioned himself in the entrance tunnel with his teammates. Willian stood next to him, tapping his feet on the floor as if to rid himself of anxiety. He put his hands to his mouth and blew hot air to warm his hands. "Are you ready, Lucas?" asked Willian with a slightly tense smile. Lucas smiled back. "A bit cold, but let's go." The assistant referee's whistle blew, showing that it was time to take the field. Emerging into the stadium, the floodlights illuminated the Brighton players on the closed pitch, showing off the extremely green turf. Opposing fans loudly, almost deafeningly, booed in the enclosed field, but Lucas and the other lads weren't fazed. After seeing the euphoric Dortmund crowd, they weren't easily impressed by another good crowd. On the bench, Jimenez watched the players intently while Eddie, with his clipboard, exchanged a few quick words with Alex. Everyone knew Brighton was betting big on this formation. They were the current league leaders, but the gap to Chelsea was just 1 point. If they lost, they could be overtaken as early as this round. As the players positioned themselves for the start of the game and changed flamingos, the voices of the commentators echoed over the radios and broadcasts around the country. "That's a bold formation for Brighton today," said Henry. Willian and Lucas leading the attack, with Hillebrand, who is a point of origin, in midfield. It's not a formation we're used to seeing, and that could be both a weakness and a secret weapon in Brighton's hand. "Exactly, Henry," Carroll agreed. Lucas is known for his vision and control in midfield, but putting him further forward is an interesting move. He's shown impressive growth in terms of versatility, and I heard he was a striker in his school team in Japan. The question is, will that be enough against a very physical and well-organized Wolverhampton? Lucas could only hear the crowd and none of his own heartbeat. When the referee started the match, a notification appeared in front of him. The top scorer mission has been granted. Main mission, top scorer. Description: you're playing as a striker for the first time in an official match for Brighton. This could be an opportunity to show that you can also score goals like any great striker. Objective: score at least 2 goals in this match against Wolverhampton. Deadline: until the end of the game against Wolverhampton. Rewards: +5 mysterious common cards, +1 mysterious rare card, +1 lucky box. Lucas blinked in surprise, and the ball rolled. It was immediately clear that Brighton attacked. Loki and Aiden pushed forward from the wings, pressuring the Wolverhampton defenders, while Felix and Hillebrand worked to maintain control in the middle. In the first 5 minutes, Lucas had already received the ball twice in dangerous positions. He could feel the defenders' eyes on him, watching his every move. It was a physical game, but he was used to it. His experience and intense training against his own teammates had shaped not only his body, but also his mentality. A long pass from Javier found Lucas well positioned on the edge of the penalty area. He controlled the ball with a simple touch, turning quickly to evade the advancing defender. Without hesitating, he looked at Willian, who was running diagonally, and made a low, precise pass that crossed the area like an arrow. Willian finished with a first touch. The ball bounced into the net. The stadium fell silent, but that was normal. So the shout for the goal came from the Brighton players themselves. "Great goal!" shouted Luis Fernando, raising his arms. "What a pass, huh? That was perfect," said Willian, still panting, but with a smile from ear to ear as they ran. "What a finish, huh?" Lucas said. Willian scores a sensational goal, showing impressive coolness and technique. "That's a player who knows what he's doing," narrated Henry. "And what impresses me most is how calmly he read the situation. He practically hypnotized the defenders and put the ball where the goalkeeper simply couldn't reach it. It's Brighton's second goal, and... Wait, look at the look on the Wolverhampton players' faces. They're completely lost," Clara Rodriguez commented. When the game resumed, Wolverhampton tried to organize a quick response, but the calm and intelligence in Brighton's midfield neutralized any attempt to attack before it developed. Hillebrand, with his vision and impressive agility, had an impressive ability to distribute passes, hold up the ball, and, when necessary, cut through the midfield lines with his striker's skills. Alongside Hillebrand, Javier and Felix formed an almost insurmountable wall. Javier was the brains of the midfield, always finding unlikely spaces for deep passes, while Felix, with his physical strength and impeccable positioning, recovered balls with ease and started attacks naturally. The attacking duo of Lucas and Willian also showed an unexpected chemistry. Although neither of them had Arthur's imposing stature, their Their quick movements and tactical intelligence confused Wolverhampton's defense. They constantly switched positions, dragging defenders out of their comfort zones and creating gaps in the opposition's defensive system. In the 15th minute, Brighton almost added to their lead. Hillebrand intercepted a pass in the center circle and quickly found Felix, who was already watching Lucas' movement. With a first touch, Felix launched the ball over the defensive line. Lucas ran towards the pass, beating his marker at speed and controlling the ball with his chest just inside the box. Instead of finishing immediately, Lucas showed patience. He looked at Willian, who was arriving at high speed at the far post, and delivered a low cross with the outside of his foot. Willian stretched, but the opposing goalkeeper deflected the ball with his fingertips, sending it out for a corner. Brighton's pressure continued to be suffocating. Over the next few minutes, Hillebrand and Javier combined a sequence of quick passes in midfield that left the Wolverhampton players running in circles, unable to keep up. Loki and Aiden moved up the flanks, stretching the opposition's defense and creating even more space for the attackers. Finally, in the 23rd minute, Brighton found another opportunity. After a 1-2 between Hillebrand and Javier, the ball reached Felix, who released Lucas again. This time, he didn't look for Willian. Lucas faced the defender, dribbled with a quick cut to his left, and fired a powerful shot from outside the area. The ball seemed to be guided, but the opposing goalkeeper flew in to make a spectacular save, sending the ball over the crossbar. The booing from the opposing fans tried to unsettle Brighton, but the players were undeterred. Lucas' side dominance was clear, and with each attack it became clearer that Wolverhampton was on the ropes. "What absurd pressure from Brighton!" exclaimed Carol Rodriguez. "They're playing with an intensity that doesn't allow Wolverhampton a second to breathe." "And what a performance from Hillebrand in midfield," added Henry. "He's absolutely running the game. It's incredible to see how perfectly he's fitted into this formation." Lucas and Willian, despite not being the main strikers in this team, are creating a nightmare for the opposition defense. Wolverhampton tried to push forward through the middle, but Felix, ever alert, intercepted a risky pass. He quickly played it back to Hillebrand, who made an impressive run into the center circle. Brighton had space, and the opportunity for a quick counterattack was obvious. Hillebrand drove the ball quickly, evading a marker with a short touch to the right before lifting his header. Willian was positioned on the left wing, ready to shoot. Hillebrand made a low, precise pass, putting the ball in front of Willian, who took off with force, leaving the Wolverhampton winger behind and already heading inside. Meanwhile, Lucas, who was further back in midfield, spotted the move and acted instantly. He shot towards the opposing penalty area, running like lightning. With each stride, he seemed to gain even more speed, as if the pitch was shrinking for him. His vision turned into a tunnel, and he used all the strength he had in his legs. The fans in the stands murmured, noticing Lucas' presence in the attack. Willian burst into the box, face-to-face with the goalkeeper. He had two simple options: shoot or pass to Lucas, who suddenly appeared, positioning himself at the edge of the penalty area. Lucas was completely free, ready to push the ball into the net. Experience more content on my virtual library empire. Willian, however, didn't take his eyes off the goalkeeper. He lifted his right foot and shot a little awkwardly, trying to get it out of the goalkeeper's reach with a shot from the outside of the park, but the ball sailed just wide of the left post and over the end line. The stadium fell silent for a moment, followed by a collective sigh of frustration. Even the narrator looked incredulous. What the hell was that? Willian had Lucas completely free. All he had to do was roll the ball to the side, and it would have been a goal. Why did he try to do it on his own? Carol didn't hide her disappointment. Lucas made a sensational run, opened up the perfect space, and set himself up as the clearest option. Willian simply ignored that. Sheesh, I don't want to imagine what the discussion about that move will be like at halftime. Chapter 177, Conversation in the Team Locker Room. Lucas stood incredulous under the crossbar, panting and staring at the ground as he took deep breaths to stop himself from exploding with rage. Why didn't he pass it to me? Why, he asked himself. For the rest of the first half, the atmosphere between Lucas and Willian became tense, although neither of them showed it directly. Lucas tried to keep his composure, but he couldn't ignore his growing frustration. He took a deep breath every time the ball passed Willian, forcing himself to focus on the game and not on what seemed to be selfish behavior from his attacking partner. A few minutes after the wasteful move, Brighton regained possession through Javier, who released Hillebrand again. The midfielder, with his keen vision, found Willian open on the left. Lucas ran towards the box, once again positioning himself as a clear passing option. He raised his arm, asking for the ball, but Willian cut inside, completely ignoring Lucas. He tried to get past two markers at the same time, but ended up being tackled cleanly, wasting a promising attacking chance. Lucas closed his eyes for a moment, trying not to show his irritation as he went back to recompose the attacking line. And it happened again and again. In the 38th minute, another similar move took place. Loki, who had been constantly coming up the right flank, crossed a perfect ball into the center. Lucas and Willian were in the area, but Lucas was in a better position. He was already preparing to finish when Willian, coming from behind, threw himself towards the ball, attempting a completely unnecessary acrobatic header. The ball sailed wide, and Lucas stood there in disbelief. Once again, Willian makes the wrong decision, remarked Henry, the narrator of the official broadcast. He's simply not seeing the game collectively. Carol sighed. If Willian had passed on at least 2 of those plays, Brighton would probably have a comfortable lead right now. When the referee blew for halftime, the score remained 1-0 to Brighton, but the mood on the pitch was far from calm. All the Brighton players could sense it, and even the Wolverhampton players. Lucas walked slowly into the tunnel, his fists clenched at his sides. He knew he had to stay calm. The team came first, above any personal feelings. But deep down, he also knew that something needed to be said. As the Brighton players entered the dressing room, the tension between Lucas and Willian could almost be felt. Some teammates exchanged glances, aware of what was going on, but no one said anything yet to avoid throwing a match on the spilled gasoline. Silence dominated as the players settled on the benches, catching their breath and taking sips of water. Suddenly, the door to the changing room was thrown wide open. Jimenez entered with heavy steps. His expression hardened. He clapped his hands together to get everyone's attention, his frustration clear. "What the hell is going on out there?" he roared, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "I see 2 strikers who should play as a team, but what do we have? A festival of selfishness." Lucas, who was sitting with his elbows on his knees, raised his head, his eyes fixed on Jimenez. Willian, for his part, snorted softly, but said nothing. Jimenez walked to the center of the locker room, gesturing energetically. "Lucas, Willian, get up. Now," he ordered, pointing to the floor in front of him. The 2 looked at each other reluctantly, but got up. The rest of the players looked away, visibly uncomfortable with the scene. Felix tried to say something, but Jimenez held up his hand, cutting him off before he could even start. "Quiet, Felix. This is between them." Lucas and Willian stood a few meters away from each other, both with tense expressions. "Do you 2 want to explain what's going on?" asked Jimenez, crossing his arms. He looked first at Willian. "Are you blind, or have you simply ignored your fellow attacker today?" Willian raised his head and looked guiltlessly at Jimenez. "I was just trying to do my job. I saw the opportunities, and I went for it." "Opportunities?" Jimenez let out a dry, incredulous laugh. "Because from what I saw, you wasted at least 3 golden chances to simply pass the ball to Lucas, who was in a better position." Willian opened his mouth to defend himself, but Jimenez interrupted him, turning to Lucas. "What about you, Lucas? Are you going to stand there with your arms crossed, or are you going to speak your mind?" "It's not about ego, Professor. It's about the team. If I'd been in Willian's position and saw him free, I'd have passed him the ball. Because what matters is the result, not who scores the goals." Willian took a step forward, his voice rising. "And you think I don't care about the result? I was trying to decide quickly. I didn't mean any harm. Explore more stories with my virtual library empire." "Enough," shouted Jimenez, interrupting the exchange. He pointed at the 2 of them. "Look into each other's eyes. Let's go. Like men. You're colleagues, not opponents. If you got something to sort it out now, because I don't want to see any more of this banter in the second half." There was a moment's hesitation before Lucas and Willian finally did as they were told. They stared at each other, each trying to decipher the other's emotions. "I just want to help the team win, Willian. And, honestly, I felt ignored out there." Willian looked uncomfortable for a moment before letting out a heavy sigh. "Okay, maybe I forced a few moves. It was wrong. I should have passed. I'm just trying to make the most of my 1 opportunity as a starter. Giving assists is also good for increasing your numbers." Lucas said, "I know that. It was bad for me." Jimenez watched them both with a critical eye before taking a step back. "That's good to hear. Now, take this conversation as a lesson. In the second half, I want to see teamwork. No more individualism." "Understood. Understood," they both said at the same time. "All right, guys, take a deep breath. Let's adjust our strategy and go into the second half as the team we know we can be." When they returned to the pitch for the second half, Brighton looked more focused. The heated conversation in the dressing room, although tense, seemed to have had an effect. Lucas was adjusting his socks, glancing at Willian. Both exchanged a brief nod, a discreet gesture, but enough to signal that they were ready to turn the page. The narrators picked up on the change in atmosphere. "I hope Jimenez gave this team a good shake-up at halftime," commented Henry. "Brighton has the talent and the chances to kill the game off, but they need to play as a team." Carol agreed. "That's true. And if they adjust their attitude, I think we'll see more fluid soccer now." Right from the first few minutes, the change was evident. Brighton worked the ball more patiently, exploiting the sides of the pitch with Loki and Raphael. Javier and Felix took control in midfield, rotating the play and looking to open up spaces. And then came the move that would change the tone of the match. In the 51st minute, Javier received the ball in midfield and, with his vision, laid it off to Willian on the left wing. Lucas quickly positioned himself in the center of the area, watching his marker's movement. Willian looked forward, threatened to advance, but then raised his head and saw Lucas free in space. With a simple, precise touch, he rolled the ball to his teammate. "Willian makes the pass," exclaimed Henry. Lucas picks up the ball. Can he find space? With the ball in his grasp, Lucas activated his special ability, Mirage Feint. He made a subtle movement with his body, pretending to take the ball to the left. The marker, totally fooled, fell for the trick, unbalancing himself for a moment. Taking advantage of the space created, Lucas adjusted his right foot and unleashed a dry, straight shot, which flew over the turf and straight into the bottom corner of the goal. "Brighton Doyle," shouted Henry. "Lucas Tanaka, what class?" He outwitted his marker with a masterful feint and finished into the cheek of the goal. "That's teamwork, Henry." Willian made the right choice, and Lucas showed why he's one of the most promising players in this league. A well-deserved goal. Lucas raised his arms, running towards the opposing fans as his teammates surrounded him. He pointed to Willian, who was just behind, and the two shared a quick hug. Lucas and Willian seem to have put their problems behind them and are playing for the team. A moment of redemption for both of them. The goal gave Brighton a new lease of life as they continued to press Wolverhampton. The vibrant fans kept singing, and the team responded with well-coordinated attacking soccer. Willian also looked more at ease, distributing passes and taking part in team moves. Meanwhile, Lucas was thinking, "I've already scored a goal, but now I have to search tirelessly for the next one. At least 2 goals. That's all I'm asking for." Chapter 178, Duo Chemistry. The second half brought a clear change in the dynamic between Lucas and Willian. Both were now playing more in tune with each other, constantly switching positions, which left Wolverhampton's defenders completely bewildered. Every time one of them moved, the other would fill the space left, creating a cycle of confusion and uncertainty in the opposing defense. Lucas always seemed to be one step ahead of his markers. At one point, he dropped back to pick up the ball in midfield, drawing the central defender away from his area. The next moment, Willian would appear like an arrow, taking advantage of the space created to advance deep. Lucas was using his spatial control and Predator's instinct skills to do this, because he was able to know his real position according to the standoff line formed by the opposing defenders and also when they were close or not. The Wolverhampton defenders, Paul and Richard, were visibly annoyed by the incessant movement of the two. Paul, the more experienced, tried to organize the defensive line, but even with his leadership, it was hard to keep up. "Get closer to him," shouted Paul to Richard, pointing at Lucas. "I'm trying, but he's too fast," replied Richard, panting after running to cover another advance by Willian. "You can't mark them both at the same time. They're alternating too much. Discover hidden stories at my virtual library empire." Lucas took advantage of these gaps, moving with a calm that masked his explosive speed. He knew exactly when to accelerate and when to decelerate, while Willian seemed to have finally found the balance between deciding alone and playing collectively. In the 63rd minute, Brighton created another great opportunity. Felix dispossessed a Wolverhampton player and made a pass between the lines to Lucas, who stepped back to take the ball with his back to goal. Paul immediately advanced to press him, but Lucas, with a quick touch, laid the ball off to Willian, who was racing down the left. "Now it's going to get complicated," thought Richard as he tried to close down the space. But Willian, instead of heading the ball, gave it back to Lucas, who had already turned towards goal. "Damn, he won't stop moving." Richard growled, trying to keep up, but it was too late. Lucas received the ball again, feinted to his right, and fired a shot into the corner. The Wolverhampton goalkeeper made a spectacular save, deflecting it for a corner. "Those two are toying with our defense," muttered Paul to Richard as they caught their breath. The defender's thoughts were of exhaustion and confusion. That bright number 7. It's impossible to predict what he's going to do. He seems to be everywhere, and 19 isn't far behind. At first he seemed selfish, but now he's playing like he's got eyes in his back. I don't know what to expect from these two anymore. Then came another moment of brilliance from the duo. After another ball was won back from Felix in midfield, the move was built up quickly. Loki passed to Javier, who launched a deep pass to Willian on the right. The striker ran with the ball, dribbling past the opposing fullback, and crossed low to Lucas, who was well positioned on the edge of the box. This time, Lucas didn't need more than a touch. He fired a first-time shot into the bottom left-hand corner of the goal. The goalkeeper stretched, but couldn't reach it. "Goal! Lucas Tanaka scores again," shouted narrator Henry. Paul fell to his knees, holding his head. "I told you not to let him free. How can we? They're destroying us with these quick passes," replied Richard, defeated. Lucas ran to the crowd, raising his arms in celebration. Willian arrived soon after, pointing at Lucas with a proud smile. The two hugged, and Lucas commented, "That's how we play, partner." Willian laughed, out of breath. "And there's still time for more." For the rest of the second half, the chemistry between the two kept Wolverhampton pinned back, unable to create any effective counterattacks. Brighton played with confidence and absolute control, and the crowd, even though they were mostly Wolverhampton fans, couldn't help but admire the spectacle. The final score was 3-0 to Brighton, with Lucas' 2 goals and Willian's early strike. However, that scoreline didn't reflect the game itself. The difference should have been greater if it hadn't been for small chemistry errors. This had Arthur, the starting center forward, biting his nails in the dressing room. And not just him. Miguel and Rafael were also worried that Jimenez might start to feel that an attacking duo with Willian and Lucas was more fruitful than the starting trio. Miguel and Rafael, who were standing further away, exchanged worried glances. Rafael, always more direct, commented quietly to Miguel, "That game on the bench to rest will definitely make me sleep badly for a while." Rafael said. Miguel sighed, "If we don't show something special, Jimenez might end up betting more on them." Meanwhile, Eddie and Jimenez were talking outside the dressing room, analyzing the team's performance. They played well, but this formation is still new. Lucas and Willian are improvising a lot. It can work against defenses that don't adapt quickly, but against more organized teams, we could have problems. Eddie nodded. "You're right. Their interplay needs to be refined. I also want to see how Arthur reacts to it. He's our first-choice center forward and has experience, but he'll need to show that he can offer something beyond what we saw today." In the corner of the dressing room, Lucas felt the atmosphere around him, but his mind was focused on the next challenge. The top scorer mission had been successfully completed, and he now had new rewards to explore in the champion system. As the team began to prepare to leave the locker room, Jimenez entered, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. "Guys, it was a great win today. I'm proud of you. But this is just the beginning. We still have a lot of work to do, and the next game will be even more challenging. Chelsea are our big opponents in this league." "Yes, sir," replied the players in unison. As the group made their way to the bus, Lucas noticed Arthur quieter than usual. He approached, lightly tapping his teammate on the shoulder. "Hey, Arthur, what's up?" "You look worried," asked Lucas in a friendly tone. Arthur forced a smile. "I'm fine, just thinking about a few things." "Congratulations on the goals, Lucas. You deserve it." Lucas noticed the hesitation in Arthur's words, but decided not to press him. He knew that competing for positions in soccer was natural and that, for Arthur, this situation was also an opportunity to show his strength. Asterisk, when Lucas got home, he was exhausted, but the adrenaline of victory and curiosity about the new rewards kept him awake. He threw himself on the bed and opened the system panel. The familiar windows appeared before his eyes, and the mission completed notification glowed brightly at the top of the interface. Rewards received. +5 mysterious common cards. +1 mysterious rare card. +1 lucky box. Lucas clicked on the notification, and the rewards were transferred to his inventory. He smiled at the sight of the newly added items. Looks like it's card opening day again. He opened his inventory and selected the 5 common cards first. Let's start with the basics. The cards floated in front of him, glowing with the same gray radiance as the ones he had opened the other time. "Congratulations, you have obtained the common skill, Triple Pass. You'll see the curve the ball can make." Lucas gave a satisfied smile. "It's like an upgrade for the skill Risk Analysis. Congratulations, you've obtained the common skill, Holy Patience. Holy Patience decreases the stress debuff. Not very good, but I can think of a few uses. Congratulations, you've obtained the common skill, No Hunger. No Hunger. You develop a greater resistance to feeling hungry. Okay, back to useless skills. I like to eat. Congratulations, you have obtained the common skill, Base Resistance. Base Endurance. Passively improves your breath." Lucas shrugged. Not the most exciting, but useful. Titan's Resilience already covers a lot of that. "Congratulations, you have obtained the common skill, Volley Blocking. Safe Block. Keep your arms steady as they are lifted upwards. They'll be like walls. I'll put that one on the list of cards to destroy to try and get a better one." With the common cards open, he moved on to the only rare card. Anticipation grew as he watched the green card float in front of him. "Congratulations, you have obtained the rare skill, Spherical Mastery. Spherical Mastery. Using any part of your body and also any ball from any sport, you'll be able to master it easily." Lucas smiled, satisfied. "That's it. This could give me a huge advantage in counterattacks and turnovers." Finally, he opened the lucky box, eager to see what it contained. The box glowed in a rainbow of colors before revealing its contents. You received +5 extra attribute points, +1 special training token. Lucas's eyes widened. Special training token? What the hell is that? Chapter 179, Special Training Token. The special training token seemed like a good and rare item, because Lucas had never received one. He quickly clicked on the icon to get more information about it. Item, Special Training Token. Description, allows you to access a personalized, intensive, and unique training routine designed to maximize your physical and mental potential. For each session completed, you will receive +1 free attribute point. Sessions remaining, 25. Time limit, 7 days. 25 attribute points for training? Sounds good, because I only get attribute points when I go up to a star level. But what do they mean by intensive? Lucas frowned, analyzing the words carefully. He knew that there was nothing in the system that came for free. The item would clearly require extreme effort. He closed the information window and threw himself back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. His body was still tired from the trip in the game, but he was full of mental energy from the rewards and progress he had been accumulating. Should I start now? Lucas muttered to himself. He reflected for a moment, weighing up the pros and cons. The pros of starting now were that he was motivated and full of mental energy. The attribute points could help him adjust weak areas, and the training would be a wonderful complement to his newly gained skills. However, his body was tired, and starting training in a less-than-ideal state could hinder his performance. Training could require more time than he had available today, considering the accumulated fatigue. Lucas let out a deep sigh and consulted the system again. If I'm going to have to decide this now, I need to understand exactly what I'm up against. He opened the panel and looked for the detailed description of the training sessions. Session 1. Total Physical Endurance. Description: a circuit of exercises designed to test and expand your endurance limits. It includes obstacle racing, high-intensity running, and swimming. Estimated duration: 2 hours. Requirements: a swimming pool and adequate rest before starting. Lucas let out a nervous laugh, but he knew that this was the reality of someone who wanted to excel in professional soccer. He glanced at the clock in the dashboard's corner. It was already past 10 p.m. Even though his adrenaline was still running high, he knew that pushing his body now wouldn't be the smartest decision. Okay, Lucas, let's be smart about this. Tomorrow, when I have the day off because of yesterday's game, I'll start. I'll give it my all and hopefully wake up in one piece the next day for training at the club. He smiled, closing the panel and turning off the lights in his room. The next day, after a morning of classes and a slow start to the afternoon, Lucas was finally free to start the special training. He made his way to the swimming building at the SciEC Institute with his backpack slung over one shoulder and a bottle of water in his hand. The place was modern, with vast glass windows that let the sunlight in, reflecting off the crystal-clear water of the Olympic-sized pool. Lucas soon noticed some girls whispering and casting curious glances in his direction. Pretending not to notice, he went into the men's changing room, changed quickly, and returned to the pool area, wearing a pair of swimming shorts. On the other side of the pool, Lucy was already there, wearing a simple blue swimsuit with white details and a matching cap. She was part of the Institute's swimming team and was doing some light training, so she was wet. When Lucy noticed Lucas, she nodded with a shy smile, but when she saw the whispers of the other girls, her expression changed to something between nervousness and irritation. "He's looking at her," one girl whispered to her friend. "Are they together?" Another whispered, holding back giggles. "Look at that belly. Have you seen it? Lucas Tanaka looks like he's straight out of a commercial." Lucy tried to ignore the comments, but her face was already flushed. She knew that being seen next to Lucas generated speculation, but it was getting out of hand. Lucas, who had heard nothing but murmurs, walked over to Lucy, scratching the back of his head. Louis, you really came." "Yes, but I didn't know there were so many people swimming." He cast a disguised glance at the girls who were still whispering and also at the boys from the club who were in the water with angry expressions towards him. Lucy crossed her arms. "Don't worry about them. It's just that when someone famous like you turns up, it becomes an event." Before they could continue, a polite voice interrupted the conversation. "Lucy, aren't you going to introduce your friend?" They both turned to see a middle-aged woman approaching. She had brown hair up in a bun and was wearing a black swimsuit with red details, as well as a pair of swimming goggles hanging around her neck. It was Lucy's swimming teacher, a woman known for being disciplined but highly respected by her students. "Ah, Teacher Hannah," Lucy exclaimed, still a little embarrassed. "This is Lucas Tanaka, a friend of mine. As I told you when he asked if he could come, he wants to train." "Tanaka, you're from the soccer team, right?" Hannah asked, holding out her hand to greet him. "I've heard a lot of good things about you. Your games have been impressive." Lucas shook her hand, maintaining his polite posture. "Thank you very much, Teacher Hannah. I'm trying to improve every day." "That's great. Determination makes talented athletes. I hope you enjoy the space. The pool is available. You could be a lane. But remember to respect the timetables, the other areas, and no fooling around." She looked at Lucy with a smile. "And you don't get too distracted, understand?" Lucy almost choked, her face completely red. "Yes, ma'am." Hannah laughed lightly before turning away to supervise the other students. Lucas tried to hold back his laughter as he watched Lucy, who was still visibly embarrassed. "Looks like you got fans too, huh?" he joked. Don't even start. Let's get some practice in before it gets any worse. The two of them walked together to the edge of the pool. As Lucy dived in to start her strokes, Lucas approached the edge and looked at the system panel. Special training token activated. Session 1. Total physical endurance. First exercise, swim 300 meters crawl. Second exercise, swim 200 meters breaststroke. Third exercise, swim 100 meters backstroke. Fourth exercise, swim 50 meters in the butterfly. Reward, 5 attribute points. The number of meters to be swum was not small, but Lucas enjoyed swimming. 300 meters of crawl. Lucas muttered to himself, visualizing the course. That means round trip and 3 times in the pool. Lucas had been a swimmer during his childhood, but over time, the practice of swimming had fallen by the wayside, although his ability had never completely disappeared. He made a fluid movement and entered the water with the lightness he was used to. His first stroke was quick, and, with the help of his push against the wall, he attracted attention. The girls, who had been commenting on him earlier, observed how Lucas seemed in total control of his movements. Wow, he's fast. One girl commented, impressed, while the others murmured amongst themselves, amazed at his agility. What was most striking, however, was a swimming technique that Lucas displayed with rare perfection. He was swimming as if he was an amateur, effortlessly. Lucy couldn't help the smile that formed on her face. His speed and technique visibly surprised her. He's really good, isn't he? Commented one girl to Lucy, who was still watching Lucas with half-closed eyes. Lucy blushed a little when she heard this and glanced away, but she couldn't help feeling a mixture of admiration and pride. He's got skills in everything, it seems. Continue your journey at my virtual library empire. Lucas completed the 300-meter crawl in 15 minutes, with a few rests each time he reached the edge of the pool. He didn't even seem out of breath. Now, 200 meters of breaststroke, Lucas thought, diving back into the water. The strokes flowed with the same efficiency as the previous exercise, and he completed the stretch without difficulty. At the end, he rose from the water with an unusual lightness, as if he had only run a short distance. I can't believe it. He's good at soccer and swimming. What chance have we got? Commented one boy, amazed at Lucas's ability. When Lucas returned, he climbed out of the pool with a slightly red face, not from tiredness, but from the feeling of accumulated effort. The water dripped off his body as he approached Lucy, who was now in the next lane. I didn't know you were so good at swimming. I thought you were only good at soccer. Lucas smiled back. So please, I used to swim a lot when I was younger, so it's not that difficult. But it certainly takes a bit more out of me than soccer. I think it's amazing that you manage to do it every day. She blushed a little and, without replying, dived into swim again. Chapter 180, 2 months. Lucas looked at the system panel, pleased to see the completion notification appear. Session 1 completed. Reward, 5 attribute points added. Next session will be released in 1 week. He was wet, and his muscles were tense, but it hadn't been that bad. Perhaps because he had been the first. Lucy was sitting on the edge of the pool, fiddling with her goggles. She looked at Lucas, who seemed exhausted. You really don't joke when you say you're going to give it your all, do you? Lucy commented with a half-smile, still impressed by his dedication. Lucas shrugged, laughing. If there's one thing I've learned from soccer, it's that when you commit to something, go all the way. Lucy nodded in agreement, but her smile soon gave way to a more serious look. You know you're trying really hard, don't you? I don't want to sound annoying, but it's important not to overdo it. I know, Lucy. He smiled to reassure her. That's why I'm training with a simple plan. And if I need help, I know you'll be here to remind me not to overdo it. She laughed lightly, feeling less worried. As the two of them collected their belongings, Lucas noticed that the girls in the club were still whispering amongst themselves, looking at him and Lucy. Although he was used to the attention because of the soccer, he felt a slight discomfort when he realized Lucy might be uncomfortable with it. After all, he was supposed to give an answer after that afternoon on the terrace, and couldn't decide what to do. Hey, Lucy, he called out as they left the pool area. Would you like some hot chocolate? It's cold outside, and I think we deserve it after that workout. Lucy paused for a moment, surprised by the invitation. Do you want a hot chocolate? She asked, a little suspicious, but with a small smile. Of course. The weather's perfect for it. And besides, he scratched the back of his head, looking a little guilty. I guess I owe you that after all the talk about me. Lucy arched her eyebrows and crossed her arm. Do you think a hot chocolate will make up because half the girls at the swimming club now think we're dating? Lucas was speechless for a moment, his face blushing slightly. Well, maybe that doesn't solve everything. He laughed a little awkwardly. But at least it's a start. Lucy laughed too, shaking her head. All right, but you pay. Done. Continue reading at my virtual library empire. The two of them left the building together, ignoring the curious stares of those still inside. Outside, the autumn chill made them shiver, having just come out of the hot pool. When they entered the campus cafeteria, The warm atmosphere immediately warmed them up. They sat at a table by the window, watching the rain falling outside. While they waited for their drinks, Lucy looked at Lucas and smiled. You know, I never thought you enjoyed swimming so much. You're not doing it to try. What? No, of course not. I mean, Lucy laughed at the embarrassed way Lucas tried to express himself. He exhaled. Actually, I liked it a lot when I was younger. Lucas replied, leaning his elbows on the table. But over time, soccer took over everything. I kind of put aside the other things I liked. And now, do you think you can balance two things? Or do you only have eyes for soccer? Lucas was silent for a moment, thinking about her ambiguous question. He knew the answer wasn't as simple as yes or no. I honestly don't know, he admitted, leaning his elbows on the table and interlacing his fingers. Football has always been my focus. It's my dream, you know? But there are days when I wonder if I'll be able to balance other things in life, like friendships, hobbies, or even... He stopped talking, his face blushing a little. Well, you get the idea. Lucy rested her chin on her hand and smiled softly. I get it. I think it's normal to feel this way. Big dreams require enormous sacrifices, right? Lucas nodded slowly. I feel that as long as I don't achieve my goal of becoming a professional, everything will remain unknown. You can't think about balance if the dream still seems so distant. I don't know if that makes sense. Lucy laughed softly, leaning forward a little more. It makes sense, yes. I think the important thing is to keep moving forward, even if it's one step at a time. Lucas smiled back, relieved to hear that. Thank you, Lucy. It's good to know that you understand. She raised her little finger towards him, her face serious despite the relaxed gesture. So, let's make a promise. Lucas blinked, confused. Promise? What kind of promise? A simple one. You promise that when you turn professional, you'll give me an answer. And I promise that I'll keep trying so that your answer becomes what I expect. Lucas lifted his little finger and intertwined it with hers. I promise. Promise, replied Lucy, laughing as their fingers loosened. The waiter arrived with the hot chocolates, and they both settled into their chairs. They chatted for a while longer, exchanging stories and laughs while the rain continued outside. The cozy atmosphere of the coffee was a perfect contrast to the cold, damp weather outside, and Lucas felt grateful for that moment. For a moment, he allowed himself to forget his worries about the system, training, and the future. There, with Lucy, everything seemed simpler. When they had finished, they both got up and prepared to face the cold outside again. Lucas paid the bill, as he had promised, and the two of them walked through the campus together until they went their separate ways. The weeks following the start of the special training were intense for Lucas Tanaka. Every day seemed like a struggle to balance training at the club, the academic routine, and the intensive training sessions provided by the system. On the pitch, Lucas also reaped the rewards of his efforts. Brighton U-20, under Jimenez, continued to impress in the national and international championships. The team excelled in the group stage of the Champions Youth League and maintained their lead in the domestic league. Brighton's style of play mixed with intensity and creativity, and Lucas, in the center of midfield, was the mastermind behind the most brilliant moves. During a thrilling match against Chelsea U20, Lucas surprised everyone by dribbling past 3 players in a row before finishing into the goalkeeper's bottom right-hand corner. The move went viral on social media, earning praise from sports commentators and fans alike. Little by little, Lucas Tanaka's name was mentioned in a wider circle. Scouts from professional clubs were present at almost every Brighton game, and post-match interviews always included questions about the Japanese prodigy. Jimenez and Eddie made a point of protecting Lucas and the other players from too much pressure, but the attention was unavoidable. Although Lucas was the centerpiece, Brighton's success was a team effort. Aiden, the left-back, stood out for the way he was quick and had a great right leg, with which he took good shots. Arthur, the center-forward, scored goals in almost every game he started, establishing himself as the team's top scorer, although Willian was always playing a few games. At the back, Daniel Reiber and Luis Fernando formed the solid starting duo, providing security and organization. Anton, the goalkeeper, was one hero in several matches, with spectacular saves that saved the team at crucial moments. The chemistry between the players, combined with the efforts of the coaching staff, made Brighton a finely tuned machine. With a brilliant campaign that was exceeding expectations, Brighton was recognized throughout Europe as one of the best youth teams. Articles in sports newspapers highlighted the Brighton Revolution and credited the success to a combination of individual talent and an innovative tactical system. Lucas was nicknamed the Japanese Machinist, a title he accepted with humility because of the paper said that Brighton was doing well when Lucas was doing well. In addition, Lucas' interaction with his teammates strengthened the atmosphere in the dressing room. He became close friend with Miguel and Felix, and everyone noticed his leadership. Off the pitch, he continued to train intensely with training sessions. So those 2 months flew by, and before the boys knew it, the most important stage of the year had arrived. the Champions Youth League playoffs. Brighton had had a good campaign and even managed a win against Dortmund in their second group game. But this wasn't enough for them to top the group on goal difference. As a result, Brighton came second, and that meant they had to play a team that came first in one group. That afternoon, after training, all the team's players gathered in front of a television in the Brighton dressing room. They were eager to know who they would face in the round of 16 of the Champions Youth League. Would it be Bayern? Barcelona? Some English team they'd already played against? Liverpool and Chelsea were both alive and leading their groups, so it wouldn't be surprising. Chapter 181. The Champions League Draw. The atmosphere in the Brighton dressing room was electrifying. Players, coaches, and members of the staff gathered in a tight semicircle around the television. They had carefully positioned it so that everyone could watch the draw for the last 16 of the Champions Youth League. Lucas, sitting on the bench between Miguel and Felix, watched the screen with an anxious smile. He noticed the nervousness disguised as excitement in his colleagues around him. Arthur was playing with a bottle of water, spinning it endlessly, while Javier and Loki were quietly debating who they could face. "Do you think it could be Liverpool?" Loki asked, trying not to sound worried. "I hope not. But if it is, let's show them who's boss." Meanwhile, Daniel Reiber and Luis Fernando were analyzing the possibilities more seriously. "If a team like Bayern comes, we have to be careful of their physical strength. Those guys play hard," commented Daniel. "We're good. We have technique, speed, and above all, teamwork. Whoever it is, we can beat them." Across the room, Eddie and Alex were just as excited. Although they maintained a professional attitude, they couldn't hide the sparkle in their eyes. These were this team's first playoffs. If we get past this stage, there will be no limit to what these boys will do. Alex commented with a smile. Eddie massaged his temples. "I don't want to imagine what the dressing room will be like after that. I'd rather play an Italian team. I know they focus a lot on defense, and that would give us a lot of freedom to play our style," Javier suggested. Rafael agreed. "Yes, but if a Spanish team comes, it will be a challenge because our styles are similar." When the broadcast started, everyone was silent. UEFA displayed the pots with the qualified teams, separated into the group leaders and the runners-up. The announcer explained the rules. Teams from the same country could not play with each other at this stage, and there would be no matches between teams from the same group. Brighton was in the runners-up pot, waiting to find out their fate. The cameras showed the balls with the teams' names on them being placed in the containers, while the presenter made a speech about the quality of the qualifying clubs. Bayern, Barcelona, Real Madrid, Milan, Juventus were in a tournament of giants, commented Felix. Lucas smiled, lightly tapping Anton on the shoulder. "That's how it has to be. If we want to be the best, we have to play against the best." At the start of the draw, they announced the team names. First, a small ball was drawn from the first-place pot, and the first team to be drawn is Barcelona. "Wow, straight up with a giant," commented Miguel, as everyone leaned in to see who the Catalans' opponents would be. The presenter pulled out another ball, now from the runners-up pot, and Barcelona's opponent will be Porto. Everyone in the dressing room breathed a sigh of relief. "At least we escaped them," said Arthur, laughing. As the names were announced, the dressing room became quieter. Each draw increased the tension. "Liverpool will face Ajax," announced the announcer, followed by mixed reactions from the players. When only a few names remained, Brighton had still not been drawn, and at one point they had changed the order of the pots, choosing first the opponents who came second and then those who came first. Nerves were running high. Then, finally, it was Brighton's turn. The announcer took a small ball from the second-place team's pot and announced, "The next team will be Brighton." Everyone held their breath as the announcer took a ball from the group leader's pot, and Brighton's opponents will be Real Madrid. The dressing room was completely silent. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Real Madrid, the Spanish giant, famous for its history, its achievements, and, most importantly, its senior squad that had won the last Champions League. Real Madrid. Miguel was the first to break the silence, his voice a whisper laden with incredulity. "We're fucked," Felix muttered, leaning forward and covering his face with his hands. Arthur dropped his water bottle on the floor, his eyes wide. "Did it have to be those guys? They have players who already play in another minor league." Javier said. Most of their under-20s also play for Real Madrid Castilla. The changing room was now full of murmurs and nervous laughter. Lucas then stood up, picked up Arthur's bottle, which was rolling on the floor near the television, and threw it at Arthur. Then Lucas turned off the television, and that caught everyone's attention. "So that's it? That's how we're going to react? Are we going to lower our heads just because they've drawn Real Madrid? Because if so, you can stop here. We don't even need to go out on the pitch," Lucas said out loud. Everyone looked at him, surprised by his decisive tone. Miguel opened his mouth to say something, but Lucas held up his hand, asking for silence. "Continue your journey on my virtual library empire. Listen, I know they're giants. I know their name carries weight. They have a history, they have talent. And yes, they're favorites in this match, even though we've been unbeaten for over 10 games. But you know what? That means nothing when we go out on the pitch. He paused, walking among the players. Do you remember the game against Dortmund in the group stage? They were favorites too. And what happened? We played with everything we had and won the second leg. We nearly won the first one too. But Real are another level. They have players who have already played professionally. So what? They're players like us. They have 2 legs, 2 arms, and a heart beating in their chest. What's going to decide this game isn't the name on their uniform or their history. It's who wants it more, who will fight harder, who will leave their blood, sweat, and tears on that pitch. Remember what we are. We are Brighton. We don't have the weight of their history, but we have something much more important. We're hungry. Hungry to prove that we can be among the best. Hungry to show that no one will intimidate us. And above all, a hunger to win. It was the will that founded this club, and that will always be the essence we must carry. I believe in every one of you. Raphael, you have a speed that can break down any defense. Miguel, you're a number 10. Felix, you're an advanced defender. Anton, you're a goalkeeper who has saved the impossible. And all of you, together, are a team. We are a family. Real Madrid may have incredible players on whom they paid millions of euros when those players had barely touched a ball, but they certainly don't have what we have. Unity. Lucas raised his fist. When we go out on that pitch, I want every one of you to play like it's the last game of your life. No matter what happens, we're going to go out with our heads held high. We're going to show the world what Brighton is made of, and we're going to be champions. That's it. Let's go all out. Luis Fernando Soto da. Miguel also stood up, raising his arms. Let them get ready. Brighton are coming. You talk a good game when you want to. I'm with you, Willian said. Soon, the entire dressing room was on its feet, shouting and clapping. Jimenez, who arrived late and only saw the moment his opponent was announced, smiled as he looked at Lucas. Eddie approached and put his hand on Lucas' shoulder. That was inspiring, Captain. Now it's time to turn those words into action. Do 10 laps of the major field before heading to the Institute. Yes, sir. As the players left the dressing room with enthusiasm, Eddie, Alex, and Jimenez stayed behind, observing the group's contagious energy. Jimenez crossed his arms and leaned slightly against the wall, watching Eddie with an intrigued smile. I have to admit, Eddie, at first I had some doubts about your decision to take the armband off Felix and give it to Lucas. I almost reversed that when I became the coach. Eddie raised an eyebrow and remained silent, letting Jimenez continue. I mean, Felix is a solid player, experienced, and has a natural way of leading. The trade seemed risky. I didn't think Lucas would have the same firmness or authority. But after that, Jimenez gestured towards the corridor. I was wrong. Lucas may not be the most traditional leader, but he has something that few can convey. He inspires, and that's exactly what these kids need. Eddie smiled slightly, putting his hands in his pockets. I knew there would be resistance to change. Felix is an excellent player and is still a key part of our team, but leadership goes beyond experience or toughness. It's about being able to make everyone around you believe in something bigger. And with Lucas, it's as if the team has gained a new soul. Alex nodded in agreement. Lucas has the soul of an old man. When I talk to him, it feels like he's much older. Jimenez sighed and ran his hand through his beard. You're right. He turned a moment of tension into pure motivation. If he can do that here, imagine what he can do on the pitch against Real Madrid. Eddie patted Jimenez on the back in a friendly gesture. So I think we're all on the same page now. But we still have a lot of work to do to prepare for this game. Real Madrid is a huge mountain to climb, but this group has something special. They can surprise the world. Chapter 182, Ciudad Real Madrid. The days following the Champions Youth League draw were marked by a change in training intensity. The match against Real Madrid wasn't just a knockout game. It was a definitive proof of Brighton's level in the Champions Youth League. For several days after training, Eddie and Jimenez gathered the players in the Institute's video room to study the Real Madrid under-20s. The lights were dimmed, and a video of the Spaniards' best moments played. Now, pay attention, Eddie began, crossing his arms. They're fast, technical, and have players already tested in professional soccer. But that doesn't mean they're unbeatable. On screen, the Real Madrid team dominated opponents with possession and an aggressive attacking style. Their midfield worked with short, quick passes, while the forwards were lethal in transition. The first name to appear was Oscar Rodriguez, the team's number 10. Oscar Rodriguez is the brain of the midfield. He dictates the pace of the game, has an excellent pass, and shoots very well from a medium distance. If we leave him free, we won't have any volume. Felix, you must become a demon to him. The next highlight was right-winger Achraf Hakimi. Even though he was young, he was already part of the Real Madrid Castilla first team. Hakimi is a speed monster and loves to get forward from the wings, continued Alex. If Loki or Aiden leave any space, he'll exploit it mercilessly. In defense, the duo comprised Manu Hernando and Alex Martin both strong and good in the air. But the name that worried Eddie most was on the front line, Borja Mayoral. That's the biggest danger. Eddie pointed to the screen, where Borja was scoring against Atletico de Madrid. He's already got professional experience, with a keen eye for goal and impeccable positioning. Our defense needs to be alert. Lucas watched everything in silence, recording every detail in his mind. The opponents were formidable, but the names weren't as daunting as those of the first team. Knowing that Real Madrid could have more possession at various points in the game, Brighton needed to be lethal on the counterattacks. So, in training, they started practicing that. Felix, Luis Fernando, and Daniel Reiber spent hours practicing cover in anticipation of a simulated attack that mimicked Borja Mayoral's movements, and also to set up the play and make good passes. In midfield, Lucas and Javier were instructed to press Oscar Rodriguez, but Felix was supposed to be the one who would always disturb him. If he can't set up the play, Real Madrid loses half the danger, Jimenez said repeatedly. Meanwhile, Miguel, Rafael, and Arthur worked transition moves with quick passes and constant movement. Brighton would not win this game by defending alone, so it was crucial to create chances. Anton, the goalkeeper, was given special training to deal with long-range shots, as Oscar Rodriguez and Borja Mayoral love to take their chances from outside the box. The mood in the team had changed. The fear of the initial draw had disappeared. Now there was just one thought: we're ready to fight. Eddie and Jimenez had turned Brighton's training center into a tactical laboratory. On the walls of the dressing room, diagrams of the Real Madrid under-20s covered every inch. For 3-3 formations, statistics on shots per game, even the movement patterns of the rival goalkeeper. The night before the game, Lucas was walking down the corridor of the hotel where they were staying in Madrid. His mind was so agitated that he couldn't think about sleeping. Lucas was pacing back and forth, thinking about something. The clock was just past midnight, and he knew he needed to rest, but his mind was restless. He stopped in front of the window at the end of the corridor, looking out at the city of Madrid, lit up below. The Santiago Bernabéu was not far away, but the match would take place at Ciudad Real Madrid. Looking forward to it, Lucas turned and saw Javier approaching, wearing a sweatshirt with a Brighton symbol on the chest. The midfielder stopped next to him, crossing his arms as he stared at the view. Maybe a bit. Can you sleep before games like this? Not a bit. Javier laughed. I'm in my country, playing against the club I supported as a child and always dreamed of playing for. It's a mixed feeling. Lucas nodded. Real Madrid is strong, but so are we. And you know what? They're nervous too. Maybe they don't show it, but they know that tomorrow they'll be facing a team that won't give up easily. Lucas looked at Javier and smiled. Then let's go all out on them. The two of them were silent for a few moments, just looking out over the bustling city. Well, I'm going to get some sleep, Javier finally said, patting Lucas on the shoulder before walking away. You should try too. Tomorrow, we have the biggest game of our lives so far. Lucas stood there for a few more minutes before finally going back to his room. He lay on his bed and closed his eyes, trying to calm his mind. In fact, the next day would be the most important of his journey so far, and he felt he was ready for a challenge of this magnitude. On the morning of the big game, the atmosphere in the hotel was full of anticipation. There was none of the usual banter or excited chatter, just the sound of cutlery clattering against plates and the occasional whisper. Lucas was slowly chewing his breakfast. He looked around and saw his companions were equally focused. Jimenez entered the hall and caught everyone's attention with a light clap of his hands. Finishing our meal, final tactical meeting in the conference room. I want everyone there in 15 minutes. Lucas quickly finished his coffee and headed for the room showed. When everyone had gathered, Eddie and Jimenez positioned themselves at the front with a whiteboard next to them. Gentlemen, we've come this far because we've worked hard. This game is the biggest chance many of you will ever have to show the world what you're made of. Real Madrid may be a powerhouse, but let's remember something essential. They're human like us, and they're not professional players yet. And that's what we're going to focus on, said Eddie. Jimenez took the floor, pointing to a tactical scheme on the board. Real Madrid will try to dictate the tempo from the start, but we've already studied that. We know how to disrupt their transition and stop them taking over. In the blink of an eye, after getting on a bus, they were in a changing room at Ciudad Real Madrid. The Brighton players were making their final preparations. The sounds of cleats clacking against the floor, the rustle of tapes being adjusted, the last words of encouragement being exchanged. Lucas tied the laces of his boots and closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. He stood up and looked at his teammates. Whatever happens out there, we're a team. We're going to fight until the last second, because we know what we're capable of. Real Madrid may have a big name, but on the pitch, it's 11 against 11. Anton patted his chest and smiled. We're going to make history. We're going to take that home advantage with us. Rafael raised his fist. They'll remember Brighton. Eddie walked into the dressing room and looked at the players. It's time. Let's go. The pitch at Ciudad Real Madrid was immaculate. The stands weren't packed, but there were a considerable number of spectators, journalists, and club scouts there to watch the match. Lucas stepped onto the pitch and looked around. The Real Madrid team was already there, warming up, passing the ball around with impressive fluidity. Oscar Rodriguez was clearly good at passing, while Achraf Hakimi was making short sprints down the side of the pitch, testing his speed. Borja Mayoral stood near the penalty area, watching his teammates intently, like a predator on the prowl. He didn't need to attract attention. His presence was enough to show the danger he posed. Goalkeeper Moja Ramos was shouting instructions to his defenders. Manu Hernando and Alex Martin were doing defensive movement drills. Lucas looked away from his teammates. Brighton was not to be outdone. Eddie and Jimenez were standing on the sideline, exchanging low remarks as they looked out over the pitch. The head coach then approached the assembled group and clapped his hands to get their attention. "It's almost time. You know what to do. Keep a cool head and trust in what we've trained." The referee called the captains to the pitch. Lucas looked at his teammates, who nodded, and he went over to the referee. Hakimi did the same. Then the referee started speaking the normal procedures in English. The two exchanged a quick handshake before the referee tossed the coin. Real Madrid won the toss and chose to start with the ball. Meanwhile, Lucas chose for them to start on the left side of the pitch. Chapter 183, Real Madrid 20. The cameras were positioned at different angles on the impeccable main pitch at Ciudad Real Madrid. The commentators of the official broadcast began their introduction to the game. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a duel that promises to be historic. On one side, the mighty Real Madrid under-20s, a team full of talent and heirs to the great merengue school. On the other, Brighton, a surprising team that has shown quality and enviable determination." Exactly, Paul. Real Madrid plays technical soccer, based on possession and constant movement. Led through the middle by Oscar Rodriguez, a creative player with a keen eye for goal, and with Achraf Hakimi on the wing, a natural speedster who loves to support the attack, this team is dangerous in any area of the pitch. Not to mention Borja Mayoral, a lethal center forward in the box. Brighton has shown impressive growth in England's domestic league and here in the Champions League too, with a style of play that values passing and tactical intelligence. Lucas Tanaka's leadership in midfield will be crucial in balancing the match. The images showed the players positioning themselves, the final greetings between the teams, and the referee checking the details before the whistle blew. Oscar and Lucas Tanaka stared at each other for a moment. Real Madrid won the toss and had the ball to kick off. Everything is ready. The anticipation is huge, the players are ready, and the referee allows the start of the game, announced the narrator as Hakimi rolled the ball to Oscar Rodriguez. Immediately, Real Madrid began their style of play, exchanging quick passes between defenders Manu Hernando and Alex Martin before the ball went out to the right wing and then back into midfield. The two teams were already mixing it up on the pitch. Oscar Rodriguez received the ball in midfield, raised his head, and quickly found Martin Calderon, who spun around Felix's marking and set up Achraf Hakimi in the right wing. The Moroccan Hakimi's speed was a familiar weapon, and he advanced to try to gain ground on Aiden. Lucas Tanaka, aware of the movement, shouted to his teammates, "Close the gaps. Don't make any passes." Brighton was undeterred. The defensive line, led by Luis Fernando and Daniel Reiber, stood firm, blocking the lines of passing. Hakimi tried a low pass to Mayoral inside the box, but Luis deflected the ball wide with a precise drink. Real Madrid started again with a quick throw-in. Sergio Reguilon received the ball and exchanged passes with Oscar, trying to lure Brighton into pressing. Lucas sensed his opponent's intentions and signaled for his teammates to hold on, avoiding giving them space to infiltrate. It was a clever move, as it forced the Spaniards to move the ball around without progressing up the pitch. The match showed signs of being intense from the start. However, the first proper opportunity came in the 6th minute, when Real Madrid played a quick passing, attacking move. Oscar Rodriguez, with his characteristic keen vision, played a vertical pass to Borja Mayoral, who was breaking in. The Real Madrid striker received the ball with his back to the defense, but soon realized the pressure from Luis Fernando and Daniel Reiber, who gave him no room to play easily. "I am surrounded," Mayoral shouted, pivoting and returning the ball to Oscar. Oscar got hold of the ball and saw the chance to set up Hakimi on the wing, who was already surging forward. The pass was precise, and Hakimi, with his impressive speed, shot down the right side of the pitch, passing Aiden with unusual agility. However, it was Luis Fernando, once again, who appeared to block the advance. "This is our place," Luis Fernando shouted, intercepting Hakimi's attempted cross with a neat dink. The referee quickly signaled that Hakimi's pass deflected onto the end line, and the referee awarded Real Madrid a corner kick. The Spanish side's pressure was bothering the Brighton defense, but the back line was well positioned and didn't give away any calm spaces. Reguilon, who played a short ball, took the corner to Oscar Rodriguez. The midfielder played the ball gently back to Reguilon, who crossed into the area. The ball traveled high, but was well marked with the eyes of Daniel Reiber and Luis Fernando. Borja Mayoral, however, got ahead of everyone and attempted a header deflection when he jumped high. The ball, however, was well saved by Anton, who stretched out with an impressive save. "Good save, Anton!" shouted Javier from midfield as he watched closely. Real Madrid were showing their strength, but Brighton's defense, led by Luis Fernando and Daniel, was behaving in exemplary fashion. "Stay alert. We can't let them create so many chances," Lucas shouted to Felix and Javier, who were further forward, supporting the defense. Brighton was undeterred. The team was structured and unwilling to give Real Madrid space to attack. In the 9th minute, Brighton's first move finally came. Lucas Tanaka played a quick pass to Javier in midfield. Javier got the ball under his feet and calmly played a quick pass to Felix, who was free on the left. Felix, a midfielder of technical ability, quickly made the pass to Rafael, Brighton's left winger, who had moved a little into the middle. Rafael pulled out and started running. When he saw the opposing right back approaching to mark him, he raised his head and saw Miguel, the winger, making a diagonal run into the box. Without thinking twice, Rafael made a long pass to Miguel, who was already between the Real Madrid defense. Miguel took the ball on his chest and played it forward. An opposing defender appeared as he was setting up a shot, but he used the leg with which he was going to shoot to dribble and dab the ball to play it a little further forward. Miguel's dribble was perfect, but the Real Madrid defense wasn't willing to make it easy. He prepared to shoot, and defender Alex Martin unexpectedly appeared to disarm him with a shot that sent the ball wide. "Well done, Alex," cried Oscar Rodriguez, relieved. Real Madrid's two starting defenders, Alex Martin and Manu Hernando, were looking assured. The pressure on Brighton's attack wasn't even enough to make them break a sweat. Alex was a powerful defender with an impressive reading of the game, who dominated the defensive sector. Manu, on the other hand, had excellent anticipation and knew how to deal with dangerous situations calmly. Other big clubs had already scouted both and were in the process of maturing, but their talent was undeniable. The ball kicked with force surprisingly didn't go out. A Real Madrid player picked it up before it went out of play, and the ball was returned to Oscar Rodriguez, who quickly distributed it to Reguilon on the left wing. Reguilon was the player who controlled the game on the wing, and when he saw Brighton was still coming back, he quickly set Hakimi up on the right. Hakimi, with his physical explosiveness, once again launched himself towards the back line, looking to destabilize Aiden's marking. "Don't let him through, Aiden. Close it down," Felix shouted. Hakimi looked like an indomitable bull, but Aiden was a fast player too. When Hakimi tried to dribble past him, Aiden was assertive in his marking and disarmed the fullback with an underhand cut. The game was unfolding in an interesting dynamic. While Real Madrid tried to dominate possession and create attacking moves, Brighton defended rigorously and waited patiently for their chances. "Felix, get in a better position. We need more presence in the middle," Lucas shouted, watching as Real Madrid tried to guess his moves. Felix, who was further up the pitch, quickly repositioned himself. He was the midfielder who supported Lucas, but he also knew when to get forward to help the attack. When the ball arrived at Felix's feet, he immediately made a quick pass to Javier, who was further forward. Javier played the ball with precision to Rafael, who, as always, was moving intelligently, looking for space. With the ball at his feet, Rafael sprinted towards the goal, trying to pull back his marker to open up a gap. After another unsuccessful attack, it didn't take long for Real Madrid to win the ball back after Rafael misplaced a pass. Oscar Rodriguez picked up the ball and played a quick pass to Borja Mayoral, who had come a little closer to make Brighton's offside line go up as well. However, Mayoral had barely touched the ball when the blockade of Brighton defenders appeared in front of him once again and took the ball away from his feet. Brighton's tactic was clear against Mayoral. Simply don't let him play. "Impressive. Brighton's defense has come a long way recently," said narrator Paul, the commentator, amazed at Brighton's defense. Before, the inconsistency of Brighton's defense was their major problem. Now, it could be their biggest strength against opponents who are as well organized and talented in midfield as Brighton. Chapter 184, Hakimi. Luckily, Jimenez had foreseen that Brighton, despite having a possession style of play, might have moments during the game against Real Madrid where they couldn't have that style of play, so he prepared his players to be more reactive and adapt to that game, being able to defend. That Brighton trained this new style of play only to play against Real Madrid was one reason Daniel and Luis Fernando were performing so much better than normal. This system of play favored them. The English team's attitude surprised even the commentators. Although the Spaniards kept more of the ball, it was Brighton who showed greater tactical discipline and adaptability. However, Hakimi, the Real Madrid right back, was one of the most active players on the pitch. Whenever he received the ball from Oscar Rodriguez, he sped into the opposition half with an impressive burst of pace. Aiden had contained his attacks so far, but Hakimi was far from giving up. In the 21st minute, Hakimi received the ball once again near midfield. Instead of immediately going on the attack, he calmly controlled the ball, raised his head, and analyzed the mood of the players on the pitch. Lucas, watching from afar, realized that Hakimi had an incredible ability to read the game. His positioning and the way he calculated his attacks weren't impulsive. They were extremely calm and thoughtful. Suddenly, Hakimi took a dry touch on the right and took off at an absurd speed. Aiden tried to keep up, but was taken by surprise by the sudden start. Hakimi passed like lightning, leaving Aiden behind. He followed up with the ball at his feet, evaded Felix, who came to cover, and, before Luis Fernando could cut him off, delivered a dangerous low cross to Borja Mayoral inside the area. Mayoral leapt and headed the ball in, forcing Anton to make a miraculous save. The Brighton goalkeeper reacted reflexively and saved the ball for a corner. The Real Madrid fans lamented the missed chance, while the Brighton players breathed a sigh of relief. Lucas frowned. That move by Hakimi was something special. His acceleration time, his change of pace, and his precision in crossing were impressive. And more than that, he could see a pattern. All the most dangerous moves came from Hakimi's feet, even if Oscar was the brains of the team. Your journey continues in my virtual library empire. Without a doubt, Lucas also knew about Hakimi's future. Growing up in the Real Madrid youth system, Hakimi couldn't find a place and left Real Madrid for PSG after he became a player. As a result, he became teammates with talented players such as Neymar, Cavani, and Mbappe. And he was also one of the main, if not the main, player in the Morocco national team, a team that was on the rise after a great 2022 World Cup. Hakimi was one of those rare talents to find, and Lucas didn't want to let an opportunity like this pass him by. If I can copy his start, Lucas thought with a smile at the corner of his mouth and a hand on his chin. In the 26th minute, Real Madrid had another chance. Oscar Rodriguez won the ball back in midfield and quickly set up Hakimi on the right once again. This time, the Real Madrid fullback didn't wait and went straight for Aiden, who tried to get into a better position. However, Hakimi, in a sudden gesture, stepped on the ball, pretending to cut inside, and at the last second, took off for the end line, leaving Aiden on the ground. Lucas saw it in slow motion. Every movement, every micro-change in Hakimi's body, the way he unbalanced the defenders with his skill, and then a familiar sound rang out in his mind. Skill copying genius activated. Copy condition. Irritate Hakimi to the point of making him lose his temper. He widened his eyes. Really? I have to annoy you to copy this skill? Well, it's not the first time this skill has asked me to. But why always with players who seem so nice? Lucas looked at Hakimi, who was dominating the right side of the pitch. If he wanted to learn that technique, he would have to provoke the Moroccans somehow. Hakimi crossed another ball into the box, but the Brighton defense cleared it away. Lucas saw it as an opportunity. Is that all you've got? You run well, but your crosses are too easy for us. Lucas teased. Hakimi glanced at Lucas, clearly surprised by the provocation. We'll see next time, he replied coldly in heavily accented English. The game continued. Lucas knew he needed to be more incisive. Every time Hakimi picked up the ball, he moved closer, pretending to go for the tackle, only to thwart his advances with subtle tackles or quick interceptions. He knew that to annoy him. He had to be a thorn in his side. In the 33rd minute, Hakimi received a pass from Oscar and set off on another run. Lucas, instead of retreating, advanced straight at him, blocking his route and forcing him to change direction. Hakimi tried to cut inside, but Lucas put his body in front and stole the ball cleanly. I got that one, Hakimi. What shame, eh? Lucas teased. Hakimi mumbled something and hit the ground with his right heel, clearly beginning to lose patience. Lucas smiled. He was almost there. In the 39th minute, Real Madrid was awarded a free kick in the attacking half. Hakimi received the ball and tried to speed up and down the line, but Lucas once again got ahead of him and blocked him. This time, as well as stealing the ball, Lucas also gave Hakimi a light touch on the head as he passed him. Looks like it's not your day, Lucas said with a smile. Hakimi snorted and pushed Lucas lightly on the shoulder. You're too arrogant for someone who plays for such a small team, he said and continued walking, as if the touch had been accidental. Condition completed. Skill explosive acceleration copied. Lucas allowed a breath of air through his nose, but inside he felt guilty for having been so annoying to Hakimi. Chapter 185 Danger. The game was still in progress, and Real Madrid wanted the goal more than anything. The round of 16 involved 2 games, one at home and the other at Brighton. Coming out on top was more than a must for Real Madrid. In the 42nd minute, Hakimi received a pass from Sergio Lopez and tried to escape once again. This time, Felix came to cover and put pressure on him before he could take off. Hakimi had to play it to Oscar Rodriguez, who twisted his body and tried a vertical pass to the team's imposing center forward. But Daniel Reiber was alert. He read the pass perfectly and cut the ball back to Javier, who quickly turned and played Lucas through the middle. Lucas took hold of the ball and thought, it's time to put that to the test. Stay updated through my virtual library empire. As soon as Sergio Lopez advanced to press him, Lucas gave the ball a short touch and activated his new skill. Suddenly, the world around him seemed to slow down and his vision became clearer. His body reacted automatically, and he exploded forward with a speed he had never experienced before. Brighton's seat jumped upright. "What the hell was that?" Alex exclaimed, his eyes widening. Willian couldn't hide his surprise. Lucas has never run like that before. On the pitch, the Real Madrid players were equally shocked. Hakimi turned his head in disbelief as Lucas shot through midfield like a rocket. Oscar Rodriguez ran out to round him, but Lucas deflected it with a dry dribble and carried on. He felt the wind cutting against his face as he passed Miguel Beza, who was desperately trying to catch up with his pace. The combination of his vision, space control, and now explosive acceleration made him a monster on the pitch. He spotted Arthur up ahead and made a low, precise pass to the center forward. Arthur, who until then had been well marked by Manu Hernando and Adrian de la Fuente, got a light touch to Rafael on the left. Rafael, with his characteristic speed, advanced along the edge, but before he could cut inside to shoot, Lopez brought him down. The referee whistled a foul on Brighton near the edge of the box. The Real Madrid players surrounded the referee, protesting against the booking. Hakimi shook his head, still unhappy with everything that was happening. As the players positioned themselves in the area, Lucas fell a gaze on him. Turning around, he saw Hakimi watching him with a look of frustration and respect. "So that's it? You were holding back the whole time?" Hakimi asked. Lucas smiled. "Let's just say I learned a few things from watching you." Hakimi clucked his tongue and walked away. The game resumed with a free kick. Javier hit it hard and high, forcing goalkeeper Mohamed Ramos to make a difficult save. The ball went out for a corner and Brighton gained confidence. With the end of the first half approaching, tempers were increasingly flaring. Hakimi, annoyed at having been outpaced, played harder, getting into physical disputes with Lucas and Aiden. In a move in the 44th minute, Hakimi tried to take off again, but Lucas, already adapted to his new skill, followed his movement and managed a clean tackle, calmly making his way out. The commentators were in shock at Brighton's performance. Lucas Tanaka is dominating the midfield with impressive ease now at the end of the first half, and his fresh burst of speed has taken Real Madrid by surprise. It took me by surprise, too. The referee blew the whistle for the end of the first half, and the players walked to the dressing room. In the tunnel, Hakimi approached Lucas again. "I don't know how you did it, but you surprised me. It's rare that someone can keep up with me in a race." Lucas smiled. "Believe me, I surprised myself." Hakimi laughed lightly. "But the second half will be different. I'm just getting started." Lucas nodded. "I can't wait." Halftime passed quickly, and soon the players were back on the pitch. Real Madrid returned with a more aggressive stance, trying to suffocate Brighton with high pressure. Oscar Rodriguez dictated the pace of the game, distributing quick passes and putting Hakimi and Borja Mayoral in good attacking positions. In the 51st minute, Hakimi finally found space and delivered a perfect cross for Mayoral, who headed the ball into the net. Anton saved the ball on reflex. The rebound fell to Cesar Gelabert, who shot low, but Luis Fernando blocked the shot with a spectacular push. Real Madrid stepped up their attacks, and Brighton defended tooth and nail. Aiden and Loki worked tirelessly to contain the advances down the flanks, while Felix and Javier did their best to hold off Oscar. But in the 63rd minute, Lucas' golden moment came. After an error by Manu Hernando, the ball fell to Lucas, who didn't think twice. He activated his explosive acceleration and shot through midfield like a bolt of lightning, leaving Sergio Lopez and Adrian de la Fuente behind. The crowd held its breath. Hakimi sensed the danger and ran to try to keep up. For the first time in the game, the two were side by side, competing in a direct race. Hakimi was fast, but Lucas now had the same acceleration and the bonus of having better attributes. With a quick dribble caused by Mirage feint, he changed the direction of the race, leaving Hakimi behind for a crucial second. With a precise pass, he found Arthur on the edge of the box. Arthur turned and shot with dominant force. The ball flew past the goalkeeper and into the net. Brighton Guil. The stadium erupted in celebration. Brighton had taken the lead against the mighty Real Madrid. Lucas raised his arms and was embraced by his teammates. He knew there was still a long way to go, but that moment proved something important. He was at the level of future professionals. Hakimi, catching his breath, looked at Lucas and shook his head with a half-smile. "I guess I underestimated him. But this game isn't over yet." Chapter 186, Thoughtless Play. Real Madrid was quick to react after conceding Brighton's goal. The Whites, wounded in their pride, increased their pressure in midfield, trying to regain control of the possession game. Oscar Rodriguez and Cesar Gelabert, who came on to help turn the game around, intensified their movements in midfield, trying to distribute the ball quickly to the wingers. In the 67th minute, Real Madrid put together a promising move. Antonio Blanco received the ball in the middle and, with a sweet pass, found Gelabert on the edge of the box. The midfielder dominated and unleashed a right-footed shot. Anton was alert and parried it away, but the ball fell to Borja Mayoral, who finished with a first-time shot. To Brighton's relief, Luis Fernando appeared again, blocking the shot at the last moment. Brighton's defense remained solid because of the tactical and physical improvements made over the last 2 months, but Real Madrid wanted an equalizer at all costs. Lucas, sensing that his opponents were dominating possession, called for more calm and organization. He didn't need to kick the ball away from the defense every time they had it just because Real Madrid was pressing, because if Brighton wanted to keep the lead, they needed to breathe and keep the game under control. In the 71st minute, Brighton regained possession after a mistake by Blanco. Javier, alert, intercepted the ball and played it quickly to Felix, who found Lucas in the middle. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. Brighton's No 10 dominated and raised his head. Hakimi was already closing in to press him, but Lucas knew exactly what to do. Time to return the favor, he thought. Activating his explosive acceleration, Lucas shot forward. Hakimi tried to keep up, but Lucas had already gained 2 meters of advantage and had a breath that seemed inexhaustible. With a dry dribble, he passed Gelabert, who stretched out his leg to intercept him, but missed. However, when he least expected it, Lucas felt a defender was coming at him. Adrián de la Fuente, a strong and experienced defender from Real Madrid's youth academy, wouldn't try to disarm him with precision. The furious look on his face clarified he was only coming to bring Lucas down and stop his advance at any cost, in order to avoid a repeat of the move that led to the goal. Lucas realized the danger and, in an instant, activated his titanic weight ability. A sudden impact ran through his body and his weight tripled. De la Fuente, when he came to knock his shoulder against Lucas' shoulder, felt the resistance that he hadn't expected. Instead of knocking Lucas down, it was he who felt the impact and almost stumbled backward in disbelief. What? How is this guy so heavy? De la Fuente opened his eyes wide, completely stunned. Lucas felt the effect of the skill, his body heavy and slow. There was no way he could run when he was so heavy, and there was a cooldown to deactivate. De la Fuente was close enough to realize this in a few moments and easily took the ball off Lucas' slow feet. Then Lucas pulled the ball back with a subtle touch, suddenly stopping his run. The Real Madrid defender braked to get back and mark Lucas, but Lucas had already looked ahead. There was no one well positioned in the area to finish immediately. Arthur was still running to get into position, but Lucas saw an opportunity. Goalkeeper Mohamed Ramos was slightly ahead of him. With an ambitious and unscrupulous soul, Lucas took a chance. With one touch, he lifted the ball and unleashed a long-range shot aimed at the top corner of the goal. Once again, a Lucas move had the whole stadium holding its breath. The ball traveled in an almost perfect arc, forcing Mohamed Ramos to desperately jump backward. With that leap, the merengue goalkeeper could reach out with his fingertips and deflect the ball out over the goal, saving Real Madrid from conceding a stunning goal. The Brighton bench put their hands on their heads in disbelief at Lucas' move. "How did he get that ball?" exclaimed Kevin. "What a vision of the game from the boy, Tanaka," the commentator exclaimed. He almost surprised Mohamed Ramos with a daring shot from midfield. Lucas smiled, catching his breath. "I think I was selfish. Playing it to Rafael on the left would have ensured the play continued." The corner was taken, but the Real Madrid defense cleared the danger. The game continued to be frenetic, with Brighton trying to keep possession and cool down the merengue's pressure. In the 79th minute, a controversial move inflamed the match even more. Javier clashed with Blanco in midfield, and the Real Madrid midfielder fell to the turf demanding a foul. The referee allowed play to continue, and Lucas took advantage of the space to avoid repeating the same mistake as before and released Rafael on the left. The left winger advanced, but before he could break into the area, he was stopped by a trolley from Sergio Lopez. The referee blew for a foul, but the Real Madrid players were furious, claiming that Blanco should have been fouled earlier. Blanco quickly got up and went over to the referee. Other Real Madrid players surrounded the referee, protesting vehemently. On the other side, the Brighton players also approached, defending the decision. The tension between the teams increased considerably towards the end of the match, and the referee had to hand out yellow cards to both sides to calm tempers. As a result, they lost Javier and Luis Fernando for the next game. Brighton took the free kick when things had calmed down and tried to cross for a goal, but Real Madrid was on their guard. The last few minutes were pure tension. Real Madrid went on the attack, while Brighton held on as best they could and counterattacked. At 90+3, on the last play of the game, Cesar Gelabert received a cross on the area and headed it in. The ball got past Anton and was heading for the goal, but Daniel Reiber, with spectacular reflexes, cleared it off the line and shoot wide. The referee looked at his watch and blew the whistle. Partial victory for Brighton. Brighton held on for a 1-0 win against the mighty Real Madrid and was one home game away from disqualifying one of the big favorites. Hakimi approached Lucas and tapped Lucas lightly on the shoulder with his own shoulder. "You've won this time, but there's still the second game. I'll make a point of welcoming you to our home." Chapter 187. Bayern Munich sign young Japanese. Brighton's 1-0 partial victory over Real Madrid quickly had repercussions throughout the soccer world. Social networks were flooded with comments about the English team's performance. On Twitter, the hashtag Brighton versus Real Madrid U20 quickly became one of the most talked about topics of the night within the soccer bubble. Influential soccer profiles, sports journalists, and fans were ecstatic about Brighton's achievement. At Fabrizio Romano, enjoy exclusive content from my virtual library empire. Incredible! Brighton beat Real Madrid 1-0 and take the lead into the second leg. Lucas Tanaka and co. made history today. Hashtag Brighton versus Real Madrid. At ProFootball, huge win for Brighton against Real Madrid in the Champions Youth League. Hashtag UCL. At Sky Sports, Lucas Tanaka, a future star of European soccer, another incredible performance from the young midfielder. Brighton 1-0 Real Madrid. How to Champions League. Big names in soccer have also spoken out. Former player and commentator Gary Lineker praised Brighton's attitude. At Gary Lineker, football never ceases to amaze us. What a game for Brighton. Disciplined, organized, and above all, patient for Brighton. Watchful eyes. On Instagram, videos of Lucas' performance went viral. His daring shot from midfield, his runs against Hakimi, and his physical tussle with De La Fuente were widely shared. The official Champions League profile, at Champions League, posted a story of the goal. Brighton take the lead into the second leg. Even Real Madrid players spoke out after the match. Hakimi posted on his Instagram, "A splendid game today. That's soccer. Sometimes you lose, but there's always a way back. See you in Brighton." Hashtag Hala Madrid. The Spanish newspapers treated the defeat of a small English team as a shock, while the English media praised Brighton's achievement. Marca, Spain painful defeat for Real Madrid. Brighton holds off the merengues and opens up a lead. Tough job in the return leg. AS, Spain, Real Madrid needs a turnaround. Brighton surprise with a goal from Englishman Arthur and defend with everything. The Guardian, England, the underdog of the Champions League. Brighton holds off Real Madrid's pressure and takes home advantage. Lucas Tanaka shines. BBC Sport, England Brighton take an important step towards qualification. The following day, on a TV sports program, El Chiringuito, the defeat was the subject of a quick debate. How did Real Madrid lose to a team that has never won the Champions League in any category? Asked one commentator. On Sky Sports, Jamie Carragher and Gary Neville highlighted Brighton's disciplined tactics and Lucas' intelligence on the pitch. "He has an impressive game IQ for someone so young. This boy has a future," said Carragher. With so much attention and eyes focused on Brighton, Coach Jimenez gathered the players in the dressing room and, despite the joy, asked for total concentration for the second game. "We did a great job today, but don't be fooled. They'll be coming for us next week." Brighton's training sessions over the next few days were intensified. Eddie and Jimenez worked with the team to maintain defensive discipline and improve their efficiency on the counterattack. Tickets for the second leg sold out within hours. The local Brighton fans were ecstatic, dreaming of a historic qualification against the most successful team in history. Lucas knew that the war was not yet won. But one thing was certain, the soccer world had its eyes on him, and he was ready to show, once again, what he was capable of. However, the night before the match, a piece of news took him by surprise while he was reading some reports on a sports website. Bayern Munich signed young Japanese center forward Tsuyoshi Nishida. Lucas's eyes widened instantly. "What?" he exclaimed and jumped up from his bed. Wasting no time, he clicked on the article and read frantically. Bayern Munich signed young Japanese center forward Tsuyoshi Nishida. Bayern Munich today made official the signing of Tsuyoshi Nishida, a young Japanese center forward who has been outstanding for Kashima Antlers with 27 goals and 2 assists in 28 games this season. With Kashima Antlers, Tsuyoshi Nishida won the Japanese National Cup and the Japan Super Cup and is currently second in the J-League. The 17-year-old striker has signed a 5-year contract and will be integrated into the Bavarians' first team. Lucas blinked several times, trying to process the information. Nishida at Bayern? He didn't even know that his old friend was already playing professionally in Japan, let alone that he had been signed by one of the biggest clubs in the world. He continued reading, his mind completely absorbed in the news. Nishida's speed, precision, and coolness in front of the goal caught the attention of European scouts, and Bayern stepped up to secure his signature. Alternative sources say that there was a big offer from Liverpool on Nishida's table, even bigger than Bayern's, but he opted for the German side for an as yet undeclared reason. A nostalgic smile formed on Lucas' face. Tsuyoshi Nishida was his old strike partner when they played together at Wuxia High School. The two had grown up dreaming of becoming professional footballers, but their paths parted when Lucas moved to Europe. He scrolled further down the article and saw a recent photo of Nishida holding a Bayern shirt, smiling next to coach Carlo Ancelotti. Unbelievable, Lucas muttered. He lay back on the bed, still processing it all. Memories flooded his mind. The two of them training on that futsal court when Lucas had copied his star boost skill and the matches they had played side by side, the countless promises they had made to each other throughout their childhood, and also the last one that one day they would play as rivals. Just like last time, you became a professional before me. He really is at a top level of talent, but I'll definitely catch up. The news rekindled something inside Lucas. It wasn't just admiration. It was motivation. If Nishida could do it, then so could he. His childhood friend had reached the elite of European soccer. That meant the dream wasn't impossible. It meant that he was closer than ever to realizing his own destiny. He picked up his cell phone again and opened the chat with Nishida. Their last conversation had been months ago. Lucas thought about typing something like a congratulatory message, but Nishida hadn't done that or sent a message in the last few months. This meant that at this point, rather than being best friends, they were rivals who would only speak to each other when they were both wearing shirts with their surnames, Nishida and Tanaka, on the back and on opposite sides of the same pitch. Chapter 188, Memorable Night, Part 1. Brighton's training ground was unrecognizable that night. The temporary stands set up around the pitch were completely full, creating the atmosphere of a professional match. The return match against Real Madrid U20 had become a historic event for the club, and the local fans had made a point of turning out in force. Tickets had sold out quickly, and hundreds of fans who couldn't get a seat crowded outside, trying to glimpse what was going on inside. It didn't even look like a U20 game. Chants, shouts of support, and even flags waving in the wind made the small stadium seem like a veritable fortress. Brighton was about to face the biggest challenge of their brief career in the competition, and everyone there knew that this night could go down in the club's history books. In the tunnel leading to the pitch, the Brighton and Real Madrid players lined up, ready to take to the field. Lucas Tanaka closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. The news of Nishida's signing by Bayern was still echoing in his mind, but now was not the time to think about that. He was there to win, to take Brighton further than anyone thought possible. Next to him, Arthur, Brighton's center forward, snapped his fingers anxiously. This is it, Lucas. Today's the day we show Madrid wasn't luck. Experience tales with my virtual library empire. Lucas cracked a smile. Man, I've never seen this stadium so full before. It's like a World Cup final. It's a game of life and death for us. If we hold on to this lead, we'll be in the quarterfinals. But Real Madrid won't make it easy. Javier said, and they were right. The Spanish team, wounded by their home defeat, were ready for battle. Among the Real Madrid U20 players, there were some big names. On the other side of the tunnel, the Real Madrid players looked serious, focused. Hakimi, Sergio Lopez, De La Fuente, and the others were determined to overturn the scoreline. They hadn't traveled all the way to Brighton to be eliminated. The fourth official's voice echoed through the tunnel. All set. Let's go in. The players marched onto the pitch to a roar from the stands. The pitch was spotless, illuminated by the floodlights. The Brighton fans waved flags, sang and clapped, while the Real Madrid fans, scattered in a small section, tried to make themselves heard in the crowd. In the middle of this vibrant atmosphere, two young women were sitting near the center of the pitch. Kate and Lucy were side by side, both wearing coats to protect themselves from the cold night wind. Lucy had her eyes fixed on a single player, Lucas Tanaka. From the moment he entered the field, her eyes never strayed from him. Kate, noticing this, nudged her friend. Lucy, can you take your eyes off him for a second and focus on the game this time? Lucy laughed embarrassedly, looking away briefly before turning back to Lucas, who was entering the field in line with the other players. I intend to watch the game, only, with a special focus. Kate rolled her eyes, but couldn't hide a small smile. Right, girl in love. So, has he given you an answer yet? Lucy shook her head. Not yet, but, contrary to what Kate had expected, she smiled softly. But I'll wait. Kate sighed, but this time her tone was gentler. You have more patience than I would have. But honestly, Lucy, I hope he realizes soon. If anyone deserves to be happy, it's you. Lucy didn't reply. Instead, she looked at Lucas again. The game hadn't started yet, but he seemed completely focused. Now was not the time to think about that. He had a dream to achieve, and she was there to support him, regardless of his response. For his part, Lucas opened his eyes as he heard the referee's whistle calling the players onto the pitch. With each step, the noise from the crowd grew louder, turning into an explosion of shouts and applause as the players emerged onto the pitch. Brighton flags fluttered in the wind, and the fans chanted in unison, creating an atmosphere that impressed even the opposing players. In the stands, Kate looked at Lucy and smiled. Well, now he really has all eyes on him. Let's see if he's ready to shine once again. Lucy smiled back. without taking her eyes off Lucas. He is. The referee's whistle echoed around the stadium, and the players positioned themselves for the start of the game. Brighton was 90 minutes away from a historic qualification, and Real Madrid was about to fight with all their might to stop it. The second round was about to begin. However, nobody was ready for what was about to happen. 3 minutes into the game, Javier, a little further back than usual, received the ball on the edge of the Brighton box, pressured by two opponents. He tried to pass to Luis Fernando, but his touch was weak and telegraphic. Oscar Rodriguez intercepted with ease and immediately found Mayerl moving between the defenders. Daniel Reiber, Brighton's defensive mainstay, tried to expect the move, but Mayerl was smarter. The Real Madrid center forward appeared behind Daniel's back, surprised him, picked up the ball, pivoted, looked over his shoulder, and saw Anton still moving to find the right position, as he had also been surprised. This brief analysis was enough for Mayerl to take advantage. With a high shot, he sent the ball crashing into the back of the net. Real Madrid goal. A shock, a scare, in the first few minutes for Brighton. A sepulchral silence swallowed the fans in the stands, who had been so noisy before up, and the Real Madrid players gathering to celebrate in Brighton's right corner area shouted a lot and beat their chests, kissing the shield. It was no wonder. In less than 5 minutes, all the advantages that Brighton had built up in the first leg and wanted to maintain in the second leg were destroyed. Everyone was stunned, and the Brighton team was crestfallen. The only people who weren't down were Lucas and Coach Jimenez, who coincidentally looked at each other at that moment. Chapter 189, Memorable Night, Part 2. The stands were stunned by Real Madrid's lightning goal. At the heart of the defense, Daniel Reiber was wiping his hands across his face in disbelief at having been caught out so early. Anton punched the ground, frustrated that he hadn't been able to react in time. Javier, the man responsible for the initial mistake, lowered his head, avoiding looking at his teammates. The confidence they had built up in the first match had vanished as a series of mistakes and coincidences resulted in that goal. But amid this shock scenario, Lucas Tanaka had his head held high. While Real Madrid was still returning from their celebrations, Lucas shouted to his team as he walked with heavy steps back to the Brighton pitch. "Hey," he shouted, and everyone raised their heads. "Look around. Do you think this crowd came here to see us give up? Do you think we're going to let them down because of one goal? We knew they'd come with everything. We're not surprised. That doesn't change anything. Our plan was never just to defend. We're playing at home, with these full stands on our side. Now we have an extra reason to attack. Now we have one more reason to show that we're a real team." Javier took a deep breath and finally nodded in agreement. The players cheered again, with Arthur and Miguel beating their chests. "That's it." Coach Jimenez, who had exchanged glances with Lucas earlier, cracked a small smile as he saw his team regaining their spirit. "Let's bring this game back. Play the way we train. High pressure, intense movement, and don't let them breathe." Lucas finished, clapping his hands on his chest before taking up his position again. "Yes, Captain." Soon, the referee blew his whistle, and the game restarted. Brighton went into the mode that had brought them so far, attacking, aggressive, and wanting possession. Real Madrid, however, would not give in easily. With big names like Hakimi, De La Fuente, and Oscar Rodriguez working together, the Whites tried to keep possession and manage the emotional advantage they believed they had gained. But Brighton pressed with all their might, forcing Madrid's defense to work calmly, and this created plenty of room for error. It wasn't long before Real Madrid made their first mistake. Felix got forward, stealing a crucial ball from De La Fuente in midfield. Wasting no time, he set up Lucas, who played Rafael in on the left wing. The number 11 shot down the flank, facing Hakimi in a direct duel. The Moroccan was quick, but Rafael used a short dribble and found space to cross. Arthur, while positioned in the area, rose higher than Manu Hernando and headed the ball in with force. The ball seemed to have the right address, but the Real Madrid goalkeeper made a spectacular save. The Brighton fans applauded, recognizing the team's effort. And indeed, Brighton kept up the pace. Miguel and Loki on the right, Rafael and Aiden on the left, all moved around incessantly, looking for space and exploiting their speed. Javier, now more alert, dictated the pace with precise passes, while Felix swept up any attempt by Real Madrid to organize counterattacks. The minutes passed, and Brighton grew more and more into the game. In the 18th minute, a move worked on by Lucas and Javier resulted in a shot from outside the area from Miguel, which sailed just over the bar. Real Madrid was feeling the pressure, but the Spaniards were dangerous. In the 22nd minute, Hakimi got away down the right and crossed low to Mayerl, who got ahead of Luis Fernando and shot the first time. Anton deflected it away from a corner, preventing the second goal. The game was intense, hard-fought, and worthy of a great battle. Real Madrid was a team of some of the best talents in the world that money could buy, and they were very difficult to play against, even though Lucas had developed so much in just a few months. Still, Lucas wasn't disappointed in himself. He wasn't rivaling some talented players, and that excited him a lot. It was what he lived for. Every pass, every duel, every run made him feel more alive than he ever had in his monotonous office life. In the 31st minute, he was rewarded for all this emotion. On a ball that seemed destined to go over the sideline after a scramble in midfield, Lucas rushed out to stop it. The Brighton fans were about to applaud him for simply trying to save Brighton's possession. At the same time, the Real Madrid players walked, thinking that possession would be theirs because Felix was the last to touch it. But Lucas wouldn't accept that. He threw himself at the ball, stretching out his right leg at the last moment. His boot grazed the ball, preventing it from coming out by mere centimeters. However, Lucas wasn't doing it for nothing. He was hungry, getting up quickly, as if he hadn't just thrown himself into the game with all his might. He ran forward. Real Madrid finally realized that the ball hadn't come out and reacted. Achraf Hakimi was the first to reposition himself, trying to block the path. But Lucas was undeterred. First, advanced concentration, thought Lucas. The world went quiet at that moment. In an instant, he could hear and see every player, every micro-expression of his opponents, every free space. His perception was heightened because all his senses were directed solely at playing soccer. With predator instinct, he knew that De La Fuente and Oscar Rodriguez would come close him down next. At that moment, Lucas activated risk analysis. He assessed his chances and realized that the best decision wasn't a pass, but a dribble because Hakimi's delay would impede De La Fuente and Oscar. Hakimi tried to disarm him with a quick shot, but Lucas responded with a mirage feint. His body leaned slightly to the right, eluding the Moroccan defender who went all out in that direction. In the next instant, Lucas passed to Hakimi's left. What a surreal dribble to get past Hakimi. That almost caused Oscar Rodriguez and De La Fuente to run into their own teammate. Lucas is advancing on his own. Explore stories on my virtual library empire. But Real Madrid's defense didn't give up. Manu Hernando and Jose Leon came to close the space. Lucas knew that if he tried to get past them, he'd be stopped. But that was where his secret weapon came in, the deadly technique. With this technique, for a few seconds, almost instants, he would be the best in the world. His movements reached an impeccable level of execution. With a subtle touch on the ball, he rolled it between the two defenders, sneaking in like a ghost. The crowd screamed in sheer shock. Confused, the defenders didn't understand the events that had transpired. The next thing they knew, Lucas was free, facing the goal. The Real Madrid goalkeeper, desperate, stepped forward to close the angle. But Lucas had used everything he had. He raised his head and dinked the ball over the goalkeeper. The ball went high. The goalkeeper stretched out his arms, but couldn't reach it. The ball only fell when it entered the goal, and after touching the ground and dripping, it slowly rolled to the back of the net. The narrator completely lost his composure. Goal! 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 Lucas Tanaka. This can't be real. He's just made a move worthy of a genius. That's art, that's soccer. Chapter 190, Memorable Night, Part 3. With Lucas' beautiful goal, the Brighton fans roared like a raging wave, their euphoric shouts shaking the stands. Among these hundreds of people, two young women were jumping and hugging each other amid the general delirium. Lucy and Kate had been there from the start, cheering, suffering, and now celebrating. Lucy shouted Lucas's name as if her voice could carry across the pitch and reach him. Kate, laughing and almost out of breath, held her arm tightly. Did you see that? Did you see that? He just destroyed their entire defense. There's nothing to do when he decides to shine. Ha ha ha. At the same time, in a hotel in the heart of Munich. Discover exclusive tales on my virtual library empire. In a large but minimalist hotel room, lit only by the glow of the television. On the floor, a sweaty man was doing sit-ups. He wasn't paying attention to the screen until the British narration reached a pitch of pure euphoria. This can't be real. Lucas Tanaka has just made a move worthy of a genius. That's art, that's soccer. The man paused for a moment, his eyes turning to the screen. His sharp gaze analyzed every detail of the replay. Lucas' every move, from the dry dribble over Hakimi to the masterful dig that sealed the goal. In the end, a small smile formed on the man's lips. Nice one, Tanaka, he muttered to himself before returning to his routine, now switching to push-ups. Back on the main pitch of Brighton's training center, Lucas had his heart pounding in his chest. The moment seemed surreal. Adrenaline coursed through his veins as his teammates ran up to him, embracing him in a whirlwind of celebration. Arthur jumped on his back, laughing out loud. Are you kidding me, Lucas? What was that? Raphael punched the air, still incredulous. That was a goal. A goal. You destroyed the entire defense. Javier, who had previously been carrying the weight of the mistake on the first goal, was now relieved. Now damn it. The score was now level. Brighton 21-1 Real Madrid 20. The game restarted and Brighton had the lead. But the Real Madrid players weren't happy. Hakimi clenched his fists. De La Fuente and Oscar Rodriguez exchanged dark looks, feeling the psychological impact of the goal. Manu Hernando kicked the turf hard, frustrated at having been beaten so easily. Real Madrid were not a team that accepted being humiliated. They would respond with full force because they believed in winning until the very last moments of this game. That was in their DNA, the arrogance, the superiority of their talents, and the ego of their players. And indeed, when the game restarted, the Spaniards raised the level of the match, both in terms of keeping possession with passes and in fouls to stop Brighton playing. But Lucas was ready for it. He felt the excitement of facing the best. Every second on the pitch was an opportunity to grow, to test his limits and go beyond them. In the 38th minute, Real Madrid got a breakthrough. After a quick move between Oscar Rodriguez and Mayerl, the Spanish striker received an inch-perfect pass inside the area. He finished as best he could, and, with an unintentional deflection off Luis, the low ball rose a little and went into the middle of the goal. Anton bent his knees and managed to deflect it upwards with his fingertips. The ball skimmed the crossbar, and the Brighton fans held their breath before bursting into applause at the goalkeeper's monumental save. "Come on, let's not let them get ahead in the game," Felix shouted, encouraging his teammates to keep up the intensity. The first half was drawing to a close, and both teams were fighting fiercely for control of the match. Javier and Felix were real gladiators in midfield, battling for every ball so as not to give Real Madrid any space to think they could make strong fouls without Brighton fighting back. In the final minutes of the first half, Miguel received a ball on the edge of the box and tried a shot. The ball traveled dangerously, but the Real Madrid goalkeeper made a spectacular save, preventing Brighton from going into the break ahead. Soon, the whistle resounded around the pitch, and that ended the first half. Lucas left the pitch taking a deep breath but smiling. This was the game he wanted. This was the challenge for which he had lived his second chance. Halftime brought a brief moment of rest for the Brighton team. Lucas sat on the bench and drank a lot of isotonic. The first half had been an intense battle. They had sweated a lot, so they needed to replenish their nutrients. Jimenez entered the dressing room with a serious expression. "Well done so far, lads. You made mistakes in the first few minutes, but you were incredible for most of that first half. We've shown that we're not here to be supporting players, and I'm proud of each and every one of you. But the game isn't over yet. Real Madrid are not a team that accepts being dominated. They'll come back in the second half even more aggressive, trying to suffocate us in possession and exploit our weak points. We need consistency. Our winger Miguel and Rafael did as good a job as they could with their 5-3-2 formation, but in the second half we'll need more attacking and defensive presence too. We're going to make some changes to the strategy." The players looked at each other. A change in strategy meant that someone would be coming off. In the 65th minute, "We'll make 2 substitutions," Jimenez announced. "Dennis, I know you were injured until a week ago, but are you ready to play at least 30 minutes of the game?" Denis nodded firmly. "Yes, coach. I'm more than ready." "Good. You and William will come in. Miguel and Rafael will leave. That means we'll change our tactical formation. In defense, we'll have 4-4-2 with Dennis, Javier, Felix and Arthur in the middle, Loki, Daniel, Luis and Aiden in defense, and Arthur and William in attack. But when an attacking move is starting, I want Lucas to join them, forming a 4-3-3. So Lucas, try not to be the playmaker and leave space for our creative midfielders who are Javier and Dennis." Lucas widened his eyes for a moment and smiled. "Understood, coach. Thanks for that." Jimenez nodded. "Lucas, your reading of the game is one of the best in the team. I want you to choose the right moments to go forward. I don't want you fixed in attack, but coming on as a surprise element. That's fine. Now, get some rest and be ready." The second half will be even more difficult because around 65% of their goals come after 60 minutes. Chapter 191, Memorable Night, Final Part. The break ended and the Brighton players returned to the pitch with a new lease on life. The cameras focused on Lucas, who was talking to Felix and Javier, going over details of the strategy. On the other side, the Real Madrid players were gathered in a circle, with Captain Manu Hernando talking energetically. The teams got into position, and the referee was about to allow the start of the second half. We're going into the second half here at Brighton's training center. And what an incredible game we're witnessing. Right at the start of the first half, Real Madrid scored a lightning goal to level things up. But at the end of the first half, Brighton took a partial lead with a spectacular goal from Lucas Tanaka, who leveled the match against the mighty Real Madrid. What can we expect from the second half, Carl? Well, Paul, Real Madrid is a team used to winning, and they will not take this draw lightly. In the first half, we saw a Spanish team that started well, but then lost their way against Brighton's intensity. I now expect Oscar Rodriguez and Borja Mayerl to take more responsibility and try to find solutions to break through the opposition's defense. In addition, Hakimi could be a splendid weapon at right back, but he still seems a little lost. Real Madrid began by pressing. Oscar Rodriguez received the ball in the middle and immediately tried to speed up the game, setting Hakimi up on the right. The Moroccan winger advanced at speed, passing Aiden and crossing low into the area. Mayro got ahead of the defense, but Anton, in a quick and precise move, caught the ball before he could shoot. Real Madrid came back with everything. That was a classic speed move from the edge of the box, and Anton made a crucial save. Lucas smiled, feeling the intensity of the game grow. I don't want them to give up too soon. In the 50th minute, Brighton found a chance. Javier stole the ball in midfield and played it quickly to Lucas, who lifted his head and laid it off to Miguel on the right wing. Miguel was quick and very good at dribbling, and as soon as he received Lucas' pass, he advanced with confidence. He spotted Dani Fernandez approaching to tackle him, and, with a subtle touch, played the ball forward and left him behind. The Brighton fans cheered, but Miguel knew there was still work to do. He looked into the area and saw Arthur positioning himself between the defenders. Without hesitating, he crossed the ball effectively to the Brighton striker. Arthur leapt up to challenge Manhwa Recap, but the Real Madrid captain deflected the ball just wide, momentarily averting the danger. However, the ball fell to Lucas on the edge of the box, who didn't think twice and hit a firm first-time shot. The ball went through a sea of legs, only for the Real Madrid goalkeeper to leap at the last moment and save it for a corner. What a dangerous finish from Lucas. Brighton show that they've come back for the second half with a will to win, said Paul, who was thrilled with the game. The corner was taken by Miguel, but the Spanish defense cleared it. Real Madrid tried to play it cool, but the intense pressure from the trio of forwards forced a misplaced pass from Martín Calderón, and Felix quickly intercepted it, playing it to Javier, who took another shot from a distance for Brighton, but the ball sailed over the bar. The minutes passed, and the game became increasingly physical. In the 60th minute, Real Madrid had another great opportunity. Fran Garcia advanced down the left and crossed for Mayro. The striker rose well to head home, forcing Anton into another great save. The Brighton goalkeeper had been one highlight of the match up to that point. Finally, in the 65th minute, Jimenez made the promised changes. Miguel and Rafael left the field exhausted to the applause of the fans, and Dennis and Willian came on in their places. And we have changes at Brighton. In comes Dennis, who is a skillful playmaker, and also Willian, a versatile striker who can play on the flanks or more centrally. As a result, Brighton will have to switch to a more defensive formation, said Carl. On the Real Madrid side, Gutierrez also made his changes. Martín Calderón and Dani Gomez left the field, making way for Moja and Augusto Galvin. The Spanish coach wanted more mobility in midfield and creativity in attack. The game restarted with Brighton looking to impose their new formation. Lucas moved further forward in some moves to form an attacking trio with Willian and Arthur, and this soon brought results. Almost 70 minutes in, Lucas received the ball on the edge of the box after a quick touch from Dennis. With a dry cutback, he left Manu Hernando behind and hit a powerful shot towards goal. The goalkeeper jumped and deflected it with his fingertips, sending it out for a corner. Lucas Tanaka almost scored again. He's having a spectacular game, leading Brighton offensively, exclaimed Paul on the broadcast. The last minutes promised excitement. Hakimi surged forward even more, looking to press down the right flank. In the 78th minute, he played a 1-2 with Moja and broke into the penalty area. Anton again came to Brighton's rescue with an incredible save. The clock ticked down to 85 minutes when Brighton had one last great chance. Lucas, showing his tactical intelligence, spotted a gap between the Real Madrid defenders and played a masterful pass to Willian, who came face-to-face with Bellman. The striker tried to finish, but the Spanish goalkeeper made an impressive save. As the referee blew for extra time, both teams tried one more attack each, but to no avail. When the final whistle blew, the score remained 1-1. Continue your adventure at my virtual library empire. Brighton win. What an incredible match. Brighton and Real Madrid put on a top-class show, said Carl at the end of the broadcast. For those who thought Brighton was a team that only surprised the English giants, this team is becoming a nightmare for the big boys across Europe too. I wouldn't normally say this, but this Brighton team promises to reach the final. Top of the Youth Premier League so far, Brighton are on their 13th game without a loss. It's a shame that all these talented players have to stay together for such a short time. I say that because in next winter's window, they will all surely receive offers from big teams. To the public, I hope you enjoyed the narration and commentary here on the broadcast and have a great Christmas break. See you in 3 weeks. Chapter 192, Snow. After the final whistle, the Brighton players greeted their opponents and went to the bench to get a drink of water and listen to what Coach Jimenez had to say. Lucas felt exhausted, but he was satisfied with his performance. He took a deep breath and watched the reporters approaching the pitch, ready to interview the highlights of the match. It wasn't long before one journalist called his name. Lucas Tanaka, please, can you give us a few minutes? He smiled politely and nodded, heading towards the interview area where the microphones and cameras were. An ESPN reporter was holding a microphone with the channel's logo on it. Lucas, first, congratulations on the game. Brighton faced one of the biggest youth teams in world soccer and qualified. How do you rate the team's performance today? Lucas ran a hand through his sweaty hair and thought for a moment before answering. Thanks. It was a hard game. Real Madrid has top players, very well trained, so we knew it was going to be a battle from start to finish. We conceded an early goal, but we stayed calm and keep our heads in our game together. We created a lot of chances, and I think the draw was a fair result. You were one highlight of the game, scoring Brighton's goal and creating several attacking opportunities. How would you rate your personal performance in this game? Lucas smiled modestly. I think I played a good game, but soccer is a team sport. My goal only happened because the entire team worked well, pressed at the right time, and created the opportunity for me to finish. I was pleased with my performance, of course, but there's always room for improvement. Our aim is to keep improving and maintain this unbeaten run. Another reporter, this time from a Spanish newspaper, intervened. Lucas, you played against strong English teams before, but today you played against a traditional team from Spain. What was it like for you to go up against a team like Real Madrid? There's not much to say. Real Madrid is a legendary club. For any inexperienced player, playing against them is an incredible experience. You can feel their quality in every pass, in every move. They're extremely well trained, so we had to give it our all. It's always a learning experience to play against teams of this level. The Spanish journalist smiled and continued. And now that you and your teammates are attracting attention in Europe, many experts say that several Brighton players could soon receive offers from big clubs. Have you been contacted? Are there any teams you'd like to play for in the future? Lucas laughed slightly, looking away for a moment before answering. To be honest, I try not to think about it now. I'm concentrating on Brighton, our season, and my development as a player. I know opportunities come naturally when the job is done well. So the most important thing now is to keep improving and helping the team. The British reporter took the floor again. Brighton has been unbeaten for 13 games and is top of the Youth Premier League. Do you think this team has the potential to win the title this season? Lucas didn't hesitate. Absolutely. We believe in our work and we know our potential. The league is long. We still have challenges ahead of us, but we're on the right track. The most important thing is to continue with this mentality without losing focus. One of Brighton's press officers approached and signaled that the interview had to end. The reporter, realizing this, asked one last question. Finally, Lucas, what can the fans expect from Brighton after the Christmas break? Lucas smiled. They can expect an even stronger and more rested team because the run of games over the last 2 months has been intense. A lot of traveling and opponents who knew us and gave their all against us. We're going to take advantage of this break to rest, recover our energy, and come back with an even greater desire to win. Our aim is to keep growing and show that Brighton are here to stay. The reporter thanked him and said goodbye, and Lucas left the interview area to the applause of some fans still in the stadium. The morning after the game against Real Madrid, Lucas woke up feeling freezing. The blanket made the idea of getting out of bed less appealing, but curiosity overcame him. He got up, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and went to his bedroom window. When he pulled back the curtain, a white, silent spectacle immediately took his gaze. Snow. The campus of the SciEC Institute was covered in an immaculate white blanket. The roofs of the buildings and the green fields of low grass were covered in the snow that had fallen during the early morning. When Lucas opened the window, the icy air sent a chill through his body. Snow, isn't it? It's been a while since I've seen it up close. In Japan, winter memories were always special, but now, living in his new reality, seeing snow meant a little loneliness. Not wanting to get too lost in these emotions, he closed the window and got ready for the day. She put on a thermal jacket under her sweater and put on thick socks before leaving her room. The dormitory was quiet, as was the campus. Most of the institute's students had gone to visit their families for the 2-week vacation, so it was normal for there to be far fewer people. Fortunately, when he arrived at the cafeteria, he found Javier and Felix sitting by the lit fireplace, drinking hot coffee and watching the snow through the large glass window. Continue your adventure at my virtual library empire. Tanaka, good morning. Did you sleep well after yesterday's game? Good morning. I slept like a rock, but this cold. Lucas walked over and picked up a steaming mug of coffee. Snow is good, but I wasn't prepared for this weather. Felix laughed, blowing the steam from his drink before taking a sip. Welcome to the real European winter. It's not that cold in Japan, is it? Lucas shook his head. It depends on the region, but where I used to live, the winters were milder. Here it's another level. So, what are your plans for the Christmas break? Asked Felix. I don't know yet. I thought about going back to Japan, but the time is short, and tickets are absurdly expensive. If the intention is to rest, I don't think such a long and tiring trip will help me much. I think I'll stick around. What about you? Felix shrugs his shoulders. Tomorrow I'm going back to the countryside to see my family. I haven't seen them for a while, so this break is perfect for that. and I'm going to Spain. Christmas without tapas and jamon isn't a real Christmas. But I know the club always organizes a little party for those who stay. You won't be spending it alone. Yes. Lucas sipped his coffee slowly and thought, will Lucy be spending Christmas with her family? Chapter 193, Ethan appears. The campus of the SciEC Institute looked like another world in winter, covered in the soft white of freshly fallen snow. The branches of the dry trees were coated in a thin layer of ice, and the grass of the fields disappeared under a white carpet. With most of the students traveling to spend the holidays with their families, the campus was quieter than usual. The tranquility was welcome, but it also brought a certain air of loneliness that Lucas tried to ignore. However, in the center of Brighton, in winter, was a charming city. The traditional red brick buildings, typical of British architecture, blended beautifully with the snow accumulating on their roofs. Some houses were adorned with twinkling Christmas lights, and store windows displayed festive decorations that attracted passers-by who ventured out into the cold. The coffee and pubs along the waterfront were cozy, with customers warming their hands with mugs of tea or hot chocolate. Lucas walked leisurely, feeling the chilly breeze from the nearby sea. The ocean, stirred by the icy wind, seemed even more intense under the gray sky. Lucas paused near the famous Brighton Palace Pier. In the summer, it was one of the city's most vibrant spots, full of tourists and locals enjoying the games, the food, and the spectacular sea views. Now, however, the pier was almost deserted, save for a few people walking around bundled up, probably taking advantage of the frosty morning to breathe in the fresh ocean air. In the central square, an ice skating rink had been set up, and some children were playing under the watchful eyes of their parents. After a long walk, Lucas entered a small coffee near the pier. The smell of freshly brewed coffee and warm bread enveloped him as soon as he crossed the threshold. He took off his gloves and ordered a cappuccino, choosing a table near the window to watch the scenery outside. While he waited for his order, he took out his cell phone and opened the chat with Lucy, hesitating for a moment before typing. Hey, Louis. How's your Christmas break going? Are you going away to meet your family? He didn't expect an immediate reply, so he put his phone back in his pocket and took a sip of the hot coffee that had just arrived. Surprisingly, a minute later, his cell phone vibrated on the table. It was Lucy's reply. Es mis patitka tres. Lucas. I'm spending Christmas here in Brighton. Anyway, my brother is coming to visit, so we're going to enjoy the city together. What about you? Are you staying here? Me? Yes, I'm staying. I thought about going to Japan, but it would be an exhausting trip for such a short time. I'm glad your brother's coming. Brighton is beautiful at Christmas. Love, true. Have you seen the ice skating rink in the central square? I was thinking of going there this afternoon with my brother. If you want to join us, you're welcome. Lucas hesitated for a moment. He wasn't exactly a great skater, but spending time with someone was better than with no one. Me? Sounds like fun. I'll meet you there then. He finished his coffee and left the establishment. With his hands in his pockets, he started walking back towards the campus, feeling the snow crunch under his feet. Later, in the central square, the atmosphere was lively, with children and adults skating on the ice, some with elegant movements, others with obvious difficulties in keeping their balance. As Lucas approached the agreed location, he spotted Lucy. She was standing next to a boy who appeared to be a little taller than him. The strange contrast between the two immediately caught Lucas' eye. While Lucy had bright blonde hair and a warm smile, the boy next to her had black hair and a more reserved look. Wasting no time, Lucas approached, and as soon as he got close, said, "Look, I was hoping to see some resemblance between you two, but honestly, you don't even look like brothers." He commented. The boy, who initially wore a neutral expression, seemed to be taken aback by the comment. "Lucy, is that your friend?" She nodded and went to greet Lucas with a hug. "It's really good to see you." "It's good to see you too," Lucas said. He then went to say hello to the boy, who quickly explained, hello. "Well, actually, Lucy and I aren't really brother and sister." He scratched the back of his head, looking slightly uncomfortable. "Lucy always introduces me like that, but I'm just a childhood friend of hers. We've known each other since nursery school. I'm a year older, so I've kind of become a big brother to her." Despite the lopsided smile on his face, there was something about the way he said it that made Lucas arch an eyebrow. Lucy gave the boy a gentle push on the shoulder. "That's exactly why we're like brothers. He's always looked after me, protected me, and been there for me." As Lucy spoke enthusiastically, the boy looked away briefly, and his expression changed to something that Lucas quickly identified: sadness. It wasn't something overt, but an insignificant detail in his countenance, a lost look. Lucas didn't have to think long to realize what was happening. He likes her. The conclusion was immediate. Lucas had seen this look before, that of someone who feels something more but can't express it. Perhaps this boy was afraid to change their relationship, perhaps because he believed he had no chance with Lucy. Lucas didn't know the exact reason, but the melancholy in the boy's eyes was unmistakable. Deciding not to pursue the matter further, Lucas just smiled and held out his hand to greet him. I see. Well, it's nice to meet you. I am Lucas. The boy accepted the handshake and nodded slightly. I am Ethan. My pleasure. With the introductions made, Lucy gestured towards the ice rink. Right, kids. Enough talk, let's go skating. She took Lucas by the arm and pulled him towards the ice. Lucas, have you ever skated before? Lucas let out a sigh, already expecting that this could be a disaster. To be honest, I'm not exactly an expert at it. Lucy laughed. Then it'll be fun to watch. Chapter 194, Expert Skater. Lucas took a deep breath before taking his first step onto the ice rink. As soon as his foot touched the slippery surface, he felt an immediate imbalance take hold of his body. His arms flailed in the air as he tried futilely to find some stability. In a matter of seconds, he felt the icy impact against his hands as he almost fell forward. Lucy, who was standing next to him, grabbed his arm and laughed. Hey, Lucas, you really weren't kidding when you said you weren't an expert, she said, helping him to his feet. Lucas sighed and tried to straighten up. It's been years since I last did that. Like, for many years. That shouldn't be so hard, should it? Lucy laughed again. Well, balance is everything. Try to relax a bit. Don't hold on to the tension so much. You look like a robot that's just been turned on, and I know the problem isn't your lack of leg skills. While Lucas concentrated on not falling face-first onto the ice, Ethan skated easily around them. Unlike Lucas, Ethan seemed to glide across the surface with no effort. His body moved fluidly, as if he were completely at home in that environment. Some spectators nearby noticed his skill and watched him curiously. At one point, he spun smoothly, sliding backwards with a precision that made some children and even some adults around him look impressed. Lucas, still trying to avoid disaster, looked at Ethan as he approached and whistled low. Wow, you're great at that. Don't tell me you've taken skating lessons or something. Lucy gave an amused laugh before replying. Oh, he hasn't just taken lessons. Ethan is a professional figure skater. Lucas widened his eyes in surprise. What? Really? Ethan smiled shyly and scratched the back of his head, a little uncomfortable with the attention. Well, yes. I live in Denmark now and train there. I take part in competitions. Lucas blinked a few times. That explains why you're sliding around on the ice like you were born here. I'm standing here looking like a newborn deer, and you look like you could perform at the Olympics. Lucy laughed. Exactly, but it's kind of funny watching you struggle to balance. Lucas rolled his eyes but laughed along. Little by little, he got used to the ice. Although he was still nowhere near being able to move easily, at least he could stand without having to cling desperately to Lucy to keep from falling. After a while of skating slowly around the rink, he looked at Lucy and nodded to Ethan, who was skating alone up ahead. Hey, I'm already getting better. Why don't you keep up with your friend? He's come all this way. You should spend some time with him. Lucy hesitated for a moment. Are you sure? You've just stopped looking like you're going to fall over any minute. Lucas smiled. Yes, I'm sure. Go enjoy yourself. I'll keep trying not to completely humiliate myself here. Lucy, blushing, smiled and nodded. All right then, but if you need any help, call me. With that, she glided over to Ethan and started skating alongside him. The two seemed incredibly comfortable together, laughing and moving in sync as if they'd been doing it forever. Enjoy news stories from my virtual library empire. Ethan even took Lucy's hand at one point to guide her into a little pirouette, making her laugh excitedly. Lucas continued to skate slowly near the edge of the rink, watching the children around him move with more skill than he did. He let out a sigh and crossed his arms. Great, even kids are passing me now. Incredible. He turned his gaze to Lucy and Ethan, who were skating together with smiles on their faces. There was something about the scene that made Lucas's chest tighten in a strange and unexpected way. He couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Was it jealousy? Frustration? Or just inexplicable discomfort? The fact was that Lucy seemed happy at Ethan's side, and Ethan, even with his more reserved manner, clearly felt good around her. It was then that Lucas remembered that look again, when Lucy had talked about Ethan being her big brother. That look bothered him more than it should have. He looked away and focused on the ice below him. I don't know why I'm feeling like this. It's none of my business. But I also can't stand back and not have fun when I can just enjoy it. Lucas took a deep breath, trying to ignore the uncomfortable feeling that weighed on his chest as he watched Lucy and Ethan having fun together on the ice rink. He shook his head, pushing those thoughts away, and went back to concentrating on his own skating. Genius Replicator skill activated. Skill copy condition identified. Skill available. Expert skater. Skill name. Expert skater. Description. Allows the user to skate with extreme ease, balance, and fluidity, decimating the chances of falls and increasing control over abnormal movements on the ice. Cooldown none. That would be perfect. If he could copy this skill, he would finally stop dragging himself around the rink like a clumsy beginner. But before his excitement could fully build, another notification appeared. Condition for copying. Make Ethan fall on the ice rink. Lucas paused, reading the condition again to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Really? I have to make the guy fall. He looked at Ethan, who was gliding around the rink with ease, leading Lucy in elegant movements. He seemed completely immersed in the moment, completely unaware that Lucas was dealing with an unexpected dilemma. Lucas crossed his arms. Take Ethan down? That seemed completely unnecessary. Besides, Ethan was a nice guy, and he had no reason to want to hurt him. But at the same time, if he didn't fulfill this condition, he would continue to skate like a complete amateur. He must have fallen many times before. What's going to change falling once more for me to have a new skill? Lucas was lying to himself, pretending that he wanted this skill so he wouldn't fall behind the kids or he could have more fun. However, the truth was that seeing Ethan with Lucy like that bothered him so much that his pride couldn't take it. Lucas Tanaka still didn't understand these feelings because he had never been in love like this before in either of his two lives. Chapter 195, Ice Rink. Lucas looked again at the system screen, where the condition for copying the skating skill was clearly described. Condition for copying, make Ethan fall on the ice rink. He clenched his fists and looked away. It's not like I'm going to really hurt the guy, and it doesn't have to be so direct. If I make him lose his balance somehow, technically, I'm not doing anything wrong, right? The moral dilemma burned inside him, but the desire not to be left behind spoke louder. He needed a plan. Lucas continued to crawl around the rink, observing his surroundings. There were children skating near the edge, some holding on, others gliding with ease. And then he noticed something, a small group of teenagers playing at pushing each other lightly to see who could keep their balance. Lucas had an idea. He approached the group, trying to look as natural as possible. As he passed them, he allowed his own balance to wobble a little, and thanks to this, he subtly bumped into the shoulder of one boy, who unintentionally overbalanced and bumped into another. This second one, trying to balance himself, ended up sliding in the wrong direction, straight into Ethan. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The boy bumped hips with Ethan at the exact moment he was preparing to move faster. The impact, small but unexpected, was enough to destabilize him, and they both fell to the ground together. Lucy put her hands to her mouth. Ethan, are you all right? Ethan blinked a few times, confused, and then gave a mirthless laugh. Oh, yeah, I guess I was just taken by surprise. He sat down on the ice, rubbing the back of his head. Wow, it's been a long time since I fell like that. The boy who had caused the impact looked at him with wide eyes. Sorry, lad. I didn't mean to. Ethan smiled gently. Don't worry, it wasn't your fault. It happens. Condition achieved. Skill copied. In the next instant, Lucas, who had distanced himself so as not to be blamed for the whole mess, activated the skill and quickly approached to offer Ethan a hand to get up. Lucas reached out to Ethan, who was still sitting on the ice, scratching his ankle. Here, let me help you. Ethan smiled, taking his hand and standing up carefully. When he put his weight on his foot, his expression twitched slightly for a second, but then he disguised it. Lucy noticed the discomfort immediately. Ethan, are you all right? She asked, concerned. Ethan turned his foot slightly in the air and nodded. Yes, just a minor discomfort. Nothing serious. But I think I'll slow down a bit, just to make sure I don't push too hard. Lucas felt a slight weight on his conscience. He didn't really want Ethan to get hurt. He just needed the fall to copy the skill. But now that he could see that the guy seemed to feel something, he tried to defuse the situation. Maybe we should get off the track and take a break? Have something hot and rest for a while, suggested Lucas, hoping that Ethan would agree. Ethan says he's fine. If he was really hurt, he'd tell you, right? Now that you've finally got the hang of it, do you want to go out, Lucas? Ethan laughed and nodded. Yeah, you don't have to worry so much. You should both enjoy it. I'll just take it easy, but I'm good to go. Well, if you're sure, then let's go. Now, with his new ability activated, Lucas glided across the ice with a fluidity he had never experienced before. It was as if his body already knew exactly how to move. It differed completely from before, when it felt like he was going to fall at any moment. Lucy's eyes widened as she watched him skate with such ease. Wait a minute, what do you mean? You were about to kill yourself recently, and now you look like you were born for it. Lucas shrugged and smiled. I guess I just had to get the hang of it. My body finally understood how it works. She narrowed her eyes. That's suspicious. Have you secretly always been good at it? If I was, I wouldn't have skated alongside children for so long, Lucas replied, and that made Lucy laugh. The evening continued with them having fun at the skating rink. Lucy challenged Lucas to join her in a few simple maneuvers, and he accepted, surprising even himself with the ease with which he could do them. Ethan, on the other hand, kept a more relaxed pace, not pushing his injured foot too hard, but still skating with grace. After a while skating and having fun on the ice rink, the trio went outside and warmed up a bit. Ethan suggested a stall nearby, known for selling some of the best hot chocolate in the region. The stall was simple, made of rustic wood with a few lights hanging from the top. Lucas, Lucy, and Ethan approached the counter, and each ordered a hot drink to ward off the cold. Ah, that's delicious. Ethan blew lightly on the hot chocolate before taking another sip. Well, I have to admit, today was a lot of fun, Lucy said, smiling. Even with the fall of our professional skater. Ethan rolled his eyes and smiled sideways. Yeah, at least it did some good, right? Lucas is now skating like a pro. Lucas took a sip of his hot chocolate. I just needed to get the hang of it. It was then that a little boy of about 9 or 10 approached. He seemed hesitant at first, but after looking at his friends a few meters away and receiving encouragement, he finally took courage and stopped in front of them. Explore more of my virtual library empire. Hey, sorry to bother you, but can I take a picture? Ethan, who was in the middle of sipping his hot chocolate, lowered his cup and smiled, preparing to answer. Ah, sorry, big boy. I rarely take pictures like this. I hope you understand. He gestured with his hand for the child to leave. But the little boy was confused and then looked at his friends before turning his face back to Ethan. Huh, I wasn't talking to you, lad. I want a picture with him. He pointed directly at Lucas. Lucy held back her laughter, and Ethan's eyes widened, clearly taken aback. What? With Lucas? The child nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, what's up with you, Tanaka? We saw you at the skating rink, but I didn't want to bother you. In fact, at first we thought it couldn't be you, because you seem to have difficulty skating, but then, when you started gliding like a pro, we knew for sure. You're Tanaka from Brighton, aren't you? Lucas scratched the back of his head, a little awkwardly. Ah, yes, that's me. Lucy finally let out a laugh. Lucas is a footballer, not a skater. Of course he'd get in the way at first. The little boy laughed along with her. That's true, but then he got great. My older brother always says you're one of Brighton's most promising players. And I really like your style of play too. Can you take a picture with me? Lucas nodded with a genuine smile. Sure, it will be a pleasure. Chapter 196, Cold Night. Lucas crouched down next to the boy to take the photo. The boy was overjoyed and held his phone with hands trembling with excitement, while one of his friends took the picture for him. The photo was taken, and the boy grinned from ear to ear. Thanks, Tanaka. Good luck with the next games. We'll be rooting for you. The boy waved cheerfully before running back to his friends, who started laughing and commenting excitedly. Lucas stood up and looked at Ethan, who was still standing there with a surprised expression on his face. You're a soccer player? Ethan asked, clearly stunned. And for what that boy said, you play for Brighton? Lucy laughed to see Ethan's reaction. Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten to mention that. Ethan rubbed the back of his neck, visibly embarrassed. I swear I did not know. I thought he was just, a normal guy who likes to skate awkwardly. Lucas gave a lopsided smile. Well, technically, I'm just a normal guy who skates awkwardly. Soccer is the only thing I can be good at, I guess. Skating doesn't seem to be a problem for you anymore, Lucy pointed out. Ethan shook his head, still trying to process everything. I can't believe I'm hanging out with a professional skater without knowing it the whole time. And I even teased you about skating. Dude, I'm sorry. Lucas laughed and patted Ethan on the shoulder. Relax, it's no problem. And I'm not even a pro yet. They sat back down on the rustic wooden benches of the hot chocolate stand. Ethan took a thoughtful sip of his drink and looked at Lucas with a new perspective. Why? So, what's it like being a professional footballer? It must be intense. Lucas thought for a moment before answering. It's a mixture of many things. There's the exciting part, like watching your own games with narration and having a few people who support you. But it's also a lot of hard work, constant training, and pressure to improve every day. And have you ever thought about quitting? Ethan asked, genuinely curious. Lucas looked at the horizon for a moment, reflecting on the difficulties he had faced on his journey. Yes, many times. Sometimes things got tough, especially when it seemed like I wasn't improving or when I was dealing with defeats. But I always remembered why I started playing. The love of the game was always stronger than any difficulty. Ethan nodded slowly, looked at his watch, and realized that it was already getting late. I think it's time to go. My leg is asking for a comfortable bed. After all, I arrived in town earlier today. The trio stood up, returning the empty mugs to the stall and thanking the vendor before heading toward the exit of the skating park. As they walked, Ethan looked at Lucas with a more serious expression. Hey man, now that I know you're a soccer player, I'll be cheering you on at the next game. Lucas smiled. Thanks for the support. I hope to see you at a Brighton game one day. Lucy smiled at them both. You two make a good pair. Who would have thought that an afternoon of skating would turn out like this? When they reached the meeting point where they would each go their separate ways, Ethan held out his hand to Lucas and shook it firmly. Take care, Lucas. And keep chasing your dream. I'll be following your games from now on. Thanks, Ethan. Take care of that ankle and don't strain it too much. Lucas watched Lucy and Ethan walk together towards the exit of the skating park. He shoved his hands into his jacket pockets, feeling a slight twinge of discomfort that he couldn't fully explain. Ethan seemed like a nice guy, and that was making Lucas feel a little bad for having done that at the skating rink for a silly reason. While Lucas waited for the cab he had called, he continued to watch the two of them from a distance. Lucy gestured animatedly as she spoke, and Ethan seemed completely involved in the conversation. Lucas tried to push away the thoughts that were forming, telling himself that there was nothing wrong there. After all, Lucy had already confessed, and Ethan just seemed to be a good friend of hers, right? Wrong. Suddenly, Lucas saw Ethan slip one of his arms behind Lucy's neck, trying to pull her into a side hug. Experience exclusive tales on my virtual library empire. For a moment, he succeeded. Lucy looked surprised, but not immediately uncomfortable. Then Ethan looked back, directly at Lucas. His gaze was empty, and the smile on his face said something that Lucas interpreted instantly. I won. Son of a bitch. Before he could think of making any reaction, Lucy pushed Ethan's arm away and said something Lucas couldn't hear, but her tone sounded firm. Ethan, back off a bit. People might take this the wrong way. Lucy said with a serious expression. Calm down, calm down. I was only joking. Ethan said. Lucy then looked back over one shoulder, clearly searching for Lucas with her eyes. Her gaze went to where he was, but Lucas's cab had just arrived, and he was already getting into the car. He closed the door with a soft sigh, looking out of the window for a moment before the vehicle moved. Lucy bit her lower lip thoughtfully. Did Lucas see what happened? And if he did he get all wrong? The cab drove through the quiet streets of the city, and Lucas looked outside, trying to sort out his thoughts. Why does this bother me so much? Do I really like Lucy? He asked himself silently. Lucy was his friend, and he trusted her. But that look on Ethan's face, that look of triumph, wouldn't leave his head. And Lucas didn't look long enough to see Lucy pushing Ethan away. The cab driver noticed the silence and tried to make conversation. Cold night, huh? Very cold. Chapter 197, Merry Christmas, Part 1. While most of the players and staff were taking time off to visit their families or rest, Lucas Tanaka was at Brighton's training center every morning, alone, usually with a ball at his feet. He was practicing fouls with a false barrier. His mind was focused, but also restless. Ever since the incident at the skating park with Ethan and Lucy, Lucas hadn't been able to stop thinking about the last few weeks. He knew his feelings were changing, but he still wasn't sure what to do about it. While practicing, a familiar voice caught his attention. Training even on Christmas Eve? Now, that's dedication. Lucas looked up and saw Coach Jimenez approaching, wearing a thick coat and a wool cap to protect himself in the cold. Good morning, Coach, Lucas greeted with a smile. I couldn't sit still today. I need to keep up the pace. Jimenez nodded, crossing his arms as he watched Lucas' movements. You've made substantial progress, Lucas. I'm proud of your commitment. But tell me, why didn't you take the time off to visit your family? Lucas sighed. My family is in Japan, sir. Going home would be complicated. Jimenez made an understanding gesture. Understand. The life of a young athlete can be lonely, especially during the holidays. And what about you? Shouldn't you be with your family in Spain? Jimenez shook his head slowly. My mother passed away a few years ago. My father is still alive, but we're not very close. I stayed here this year. I'm sorry about that, Coach, Lucas said sincerely. Jimenez gave a small smile. You don't have to worry. I have a girlfriend here in town, so I won't be completely alone. Lucas raised his eyebrows in surprise. Girlfriend? I never would have guessed. Jimenez laughed. What? Do you think I only live for soccer? Everyone has a personal life, Lucas. Even the coaches. By the way, where are your friends, Felix and Lucas? They went to visit their families. Raphael's from Brighton, but his grandparents aren't. A lot of the guys have gone away or have other plans. Jimenez sighed, looking a little disappointed. It's a shame for you. And this will be the first year we don't have a Christmas party at the training center. With so few people here, it makes little sense to organize something. Lucas was shocked. The Christmas party at the training center was a hope that he wouldn't be alone that night. I see, said Lucas, trying to mask his disappointment. I expect this Christmas to be quieter than usual. The rest of the morning was dedicated to more and more training. When Lucas got tired, he thought he'd go to his apartment and just sleep and let Christmas pass unceremoniously. However, even for him, who had lived a lonely adult life in the past, it was a little difficult to accept this. He could always visit his family on dates like this. Finally, back in the apartment, Lucas looked around, and his bed called to him. But, even in his past life, he had always made a point of watching a movie with his family, and it couldn't be any different now. After a few minutes trying to decide on a movie, he thought it would be better to buy the snacks first and then think about the end. So he grabbed a jacket and left the apartment. The campus was deserted, with a few Christmas lights scattered here and there. Lucas walked towards one of the vending machines near the center of campus. He intended to buy some drinks and snacks. Experience more tales on my virtual library empire. As he approached the machine, he paused when he saw a familiar figure standing there, looking at the items on display. Kate Dyer, the strict member of the disciplinary board, was dressed in a gray wool coat and a black cap that covered part of her long black hair. She looked focused, but not with the same stern look she used to have. Don't worry, Lucas. I'm not on committee duty today, she said with a slight laugh as she looked at him from the corner of her eye. Lucas relaxed a little, although he was still surprised to find her there. Good afternoon, Kate. I didn't expect to see you here, nor did I expect to find you. I was just looking for something to eat. The campus restaurant is closed today, so the vending machine is my last option. She crossed her arms and looked at Lucas. What about you? Why aren't you with your friends? Lucas shrugged. They've all traveled to visit their families. I stayed because going home would be complicated. Kate nodded, understanding. I see. I couldn't go home this year either. My parents are traveling, and I stayed here. What about Lucy? Lucas asked, knowing that they were close friends. She called me to celebrate with her family, but I don't like a person who's going to be there. Ethan. Kate looked at Lucas in surprise that he had got the name exactly right. Oh, do you know him? Yes. Lucy called me yesterday to go skating, and he was with her. He was a guy with an ambiguous personality. Exactly. He bothers me precisely because I can't tell what's going on in his head. Besides, Lucy asked me to go skating too, and I didn't go because unfortunately I'm terrible at it. Me too, Lucas said, stopping next to Kate to look into the drinks machine. The silence that followed was unexpectedly comfortable. Lucas thought about how different Kate looked. She had always been so formal in her duties, but now, without the pressure of her responsibilities, she seemed lighter and more approachable. Do you have an appointment today? A party at Brighton or something? Kate asked. Not really. They're not doing anything this year. What about you? Have you organized a party here at the Institute? A member of the disciplinary committee organizing a party? Definitely not. There are too many teenagers here and not enough staff at this time. So they don't allow parties because they know things can happen. So if you want, we can buy some things and watch a movie in my apartment. It's not a Christmas party, but it's better than being alone. Kate looked surprised by the invitation, but her face softened into a smile. Why not? A movie and some snacks sound good. Although it's forbidden for girls to go to boys' dormitories and vice versa. Come on. You said yourself that you're not working for the committee today. Yeah, you're right. Let's do it. Chapter 198. Merry Christmas, Part 2. As they made their way to the boys' apartment building, Kate couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. She and Lucy had been friends for 2 years, and at the Institute, they had become almost like sisters. Lucy was spontaneous, outgoing, and always open about her feelings. There was no forgetting the moment Lucy said she liked Lucas. There's something different about him, Lucy had said dreamily. Kate had always been more reserved, preferring to analyze people before opening up. Now here she was, accepting an invitation to Lucas Tanaka's apartment, the same boy her best friend was in love with. Kate justified to herself that it was just an attempt to avoid the two of them spending Christmas alone, but the situation still seemed very unusual. She knew she would have to tell Lucy eventually, but that wasn't something to deal with now. When they arrived at Lucas's apartment, he unlocked the door and opened it with a simple gesture. Come in, make yourself at home, he said, stepping aside so that Kate could pass. She entered hesitantly, expecting to find a mess typical of what movie cliches always showed about men's dormitories. Scattered clothes, dirty dishes, and maybe even a strange smell of forgotten socks. However, to her surprise, the place was incredibly organized. The small kitchen was spotless, and the room beyond the pantry had a bookcase, a bed, a light gray sofa with a blanket folded carefully over the backrest, and an artificial plant decorating one corner. The floor was clean and showed no signs of disorganization. Kate looked around with a surprised expression, and Lucas noticed. What's wrong? He asked, frowning slightly. I honestly expected something different, Kate replied, smiling shyly. I guess I've watched too many cliché movies where boys' bedrooms are portrayed as a total mess. But your place is impressively tidy. Lucas laughed. Well, maybe I'm an exception. I like to keep everything organized. It helps clear the mind, especially when I'm focused on something like soccer. Well, now I'm relieved. I thought I'd be entering a war zone, but this is very welcoming. Lucas walked into the small kitchen and left the snacks and drinks they'd bought from the vending machines on the worktop. I hope you're hungry. It's nothing fancy a Christmas dinner deserves, and I didn't buy any presents either, but we should be able to manage. Kate put a hand to her mouth and laughed. It works perfectly for me. While Lucas prepared everything, Kate walked over to the bookshelf. There were a few books on mentality, but surprisingly, there were the complete series of Harry Potter books in the middle of it all. For a British girl like Kate, it was normal for anyone to have read Harry Potter, but she remembered perfectly well that Lucas Tanaka was Japanese. Have you read Harry Potter? She asked, taking the volume Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone off the shelf. Lucas looked over his shoulder as he put away the snacks. When he saw Kate holding the book, a smile formed on his lips. Yes, I've read it. Who hasn't? Harry Potter was one of the first books that really immersed me in a story. And, to be honest, it was also the one that built up a large part of the image I had of the British when I was younger. Kate laughed. I imagine the image involved a lot of tea and double-decker buses. Pretty much, Lucas replied, laughing with her. But honestly, it was fascinating to imagine the wizarding world. I loved the contrast between the Muggle world and the wizarding world. I'm speaking here as a fan, but I don't even know if you like it or asked out of politeness. Kate clasped the book against her chest. No, I asked because I'm a huge fan. I grew up with these books. I used to like to imagine I was at Hogwarts when I was playing in my dad's big house. Discover more stories in my virtual library empire. If you were at Hogwarts, I'm sure you'd be a Ravenclaw. Kate raised an eyebrow in surprise. Ravenclaw? Why? He shook his head. There's no way you're Slytherin or Hufflepuff. Gryffindor has its share of bravery and impulsiveness, but you seem to be the more analytical type. Ravenclaw is known for its intelligence and curiosity, and from what I can see, you have plenty of that. Wow, Kate said, smiling. That was very specific. Oh, and one more thing, Lucas continued, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. You'd also be one of those students who monitor the corridors. You know, the kind who keep an eye on others to see if they're breaking the rules, and then catch them in the act. Kate laughed out loud this time, because she knew he had mentioned it precisely because she was on the disciplinary committee. Kate put the book back. What about you? I bet you'd be a Gryffindor. Lucas scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. Maybe. I've always been impulsive, especially for soccer. But who knows? Maybe I got a bit of Hufflepuff in me too. I value loyalty. The conversation flowed naturally, and they sat on the sofa with their snacks, still discussing the characters and their favorite moments from the books. Okay, favorite moment from the books. Easy. Harry's first Quidditch match. That moment when he picks up the pommel is incredible. I kept imagining I was flying with him. Lucas gave a nostalgic smile. Oh, of course a footballer would say that. Mine is the Battle of Hogwarts, Kate replied, her eyes sparkling. It was so exciting and epic. I always get goosebumps just thinking about it. Lucas nodded. It really was a fitting end to the series, although I didn't like it very much at the time because, as Lucas spoke, Kate paid attention to every word. For her, at that moment, it became easy to understand why Lucy liked him. Lucas had an aura of reliability and kindness that was rarely found in other men. Anyway, I think I've said enough. What kind of movie would you like to see? Christmas or something different? Harry Potter, he asked. Kate paused, thinking. The Harry Potter movies are awful. Let's watch a comedy. Nothing too cliché, but nothing heavy either. Maybe a romantic comedy. Chapter 199, Merry Christmas, Part 3. Lucas picked up the remote control and started browsing through the movies available on his streaming service. Kate snuggled a little closer on the sofa, adjusting the cushion next to her. Okay, romantic comedy. Nothing cliched, but also light. How about this one? Lucas asked, stopping at a movie called Two Night Stand. Kate laughed softly. That movie is kind of curious, considering our current situation. Lucas arched an eyebrow, amused. Really? What? Kate stammered, trying to hide a smile. Well, the movie is about two strangers who end up stuck together during a snowstorm after a night of casual sex. They had no plans to spend so much time together, but things evolve. Lucas tilted his head slightly. It sounds interesting. Interesting is a good word, Kate replied. Lucas pressed play on the movie, and soon the opening scenes unfolded on the screen. The protagonists, played by Annalise Tipton and Miles Teller, were strangers trying to deal with the uncomfortable situation of being forced to live together. Kate and Lucas watched with rapt attention, laughing at the awkward situations and identifying with the characters in unexpected ways. As the movie progressed, the two protagonists went from strangers to friends and, eventually, something more. During a scene in which the main characters were sitting on the floor, sharing personal stories, Lucas and Kate also seemed to absorb the intimate atmosphere. Without realizing it, Kate moved a little closer to Lucas, their shoulders almost touching. This scene is so authentic. It's not that forced romance by many movies. They just connect. Lucas nodded. I like movies like that. They show how complicated and unpredictable actual relationships are. Kate looked at him. I never knew you were so philosophical about romance. Lucas laughed lightly. Hey, there's a lot to be learned from movies. Even the lighter ones have lessons if you pay attention. The evolution of the relationship between the film's protagonists seemed to echo the atmosphere in the apartment. When one of the movie's most romantic scenes took place, the characters kissing in the soft light of a snow-covered window, Lucas glanced at Kate, catching her looking at him at the same time. Kate's eyes quickly shifted to the screen, but there was an obvious blush on her cheeks. Lucas cleared his throat, trying to dissipate the nervous energy. Kim, that scene is pretty cliché, but I will not lie. It works. I agree. The tension between them is well done. Kate replied softly. A few more scenes passed, and the movie reached its climax. The protagonists finally confessed to each other, leaving behind the fears and uncertainties that prevented them from being honest about their feelings. As the credits rolled, Lucas turned off the TV, leaving the apartment plunged into silence. Both Kate and Lucas waited for the other to speak first. That movie always leaves me with a strange feeling, Kate finally said. Lucas frowned slightly. Strange? What do you mean? Kate shrugged. It makes me think about how easy it is to make connections with people when you just allow yourself to be vulnerable. But it's also scary because you never know what's going to happen. I understand. I think sometimes we protect ourselves so much that we forget what it's like to really open up. Kate's eyes met Lucas's, and for a moment, the world seemed to shrink to that small space on the sofa. She couldn't deny that she had always found Lucas more attractive than most men. However, being attractive was never enough to attract Kate's interest. She was looking for someone who was intelligent, educated, and above all, had a worldview similar to her own. The last almost 3 hours have made Kate to realize that Lucas fitted perfectly into both of the requirements she had imposed on herself all this time. However, Lucy was still in love with Lucy, Kate's best friend, and she knew she shouldn't feel that way. She didn't even want to, and the worst part was not knowing how Lucas felt. Did he like Lucy? If so, why was he making her wait instead of dating right away? With no answer to this, and not knowing how to feel about Lucas looking straight at her, Kate got up from the sofa. "Lucas, thank you for inviting me to spend Christmas here. I don't know what I would have done on my today," Kate said, with a slightly nervous smile. "Thank you. Honestly, Christmas would have been pretty lonely without you." Kate said, but then the sound of a message on her cell phone interrupted her. Kate looked at her phone and smiled. "It's Lucy. She's wishing me a Merry Christmas." Lucas looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was 0:03. "Merry Christmas, then." Kate held his gaze for a moment longer before finally saying, "Merry Christmas, Lucas." She put her cell phone away and, for a moment, was quiet. Before either of them could say or do anything, distant thunder echoed, causing the windows to vibrate slightly. Kate, startled, immediately went back to the sofa and curled up next to Lucas, who hugged her with no problems. "Christmas storm. What a cliché, isn't it?" Lucas said, and then the wind outside got so strong that it could be heard easily. The wind outside whipped the windows, and inside the apartment, the light flickered. Lucas still had his arm around Kate, their bodies close together because of the fright she had taken. Her heart was racing, not so much from the thunder, but from the closeness. Lucas noticed her breathing a little faster than usual, and his gaze went instinctively down to her eyes. "Are you all right?" Kate raised her eyes to meet Lucas's, and at that moment, it seemed as if all the noise of the storm had dissipated. She tried to say something, but the words died in her throat. Then, with little thought, just following an impulse she hadn't been able to ignore all night, Kate leaned in and her lips suddenly met Lucas's, surprising him. She was afraid he would kick her away, say she was crazy to be kissing the guy her friend liked. However, Lucas, lonely these days and confused about Lucy, responded. Lucas' arms wrapped around her, and she felt a shiver run down her spine when he put her on her back and got on top of her. Chapter 200 Merry Christmas, Part 4. For a moment, Kate and Lucas' world was reduced to the small sofa where they were, ignoring the sound of the storm outside and anything else that might invade that space. Lucas's hands ran down Kate's back as they kissed, and she felt it like little shocks all over her body. However, the moment was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a cell phone notification. Asterisk ding. Lucas's handset, which was on the arm of the sofa, vibrated loudly, illuminating the room darkened by the end credits of the movie they were watching. Lucas pulled away from Kate, still panting and surprised by what had just happened. His gaze met hers, and they both seemed to process the same thing, what they had just done and what it meant. Kate's lips were slightly parted, her face still flushed from the heat of the moment. She looked away and put the back of one hand to her mouth. Without saying a word, Lucas sat down and picked up his cell phone. The screen displayed the letter L with a heart next to it. He felt a knot in his stomach as he unlocked the message. "Continue reading stories on my virtual library empire. A love, Merry Christmas, Lucas. I hope you had a special day, and I'm sorry I didn't get to spend it with you. I look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Love." Lucas skimmed the message, but soon realized that Kate was watching the mobile screen out of the corner of her eye, and when she saw Lucy's name, her heart sank. Kate stood up abruptly, almost knocking over the pillow next to her. She crossed her arms, staring at the floor, unable to face Lucas. "I'm such an awful friend. What have I done?" she muttered. "Kate, wait," he said, standing up quickly. Kate shook her head, frustrated with herself. "Lucas, we shouldn't have done that. Lucy likes you. And I should have been more respectful of her feelings." "Kate, Lucas tried to speak, but was interrupted. "What about you? How do you feel about her?" Kate asked, finally finding the courage to face him. It wasn't a simple question. For months, he and Lucy had flirted, but nothing concrete had happened between them. Lucy was now a close friend, but Lucas was undecided about what to do. "I felt like I was dreaming about Kate the whole evening. I like her a bit, but I think I like you too." I should have known," Kate began, her voice bitter. "You're just another creep. No matter how educated or different you seem, in the end, you're just like all those soccer players who live in the gossip magazines. Always jumping from one relationship to another, cheating, deceiving. Kate, wait a minute. Do you think I'm like that? Do you really think I'm like those guys you see on TV? Why wouldn't I be? Look what happened. I trusted you, thinking you were different. And now you're here, deciding between me and Lucy, as if our feelings were a game to you. Her tone was as sharp as a blade, and Lucas felt his blood boil. He wasn't perfect, he knew that, but being compared to serial traders was too much. I'm a human being, Kate. Yes, I'm confused, but so are you. Weren't you the one who took the initiative? You kissed me. Or are you going to say you weren't confused too? Kate was stunned, but not for long. Yes, I did, and it was a mistake. I was emotionally vulnerable, and you knew it. But instead of stopping and thinking, you went ahead. Because I liked you. Lucas shouted, losing his temper. I don't know what to do about Lucy, but what happened between us was real. I felt it, and I know you felt it too. It doesn't matter, because now everything is confused, and I don't want to be the person who betrays a friend. I never wanted to be in that position. Silence fell between them for a few moments, broken only by the sound of the wind howling outside. They were both panting. Lucas ran a hand through his hair, trying to find the right words. I'm not saying this is easy, but I'm not a villain, Kate. And I'm not playing games with you or Lucy. I'm trying to understand my own feelings, just like you. I can't deal with this right now, she muttered. I need space, Lucas. Okay, if that's what you need, I'll respect it. But we can't leave now. The storm is raging outside. I know. Without saying another word, Kate grabbed her coat and went into the bathroom, closing the door. Kate closed the bathroom door and leaned against it, taking a deep breath. Her mind spun as memories of the beginning of her friendship with Lucy came flooding back. Lucy always had a unique way of making everyone around her feel special. When Kate transferred to the Institute, Lucy was the first to approach her in the cafeteria, bringing lightness and spontaneity into Kate's life. The two created a strong bond, a friendship built on trust and moments of mutual support. Now, everything seemed to be shaken. Kate felt as if she had betrayed that trust. And worse, she didn't know how to fix it. Outside the bathroom, Lucas sat on the sofa, his mind caught in a web of complicated thoughts. Since returning to the past, he had struggled with the idea of relationships. He was mentally older, carrying experiences that made him hesitant to enter into something serious with Lucy. There was the fear of hurting her, of not being fair to her, and something that seemed morally wrong. But with Kate, things had flowed naturally. It was as if the weight of the past had disappeared for a moment, leaving only the present. Why is it different with her? Lucas muttered to himself, running his hands through his hair, even though he knew it was wrong to do so. Should Lucas accept he had crossed this barrier and try with Lucy, forgetting what had happened with Kate, or should he stay with Kate and forget Lucy's statement? Volume 3, Chapter 201, Merry Christmas, Final Part. Kate couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened to Lucas. The kiss, the heat, the intensity, all of it was real, but also incredibly wrong. She squeezed her eyes shut and took a deep breath. From the first day, she met Lucy at the Institute. The blonde, vivacious girl had become a ray of sunshine in her life. Lucy was the type who could turn any situation into something fun. Their friendship grew fast and strong from day one. Lucy was the first person Kate turned to when she needed advice or comfort. And now, how did I ruin everything so quickly? Kate muttered to herself, wrapping her arms around herself. She knew Lucy had feelings for Lucas. For months, Lucy had spoken of him with a special sparkle in her eyes. Although things between them had never developed into something solid, the romantic interest was much more than clear. Kate shouldn't have crossed that line. And even worse, she felt she couldn't ignore what she had felt in the kiss. Suddenly, the sound of a new notification snapped her out of her thoughts. Her cell phone vibrated in the pocket of her coat, hanging on the door. Kate hesitated for a moment before picking it up. Lucy's name flashed on the screen. Lucy, happy face. Kate, the worst has happened. Now, during Christmas dinner, Ethan proposed to me. He did it in front of my parents. Now I'm hiding in the bathroom, not knowing what to do. I can't face him or my parents. Please help me. Kate felt her heart sink even further. Lucy was going through an incredibly complicated time, and here she was caught up in her own drama with Lucas. Okay, focus, Kate told herself out loud. She typed a quick reply. Kate, Lucy, I'm here. Calm down. Take a deep breath and tell me exactly what happened. I'm here to help you. Lucy's reply came almost instantly. Lucy, he showed up here the other day, and he was already strange, always trying to get too close. During dinner tonight, he stared at me the whole time. Then, in front of my parents, he casually said that he'd always loved me and asked if we could try something together. My parents were so excited that I didn't even know what to say to them. Ethan is waiting in the living room for an answer. I'm ashamed and terrified. Kate sat down on the toilet seat, cell phone still in hand. Ethan. Kate didn't like him, probably because Ethan seemed shy and cocky at the same time and never sounded natural. Besides, he and Lucy had been childhood friends, but there had been nothing romantic between them. Apparently, Ethan had kept those feelings in for a long time. Kate. Lucy, You need to think about what you really want. Your parents may want one thing, Ethan may want another, but what matters is how you feel. Do you want to be with him? Have you thought about it before? Lucy, happy face. Ethan is nice, but I've never thought about him romantically. At least, not until now. And with everything that's been happening with Lucas, I'm more confused than ever. Kate, no one can pressure you into deciding now. If you need time to think, then give yourself that time. Leave the bathroom calmly and tell Ethan that you need to talk to him another time. And your parents need to respect that too. Lucy, happy face, but I know I don't like him any more than I like Lucas. What I feel for Ethan is friendship, I guess. I never thought of him as a love. What should I do? Kate, I need to tell you something that might make your decision easier. Lucy, émoticône, sourire, what is it? So Kate told her everything that had happened between her and Lucas. From the moment they met by chance near the vending machines, to the movie, and then the kiss. Lucy viewed all the messages, but didn't reply. Kate sat on the cold bathroom floor, her knees against her chest, and her arms hugging her legs. The kiss with Lucas had been like a bolt of lightning that had split her world in two, and she almost couldn't deal with the guilt, even after she had told Lucy everything. Kate was sure that by telling the truth about what happened with Lucas, she was trying to be honest, but now that Lucy had read it and not responded, the weight of the guilt increased exponentially. Kate's mind raced with every scenario. Was Lucy angry, upset, or just in shock? Would she accept Ethan's statement because of that? Didn't agree to watch a movie in the apartment of a single man thousands of kilometers away from a home show that something like this would happen? If so, why did she accept anyway? Was she that lonely and didn't realize it? Calm down, Kate. This is a natural reaction. Lucy needs time to process. And so do I. Discover exclusive content at my virtual library empire. She took a deep breath and rested her head against the icy wall, letting the soft sound of the snow falling outside fill the silence. The minutes passed at a slow pace, as if time had been frozen along with her thoughts. Dash. Asterisk knock. Knock. Asterisk. Kate? It's me, Kate. Are you all right? Lucas asked after knocking on the door. Kate didn't answer. She didn't have the strength to talk to him. Not yet. Kate, please. This bathroom is too cold. You can't sleep in there. It's past 1 in the morning, he insisted, knocking lightly on the door once again. I'm not asking us to talk now. I just want to make sure you're comfortable and safe and that you won't die of hypothermia. Kate remained silent. She knew Lucas was trying to help, but she just couldn't face it right now. Suddenly, Kate heard another knock on a door. However, it wasn't the bathroom door, but the front door. Lucas frowned, wondering who might show up on that stormy night. He opened the door and was surprised to see Lucy. Her long blonde hair blew in the wind, and her thin coat seemed an insufficient protection against the cold. Lucy, Lucas asked. Merry Christmas, Tanaka, she said with a fake smile. Shop that 202, indecisive man. Lucas stood in the doorway for a few seconds, unable to process Lucy's sudden appearance. Merry Christmas, Tanaka, Lucy said, touching him with her shoulder to get through. Lucy, what are you doing here? It's almost 2 in the morning, Lucas asked, still surprised. I guess it's kind of obvious, isn't it? She replied, and rubbed her hands together for warmth, her lips slightly blue from the cold. Kate heard everything from the bathroom, so she slowly opened the door and stepped out. Lucy saw her immediately. Kate, Lucy whispered. Kate froze. Lucy's gaze was not accusing as she had feared. It seemed more curious and confused. I didn't know what to say to you by message, so I came in person. Lucy explained, her eyes fixed on Kate's. I'm not here to shout at you. I want to understand everything before I draw my own conclusions. Kate nodded slowly. Lucas, why don't you make us all something hot? I'm freezing, and it looks like Kate needs to warm up a bit too. Lucy suggested. Lucas hesitated for a moment, but then nodded, closed the door, and went into the kitchen. The two girls stood in the center of the room in tense silence until Lucy spoke again. Sit with me, Lucy asked, showing the small sofa. Kate agreed and sat down. Although she was restless, Lucy settled down next to her and took off her scarf and then her blouse. Meanwhile, she was talking. Kate, I've read your messages. And first, I want to say that I appreciate your honesty in telling me, Lucy said calmly. I feel awful, Lucy. I knew how you felt about him, but I lost myself at the moment. And, honestly, I don't know how I feel about him. I understand. I know how charming Lucas can be. She looked at Lucas, who was preparing some hot chocolate from the sachet he had bought. He glanced at Lucy, but then looked away. Nothing between Lucas and me was concrete. He told me to wait, but I was naive to think I had all the time in the world. Kate looked up. So you're mad at me? I'm confused. I won't lie, but I don't think you're a bad person, Kate. I know you too well to think that. Lucy replied with a shy smile. I think the situation got out of hand quickly. I just don't want to lose you, Lucy. Our friendship means a lot to me. Lucy held Kate's hands gently. And you mean a lot to me, too. That's why I'm here, to sort this out together. I'd rather face this discomfort now than let it go sour between us. Just then, Lucas returned from the kitchen with 3 steaming mugs of hot chocolate. Here you go. He placed the mugs on the small coffee table and sat down on his bed, which was a little to the right of the sofa. Silence settled in, but it was no longer as heavy as before. Lucy took a sip of her drink before turning to him. Lucas, we need to talk about what happened between you and Kate. Lucas almost choked. I didn't want things to get complicated. It was all a spur-of-the-moment thing. We were watching a romantic comedy, and I was a bit confused about the two of us, Lucy, after that strange encounter with Ethan. I don't know if you realized it, but Lucy nodded slowly. Yes, Ethan likes me. He confessed it today at Christmas dinner in front of my parents. What a son of a, isn't he? Kate went forward suddenly. He confessed in front of her parents and during Christmas. There's nothing more repulsive than a dishonest confession like that. Come. Lucy cleared her throat. Anyway, the topic here shouldn't be Ethan and his confession. After all, I don't like him. I like you, Lucas. You always asked me to wait. I waited for a long time, Lucas. But now I see that waiting isn't enough if things aren't clear. Lucas leaned forward, his gaze serious. I never meant to hurt you, Lucy. I just wasn't ready to decide. And maybe that was selfish of me. Lucy nodded. But now, we need to be clear about where we each stand. Do you like me in the same way that I like you? The answer to Lucy's question was no mystery. Lucas liked Lucy, and the only reason he hesitated to accept her confession was because he was confused about how morally incorrect it was to have a relationship with a mentally younger person. Yes, Lucy, of course I like you. I always have. Lucy smiled and took a deep, relieved breath. But before she could reply, Lucas looked away from Kate and continued. But I also have feelings for Kate. What happened between us wasn't planned, but it was special. And, frankly, it left me feeling even more lost. Kate, she opened her mouth to speak, but Lucy held up a hand, asking for silence. So you like both of us? Lucy said, crossing her arms. I was hoping you'd have some kind of definitive answer, but apparently you're still stuck in this indecision. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's the truth. Lucy sighed deeply. She was silent for a few moments, as if she was deciding internally. Then something unexpected happened. She got up from the sofa and took off her shirt, lifting it enough at least to let a bit of her white bra show. Kate's eyes went wide, and Lucas turned completely red. Lucy, what are you doing? Kate exclaimed. If he needs to decide, let's take the test now. Take the test. Lucas repeated. You need to understand what you feel, Lucas. Not just what's in your head, but what's in your heart, and also, let's say, physiologically. I will no longer wait for you without clarity. If you have feelings for me and Kate, then you need to find out who you like more. Now, for real. Lucas's heart was beating like a drum. He didn't know what to say or do, but he knew that this was a decision he couldn't put off any longer. He would have to choose between Lucy and Kate after night. Chapter 203. 2 Girls and an Intense Night. You need to understand what you feel, Lucas. Not just what's in your head, but what's in your heart, and also, let's say, physiologically. I will no longer wait for you without clarity. If you have feelings for me and Kate, then you need to find out who you like more. Now, for real. Lucy lifted the shirt she was wearing under the thick blouse she had just removed. This left her wearing only her bra in front of Lucas and Kate, who were very surprised. Lucy, what are you doing? Kate, her face as red as a tomato, asked. I said we're going to make him decide physiologically, Kate. You should know what that means. Lucy said, crossing her arms under her bust. Lucas had always known that Lucy had big breasts, because he wasn't blind enough to ignore the large frontal volume that attracted the attention of so many boys. He just didn't realize that they were so much bigger than they looked underneath her clothes and swimsuit. It was crazy to think that the bra she was wearing was still making it a little smaller, and this was happening because her breasts almost overflowed out of the bra, which seemed to be on the limit. So what do you think? She asked, looking at Lucas. If you want, you can touch. Lucas looked into Lucy's eyes and saw that she was serious. She was just flushed and wouldn't take another step to force him to touch her, but she was very serious about it. Lucy, Kate shouted. You can't do that. As a member of the disciplinary committee, sexual activity between students at the institute is punishable by expulsion. Don't give me that morality now, Kate. Lucy glared at Kate, and that look was like telling Kate to remember where she was and what she had done. Lucy's body mesmerized Lucas. He had never been a man to think with his head down, except that he was still a man with all his senses perfect. Then Lucas took the first step forward, then another, and raised his right hand. Lucy took her hands out from under her bust, allowing him to come closer, and Lucas actually did. When Lucas' hand went forward and touched one of her breasts over her bra, he felt an enormous firmness and softness at the same time. His hand almost sank in without pushing too hard, and Lucy let out a low moan. Watching this scene, Kate couldn't resist. If that's how you're going to do it, so am I. With one swift movement, she took off her jacket and removed the white shirt she was wearing underneath. The bra she was wearing was black with lace, and her breasts were also quite large, though not as big as Lucy's. Lace? Were you ready for this? Lucy teased her. My mother gave me a collection of these when I turned 16 because she thought it would give me a better chance of finding a boyfriend. Kate, still very irritated by the situation, went around behind Lucy and stood to her right. It was then that she took Lucy's left hand and placed his hand against her breast, touching it. See, I can do that too. Lucas's hands were in heaven, and he was at a loss for words to describe or express what he was feeling. It was a mixture of excitement, happiness, strangeness, surprise, and many more feelings. Wanting to be bolder than her best friend, Lucy put one of her hands behind her back and undid the latch on her bra, causing it to fall off. I'm willing to go much further, Kate. What about you? Lucy said, her breasts now showing. I won't lose. Kate also took off her bra, which had a latch on the front. I don't need to describe in any more detail what happened after that, do I? 3 teenagers, an empty room, no one to disturb them, and a snowstorm outside the room was the best possible combination for a night in which the 3 of them sweated a lot. Lucas, who thought he'd never use the system skills for anything other than soccer, had to use the skills to catch his breath and fatigue a few times, and he learned just how big the libido of 2 teenage girls vying for the same man could be. Late in the morning, almost lunchtime, Lucas woke up. He opened his eyes sleepily and saw that it hadn't all been one big, long, wet dream. His 2 friends, Kate and Lucy, who were also best friends, were sharing the same sheet with him. Each of them was under one of his arms, which was in the middle of the bed. If this is a dream, please don't wake me up, he thought, smiling, but then remembered that he had to choose one of them. Last night had been incredible, the best of both their lives. These girls had impressive breath, but that hadn't made it any easier to decide between the 2. In fact, it had made it even harder, because now he knew that there were different things that each of them was good at. Also, that night had only made his feelings for both of them grow even more. Continue reading on my virtual library empire. While Lucas was thinking about this and looking at the 2 of them, he heard a grumble. When he looked to his right, he saw Lucy waking up. She blinked a few times, until her large, dark eyes opened and met his. Good morning, Tanaka, Lucy said and looked down. Are you still going to call me that? Don't tell me you're still mad. Oh no, I'm not angry anymore. Tanaka is just the nickname I gave you for something else, she said, and one of her hands moved under the covers, grabbing Lucas's member. I know you must be thinking about your choice, but I think a decision like this is very difficult. As far as I'm concerned, you can take as long as you need, and, in the meantime, the 3 of us will have fun together. She then put her head under the sheet. Apparently, from now on Lucas would have to train his physical endurance not only for soccer. Chapter 204, January 2nd. Time seemed to pass like the blink of an eye. Since that intense Christmas night, Lucas, Lucy, Kate, and they had maintained a close relationship as the days went on for the new year. They saw each other, always the 3 of them together. New Year's Eve arrived with fireworks and laughter in Lucas's room, and they enjoyed another intense night. And with the start of January, things were back to normal on the SciAC Institute campus and in Brighton, too. January 2nd, morning back at Brighton. Lucas woke up early, grabbed his bag, and, after a quick coffee, headed to Brighton's training center. The weather was cold and dry, with a sharp breeze that made the grass look even less green. As he reached the changing room, he heard laughter and excited chatter from his teammates. Look who's here. Tanaka, shouted Arthur, the team's center forward, when he saw him cross the threshold. Happy New Year. Lucas replied with a broad smile. Arthur ran to hug him, closely followed by Raphael, who punched Lucas lightly on the shoulder. How was your vacation, Lucas? Asked Raphael. Lucas knew he had to be careful with his words. What had happened between him, Lucy, and Kate was something he didn't want to share. Quiet, he replied with an enigmatic smile. I've had a lot of rest and put my head together. Oh, you've rested? I can't believe it. Anton, the team's goalkeeper, entered the dressing room with a laugh. Coach Jimenez said just now that you came in every day before those heavy snow days, and that we should follow your example. Lucas laughed briefly. Lucas gave a short laugh. And I really did. Unlike you, I can't stay away from camp for long. Felix approached, slung an arm around his neck, and gave him a close, analytical look. You look different. Lighter. Something's happened, but I will not push it. He winked. As the players continued to greet each other and swap stories about their vacation, Raphael approached with a mischievous expression. Someone here doesn't want to tell what they did on vacation. He teased. There's nothing to tell, man. You know me. Movie, food, and sleep. Lucas shrugged. Sure, Raphael replied, pretending to believe. Daniel Reiber and Luis Fernando, the defenders, were sitting in a corner, watching the exchange of words with amused smiles. Lucas, watch out for Raphael. He loves to get information and then tell everyone, warned Daniel, laughing. Hey, I don't do that. I'll keep an eye out. Thanks for the tip. Lucas winked at Daniel. Shortly afterwards, Eddie entered the changing room, followed by Alex. The changing room immediately fell silent. Well, it looks like you all enjoyed your vacation. Now it's time to work. We got a second semester ahead of us, and I want to see everyone fit. Let's get out on the pitch now. Eddie ordered. All the players took to the pitch, excited to resume training. With the ball rolling, the sound of boots on the pitch, Eddie's commands, Lucas forgot everything else. The first few minutes of training were a light warm-up, followed by muscle activities. Eddie and Alex needed to check how each of them was doing physically after these breaks. Eddie monitored every movement, while Alex corrected posture and gave precise instructions. Tanaka, your speed has improved. What did you do during your vacation? Asked Alex, impressed with Lucas' performance. I trained at home during the blizzard. You trained at home? What kind of training? Alex asked, and then he thought of something and blushed. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Lucas laughed as he watched the expression on his assistant's face. Training continued to be intense throughout the morning, with physical and tactical challenges. When the muscle activation session was finally over, Eddie gave them a break to hydrate and catch their breath. Boys, now let's get down to business. Suddenly, Jimenez's firm voice cut through the soft din of conversation. He had his hands in the pockets of his heavy coat as he walked towards the assembled players. We have a game in 2 days for the Premier Youth League. I want to see how you're doing after the break. Then we'll play a group game on a reduced pitch. No slacking off. The players murmured to each other, exchanging excited glances. I'm going to split you into 2 teams of 6 to keep up the intensity and avoid injuries, Jimenez explained. Lucas, Willian, Arthur, Felix, and Aiden from Team A. Anton will be the goalkeeper. Loki, Rafael, Miguel, Daniel, and Luis Fernando will be the B team, with Mark in goal. I want to see intensity, quick passing, and precise decisions. Lucas walked over to Willian, and the two shook hands, a silent gesture of camaraderie and respect. It seems fate wants us to play together again, Willian commented with a smile. Better for us, and worse for them, Lucas replied, winking at his teammate. Your journey continues on my virtual library empire. Jimenez assembled the 2 teams in the center of the reduced pitch. I want intensity, but no unfair tackles. We'll use this game to test the rhythm and understanding of the attacking team on one side and the defending team on the other. Remember, there's nothing more dangerous than an injury straight away. The players nodded, looking forward to the challenge. As soon as Jimenez blew the whistle, the game came to life. Lucas received the ball from Felix and drove it through the center, quickly analyzing the movement of his opponents. Loki advanced towards him, but Lucas dribbled quickly sideways and passed the ball to Aiden on the wing. Aiden returned the ball with precision to Lucas, who saw Willian breaking clear near the penalty area. With an accurate pass, Lucas put the ball into Willian's feet. The striker quickly got to his feet and shot high, but Mark made a spectacular save to prevent the goal. Good save, Mark, Jimenez shouted from the sidelines. Ow! They got to the goal with just a few passes. Kevin, the reserve defender, commented, standing next to Alex. Alex smiled. It looks like they're even hungrier to win than they were before the break. That's good. In fact, very good. I think we could be Champions League winners if we carry on like this. Chapter 205, under 20 games. Just like in high school or college, the weeks after the holidays would pass more quickly, one after the other, almost without a break. With so many important commitments, time was flying towards the big end goal. It was no different for Brighton. They were leading the Premier Youth League, trailing Chelsea, Manchester City, and Liverpool by 3 points. For the first time in their history, Brighton U20 had a real chance of overtaking much better invested teams from the national youth scene. And the title only depended on them holding on to that 3-point lead until the end. So every play was important. Every game was a final. At the beginning of the year, some passionate Brighton fans were so excited about the U20 team's leadership of the National League, they said the Premier Youth League was far more important than the Champions League, and that the coaches should prioritize important pieces like Lucas Tanaka for the Premier Youth League games, playing with the reserve team in the Champions League. At Ex-Soldier LV77, they should give more importance to the Premier League, because I want to laugh in the faces of the other team's youngsters. At Sleepy God, I want the Champions League title, but the knockout stage is completely different. Please win at least the Premier League. At Catanix, this Brighton youth team is one of the best I've seen in the last 10 years. You need to win something to make that clear, so don't do a disgrace and lose the Premier League. That would overshadow your performance so far. Fortunately, Coach Jimenez and assistant coach Eddie never listened to these fans. They knew very well that it was possible to win both championships with this team. But, in fact, rotating the team a bit and giving it the rest was essential for a team at the end of the season. For this reason, Jimenez always tried to make timely substitutions when they were winning games in the Premier Youth League and also in the Champions League. Sure, most of the players didn't like being substituted, and this led to some friction over the weeks. But deep down, everyone understood it was necessary and agreed. So many weeks passed, and on May 17th, They arrived at the last moment they had been waiting for, the Champions Youth League final. The stage for the match would be none other than the majestic Wembley Stadium, packed with fans and with an electrifying atmosphere. The opponents? The dreaded Bayern Munich, a team full of young prospects from German, European, and world soccer. But Brighton had also shown that they deserved to be there. Against all expectations at the start of the season, they had reached the final, beating European soccer giants such as Real Madrid, AC Milan, and Juventus, and were now one game away from eternal glory. In the Brighton dressing room, some players were sitting on the bench, staring at the ground. Others were tapping their feet rhythmically to ease their anxiety. The sound of the fans outside intensified, making everyone's heart beat faster. It was the first time these players would play in a packed, iconic stadium like this one. Arthur and Daniel, sitting nearby, watched Lucas Tanaka, who was more serious than usual. "He's very focused today," Arthur whispered to Daniel, adjusting his shin guards. "More than usual," Daniel agreed, glancing at Lucas, who was finishing tying his boots without saying a word. "I think he really wants to win this title," Arthur said, resting his elbows on his knees. Lucas, for his part, didn't even notice the surrounding conversations. His mind was stuck in a moment from 3 days ago. The television in the changing room at the training center was broadcasting news about the final when, suddenly, an unexpected announcement captured his attention. Last minute, because of an injury sustained in training, Joshua Zirkzee of the Bayern Munich under-20s cannot take part in the final. In his place, the German team has signed up promising youngster Tsuyoshi Nishida, a highly talented Japanese center forward who recently joined Bayern's first team. Inside sources say that the club didn't want this because they were counting on Nishida to be Lewandowski's backup at the end of the season, but Nishida insisted on playing in the final. That's what I call hunger for titles. Lucas's eyes widened. He knew that name better than anyone. Nishida wasn't just a promising youngster from Japan. He was a childhood best friend and former club teammate. As children, they had dreamed of one day facing each other as rivals in a big game. But Lucas never imagined that this moment would come so soon. A mixture of emotions quickly replaced the initial shock. Excitement, nostalgia, and a heaviness in his chest. Nishida was someone who knew his soccer like no one else, and Lucas knew that this would be no ordinary match. Even so, Lucas took a deep breath and raised his head. It was time to focus. He looked at his teammates, who were trying to contain their nervousness. He knew that, as team captain, he had to lead them. Enjoy news stories from my virtual library empire. Guys, I know we're nervous. I know this is the biggest game of our lives so far. But we're not here for nothing. We fought for this moment, he said as he stood up, drawing everyone's attention. We've worked hard to be in this final. Now is the time to show what we're made of. Let's go in there and make history. That's it. Let's play like we know how. We can't let this chance slip away. Javier added. We've beaten teams as strong as Bayern. We can beat them. Coach Jimenez entered the room with a proud look on his face. Boys, this final belongs to you. Everything we've done so far has brought us to this moment. Take to the field with determination, respect your opponents, but remember, no one wants this victory more than we do. Now, finish preparing. We're going to war. The Brighton players looked at each other and nodded. That was it. The moment was now. Lucas closed his eyes for a moment, visualizing the pitch, the crowd, and then Nishida's face. He cracked a small smile. It was time for the Champions League final. Chapter 206, Wembley Stadium. The corridor leading to the Wembley pitch was noisy. You could hear the echo of the players' steady footsteps and the sound of the fans outside. Just a few minutes before the start of their warm-up, the youngsters from Brighton and Bayern Munich were preparing to enter one of soccer's most hallowed grounds. Lucas Tanaka took a deep breath. The weight of the moment was present in every sped-up beat of his heart. But something else was on his mind. He was about to meet his best friend again. And then he saw him. Tsuyoshi Nishida walked with a confident countenance, his chin held high. The young Japanese wore the Bayern Munich cloak with imposing grace, as if he had been a member of professional soccer for years. His physique was impressive, with well-defined muscles and a posture that exuded self-confidence. The number 9 on his back confirmed his new role in the German team, the leader of the attack. Nishida noticed Lucas immediately. A smile appeared on his face, but it wasn't just any smile. It was that defiant smile of someone who was about to enter a high-level fight and knew that his opponent was worthy. Nishida stopped a few steps away from him, tilting his head slightly to the side, assessing his friend as if he were an opponent in a game of chess. Tanaka, Nishida said. Nishida, Lucas replied in the same tone, holding his gaze. For a moment, neither of them moved. Time seemed to have frozen around them. But then Nishida laughed, breaking the moment of tension, and held out his hand. I knew you'd go far in this championship, but I didn't think fate would let us face each other so soon. Crazy fate, huh? Nishida commented as Lucas shook his hand firmly. Lucas laughed. Yeah, I didn't expect our promise to come true so quickly either. but I couldn't ask for a better scenario. Wembley, Champions Youth League final. It's like it was written. Nishida nodded. And you know I didn't get on this plane from Germany to lose, right? Lucas let out a short laugh. I expected nothing less from you. But know that this trophy will be mine. Bayern's number 9 took a step forward, narrowing his eyes. We'll see, because I will not hold back Tanaka. I want to win. I want to prove that I'm the best. I want to score in this game, and I want to lift this cup. Nishida was always like that, ambitious, competitive to the last second. He was a player who dreamed big and worked even harder to achieve his goals. His personality was reminiscent of Cristiano Ronaldo's, a true obsessive for victory, for glory, for excellence. And you think I'm going to hold back? It doesn't matter how much you've evolved, Nishida. You know I'll always be there to stop you. The Japanese striker raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. We'll see then. Just don't cry after the game, Tanaka. Lucas laughed. I should say the same to you. The two of them stood there for a few more seconds, their handshake slowly dissolving. It was a unique moment. On the one hand, the inevitable rivalry between two great Japanese talents. On the other, the mutual respect and friendship they had built up over the years. Around them, the other Brighton and Bayern players just watched, some curious, others trying to understand the significance of this reunion. Arthur and Willian exchanged glances, realizing that the Bayern Munich No. 9 was someone special to Lucas. The referee then approached, calling for the teams to line up. It was time to take the field. Nishida lightly punched Lucas on the shoulder before walking away. Don't let me down, Tanaka. I want a game worthy of our history. Lucas nodded. The same goes for you. Let's see who comes out on top. And with that, the two went their separate ways. The heat of rivalry and friendship burned in their chests. Whatever happened that night, they knew they were about to write a new chapter in the history of youth soccer. Skill Champion System activated. The mission, the last step of the second chance, has been granted. Main mission, the last step of the second chance. Description: after this game, you will receive several offers from many teams. Winning or losing will determine whether the offers are from relevant teams in European soccer. Reaching a Champions Youth League final doesn't mean you'll be a significant player in the future, but it defines the team you'll go to when you turn professional. Goal: win this training game by standing out a lot. Rewards: plus 10,000 star points. As Lucas watched this screen, he was entering the pitch with his team. The stadium was an unforgettable spectacle. The vibrant colors of the stands, the passionate chants, and the magnitude of the occasion sent a chill down the spine of every player on the pitch. In the center of the pitch, the captains of the two teams positioned themselves for the ball and field draw. Brighton's Lucas Tanaka and Bayern Munich's Lars Lucas might exchange firm glances as the referee tossed the coin into the air. Fate chose. Brighton would start with the ball. Lucas Tanaka walked to the halfway line in midfield and took a deep breath. His eyes rose to a few meters ahead, where Nishida was staring at him with a slight smile still on his lips. They were anxious. Arthur positioned himself next to Lucas, jumping slightly to keep warm. He looked at his friend and noticed his serious expression. You're very focused today. Huh? Not that that's a bad thing, but you seem more serious than usual. Lucas didn't reply. His gaze was fixed on Nishida, his best friend, his rival. It wasn't just the Champions Youth League final that was at stake. It was a special chapter in their history. He remembered the past, when they still played together in Japan, the day they promised to face each other as rivals one day. And that day had come. He closed his eyes for a moment, remembering the system's notifications in his mind. The mission was clear. This was the last step of his second chance. His performance here would define the course of his career. Lucas opened his eyes. The referee looked at both teams and raised his whistle to his lips. Hi. Arthur rolled the ball lightly to Lucas, who gave a quick flick to Javier. The game began. Chapter 207. Champions League Final, Part 1. The ball rolled from Arthur's feet to Lucas, who quickly played it to Javier. That was the start of the 2017-18 Champions Youth League Final. From the first touch, everyone realized this was no ordinary game. The ball glided differently across the pitch because of Wembley's great turf, which was nothing like the pitches of the training centers where they used to play. In addition, Lucas' heart was pounding, but he wasn't the only one. His teammates were feeling the pressure of playing in a legendary stadium, surrounded by thousands of fans who turned the atmosphere into something almost suffocating. Felix, the Brighton midfielder, received a pass from Javier and immediately felt the difference in pace. Two Bayern players went to press him, forcing him to speed up his touch to Rafael on the left wing. The number 11 tried to advance, but was pressured by Alexander Nitzel who, with a precise tackle, stole the ball and started a fast counterattack. Bayern Munich was strong, both physically and technically. Lars Lucas, the team captain, led the defense, organizing his teammates with firm commands. Lucas spotted Nishida running into the box, and then receiving a pass from Torben Rhein. The Japanese player masterfully controlled the ball and turned quickly, leaving Luis Fernando behind before unleashing a low shot. Anton, Brighton's excellent goalkeeper, dived to make a difficult save. The ball deflected off his arm and out for a corner. Bayern's first attack showed the danger that Lucas and his teammates would face that night. If they weren't careful, in the blink of an eye, whether it was a steal of the ball or a cross on this play, the Bayern players would use Nishida's great finishing ability to end this game. Arthur, close to Lucas at one point, muttered, "These guys are monsters." Lucas nodded, watching Nishida, who was now walking towards the box to position himself for the corner. His friend had come a long way since they played together in Japan. He had always been talented, but Lucas could sense that Nishida was much stronger, faster, and more technical than he had ever been. The promise they had made years ago was finally coming true. 7 years ago, in the heat of a summer afternoon in their small town, two boys were running across a field of short grass. Their t-shirts were soaked with sweat, but they didn't stop. Lucas Tanaka and Tsuyoshi Nishida played as if the world depended on that moment. "You'll never stop me, Tanaka," Nishida shouted, dribbling with speed. Lucas smiled, gliding across the pitch and stealing the ball with a perfect dribble. Nishida sat up, looking at his friend with a surprised expression before bursting into laughter. "I told you not to always brag." Lucas laughed. "When we grow up, we'll definitely play in Europe," Nishida said, holding out his hand to stand up with Lucas's help. "And one day, we'll be rivals in a final." Lucas squeezed his friend's hand in agreement. "And I won't let you win." That brought them to this moment. The present. Wembley. Brighton against Bayern. Meriton Shabani took the corner with a dangerous turn into the box. Nishida rose high, his header timing impeccable. He hit on target, but Daniel Reiber was on the line to block the shot with his knee and sent it forward. Lucas, who never stayed inside the box to defend, saw the ball coming towards him. However, when he looked at his teammates, he saw Loki was running too. If Loki picked up the ball and passed it to Lucas, a promising counterattack would be formed. So that's what Lucas did, and he just ran forward to get the ball early. Loki also saw the opportunity and didn't hesitate. With a strong, low pass, he sent the ball to Lucas, who was already advancing at speed through the middle of the pitch. As soon as he felt the touch of the ball, Lucas raised his head and saw a vast space in front of him. The Bayern players had gone too high for the corner kick, and now was the perfect chance for Brighton to counterattack. Lucas ran with the ball stuck to his feet, feeling the wind cut across his face as the deafening sound of the crowd filled Wembley. An unconscious smile appeared on his lips. Soccer. This was the moment he had always dreamed of. A legendary stadium, a Champions Youth League final, a perfect counterattack in his hands. But then something happened. A shadow appeared in front of him, moving with surreal speed, and the sensation was like a tape rewinding. "Why are you smiling, Tanaka?" Lucas blinked, surprised, and in an instant, he heard Nishida's voice. The narrators were surprised. "What's that?" A second ago, Nishida was inside the Brighton box to head the corner, and now he's with Lucas on the counterattack. "That's incredible. He's run the length of the pitch in a matter of seconds and is already catching up with Lucas Tanaka," exclaimed one commentator. Lucas's eyes widened, but he didn't have long to react. Nishida launched himself at him, using his body to push him away and steal the ball. The impact was brutal. Lucas felt Nishida's force slamming into him like a freight train, and his left leg sank into the turf. However, he had already activated a skill. Titanic weight. Instead of being pushed, it was Nishida who felt the shock. His eyes widened as he realized it was as if he had hit an insurmountable wall. But Nishida was no ordinary player. Even though Lucas weighed as much as 150 kilograms, he threw him slightly off balance. Lucas sensed the danger of falling with this weight and deactivated the skill just before he fell. At the last moment, before he lost his balance, he made a long, low pass forward to Raphael on the left wing. Raphael, who has always been one of Brighton's fastest players, shot before the ball even arrived. The pass was perfect, bringing him face-to-face with the Bayern goalkeeper. That was a shot that defined finals. Raphael knew it. His heart was racing, his mind recalling all the moments that had brought him to this point. From the grueling training sessions to the games in which he excelled, everything had led him to this moment. This is what he fought for to stay in the starting lineup. He could hit a shot into the corner, as he had done so many times. He could try a play shot, looking for precision. But then he remembered. Lucas. In one of the recent games, Lucas scored a brilliant goal. A perfect dig over the opposing goalkeeper, and Raphael remembered how everyone had been impressed by his coolness. If Lucas could do it, so could he. Without a second thought, Raphael chose the dig. He approached the ball, and with a light touch from below, lifted it over the goalkeeper. Time slowed down as he dodged the goalkeeper. The ball was traveling, and Bayern's goalkeeper was already beaten, and the net seemed destined to bulge. But then, Lars Lucas appeared at the last moment. He recovered from the play, and, with a shot in the air, cleared the ball off the line. The fans erupted in mixed reactions. The Bayern fans cheered at the heroic save, while the Brighton fans threw their hands up in disbelief. This game had started in the best possible way, with chances for both sides. Chapter 208, Champions League Final, Part 2. The noise of the fans echoed through Wembley like a storm, an incessant roar that filled the air with adrenaline. It was unlike anything they had ever seen. Raphael put his hands on his knees for a moment in disbelief. He had seen the ball flying towards a goal, feeling that his touch was perfect. But then, Lars Lucas Mai, Bayern's captain, appeared like lightning to save his team. Lucas Tanaka wasted no time regretting the missed chance. In his mind, that shot was already in the past. He raised his head and shouted to his teammates, "Let's go." High pressure. Brighton wouldn't let Bayern breathe. Lucas Mai, still catching his breath from the monumental effort, tried to command the ball. After receiving a pass back, he passed it shortly to Torben Rhein, who immediately sensed Javier's pressing presence. Brighton's Spanish midfielder had a fierce expression, his eyes fixed on the ball like a predator hunting its prey. Torben Rhein, however, was an indifferent player. With a subtle touch, he deceived Javier and turned the other way, finding Meriton Shabani free through the middle. But before he could make a longer pass, Felix appeared like lightning, gliding across the pitch and intercepting the pass with an outstretched leg. Lucas saw the ball coming and ran to catch it, but felt a shadow approaching. Nishida, again, his old friend, was playing as if he were on a smaller pitch, covering absurd distances in a few seconds. "Are you still hesitating, Tanaka?" Nishida teased, sliding in next to Lucas, trying to steal the ball. But Lucas would not fall for this mind game. He shielded the ball with his body, and before Nishida could force a tackle, turned on his left leg and played a quick pass to Arthur, who was already on the run. Arthur showed his speed and strength. He controlled the ball, used his body to push Nitzel away, and advanced towards the edge of the box. He had options. He could shoot directly or open up for Miguel, who came speeding in from the right. Arthur took a chance. He shot hard, aiming for goalkeeper Christian Fruchtel's bottom left-hand corner. Fruchtel, however, was an elite goalkeeper for Bayern's under-19s. He stretched, so his fingers reached the ball and ended up deflecting it for a corner. Arthur took a breath. He wanted that goal, but he knew that a goalkeeper of that level wouldn't be beaten easily. Lucas ran to get the ball. He felt the pressure of the match growing. Every touch seemed decisive. Every mistake could be costly. He picked up the ball and looked to Javier, who was approaching to take the corner. "Send it to the far post." "I'll pull it back for you," Lucas said. Javier nodded and raised his left arm, signaling the play. The corner was taken perfectly. The ball traveled in a great arc to the second post, where Felix and Luis Fernando were preparing for the header. But Nishida once again leapt high, clearing the ball away with a firm header. It fell to Shabani, who immediately shot forward. It was a Bayern counterattack. Brighton was exposed. Raphael and Luis Fernando tried to run back, but Bayern was lethal. Torben Rhein dominated and released Nishida, who shot through the middle. Lucas saw Nishida running and knew it would be difficult to hold him off. He picked up his pace and ran alongside his childhood friend. Nishida tried to pull away, but Lucas used his body to make it difficult for him to pass. "Is that all you've got?" Nishida taunted, trying to throw Lucas off balance. But Lucas was already ready. He calculated the right moment and, with a subtle touch, disarmed Nishida and regained possession. The crowd erupted in shouts of surprise. Lucas Tanaka, Brighton's maestro, had just neutralized Bayern's fastest attacker. But he didn't have time to celebrate. He picked up the ball and laid it off to Javier, who immediately passed to Miguel. Brighton was off on another attack. The game had only just begun. Brighton rotated the ball patiently, looking for the right moment to attack. Lucas Tanaka, his mind sharp and his eyes scanning the field like a strategist thanks to his risk analysis skill, noticed a small gap in Bayern's defense. He raised his hand discreetly to Javier, who understood the message immediately. Javier controlled the ball in midfield and, in one swift movement, spun around his marker before firing a precise pass to Miguel on the right wing. The Brighton winger received it, cut inside with a dry touch, and realized there was space to advance. The fans held their breath. Bayern's defense reorganized quickly, with Lars Lucas Mai shouting orders to his teammates. But Miguel didn't hesitate. He looked into the area and saw Lucas suddenly sneaking in between the defenders. The idea struck him like a bolt from the blue. This was it. Miguel swung his body around and, with a perfect touch, crossed the ball effectively into the penalty area. The trajectory was dangerous, falling in the area where only someone with skill and courage could reach it. Lucas ran towards the shot, but he spotted a problem. Bayern's defenders were tall and dominated the aerial game. If he tried to play physically, he would lose. But then, in an instant of clarity, he remembered Nishida, his old childhood friend, of their rivalry. How Nishida jumped as if he was defying gravity. And it was at that moment that Lucas decided. He activated the skill that always surprised not only his opponents, but everyone on the pitch when he used it. Stellar impulse. The sensation was overwhelming. When his feet touched the turf one last time before the jump, Lucas felt a surreal impulse. Like a rocket, he took off. The Bayern defenders' eyes went wide. The crowd at Wembley couldn't believe what they were seeing, and the online chat went wild. Lucas Tanaka, a midfielder not known for his height, rose higher than any other player on the pitch. His body hovered in the air for an instant that seemed eternal. He surpassed Lars Lucas surpassed Alexander Nitzel. He was up there, where only staunch champions reached. The ball met his forehead, and the impact resounded like thunder as Lucas directed his header perfectly into the opposite corner of the Fruchtel goal. The stadium exploded. The net rattled violently. The Brighton fans went wild. The announcers lost their breath. Unbelievable. Lucas Tanaka. It defies logic. How did he get so high? It's Lucas Tanaka. It's Brighton. To open the scoring. Lucas landed on the pitch with a wild grin, his lungs burning, his heart hammering. His teammates came running, and within seconds, he was buried in hugs and euphoric shouts. On the other side of the pitch, Nishida watched the scene with a broad smile. He wasn't frustrated. On the contrary, he felt a chill run down his spine. So, finally, you've used the skill you copied from me, Tanaka. Chapter 209, Champions League Final, Part 3. Lucas Tanaka's goal set Wembley alight. The stand shook with the roar of Brighton's fans, while Bayern Munich wasted no time putting the ball back at the center of the pitch. But no one on the German team seemed shaken. Nishida got up from the pitch with a calculated smile. His eyes met Lucas's briefly, and without a word, he conveyed a clear message with that sharp gaze. We're not done yet. The game restarted, and Bayern immediately took possession. Nishida received the ball on the first touch. Felix and Javier rushed in to press him, but something fell off. Nishida didn't hesitate, nor did he seem the least bit troubled by the pressure. That's when the nightmare began. With a light touch, he slipped past Felix and accelerated with frightening speed. Javier lunged to intercept, but Nishida slipped the ball between his legs with effortless ease. It was an absurd sight. What is this? Nishida is single-handedly tearing through Brighton's midfield, the commentator exclaimed, as the analysts struggled to make sense of what they were witnessing. Sensing imminent danger, defenders Luis Fernando and Daniel Reiber quickly retreated. In goal, Anton was already shouting instructions, but Nishida didn't seem to care. Lucas sprinted toward his friend and rival. He knew Nishida better than anyone on the pitch. If he didn't stop this monster, who would? Nishida smirked. Come on, Tanaka. Lucas closed in, blocking any possible breakthrough. But Nishida had already planned his next move. He feinted right, and just as Lucas reacted, he spun in the opposite direction with flawless precision. Lucas barely had time to process what had happened. Nishida was never known for his dribbling. What had he done over the past few months to evolve this much? Like a ghost, Nishida slipped past him and now faced Brighton's two defenders. Time seemed to slow down. Daniel Reiber stepped up, trying to block any shot, but Nishida took a subtle touch forward, evading him with ease. Luis Fernando, in desperation, lunged for the ball, but Nishida had already finished. With a powerful left-footed strike, the ball rocketed through the air like a missile and slammed into the back of the net. Goal! Bayern Munich's equalizer, just moments after Brighton's breakthrough. The German fans erupted, while Nishida simply turned and walked back to midfield, fixing Lucas with that same enigmatic smile. We're even now, aren't we, Tanaka? Nishida's goal was a gut punch. Moments ago, Wembley had been filled with Brighton's triumphant cheers. Now, it roared with the celebration of the German supporters. On the Brighton bench, a heavy silence settled. Eddie crossed his arms, frowning. He glanced at Jimenez, who, despite his calm expression, couldn't completely hide his frustration. That kid's a monster, Alex muttered, shaking his head. Nishida? Cater asked, drumming his fingers against the clipboard he was holding. That's no surprise. But the way he tore through our midfield, it was like he knew exactly how each player would react. Jimenez finally broke the silence. Our biggest problem now is that Bayern will use this goal as a springboard to press even harder. They know Nishida can tear us apart if we don't take action. Eddie nodded. Felix and Javier need more support in the middle. Maybe Loki pushing up so high is leaving too many gaps. Alex flipped through his notes. But if we sit too deep, they'll pin us back and turn this into a massacre. Jimenez ran a hand through his hair. Right. Let's stay calm. Let's see how the team reacts before making any changes. On the pitch, Lucas stood in the center circle, hands on his hips. He watched as Nishida strolled back to his side of the field, as if this were just a casual summer friendly. Now we're even, right, Tanaka? Nishida repeated. Arthur walked up beside Lucas and muttered, Are you sure this guy's your friend? Because he looks like he's having way too much fun destroying us. Lucas let out a dry chuckle. That's just how he is. Always has been. Daniel Reiber kicked the turf in frustration. Damn it, I should have blocked that shot. Luis Fernando placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It wasn't your fault. This guy is on another level. The game resumed, and tension spread through the Brighton squad. They knew Bayern would push to capitalize on their momentum. Felix, who had been left behind in Nishida's build-up to the goal, clenched his fists and took a more aggressive stance. He locked eyes with Lucas and gave a firm nod. "I won't let him get past me again." Lucas understood how everyone felt. This was more than just a match. It was proof that they belonged on this stage. Loki received the ball on the right wing and surged forward with confidence. Brighton needed to respond quickly. He found Javier, who turned sharply and played a quick pass to Lucas. Lucas controlled it and immediately felt Nishida's presence closing in like a shadow. This time he was ready. He wouldn't wait for Nishida to make the first move. With a swift touch, Lucas escaped the pressure and accelerated through the middle. Rafael and Miguel were already making their runs down the flanks, but Nishida was still on him, pressing. This time, Lucas shifted his body and flicked the ball through Nishida's legs with a backheel pass. Nishida spun quickly, but Lucas was already past him. It was his turn to strike back. He surged forward, searching for the perfect pass. He spotted Rafael in position and sent a precise ball to his feet. Rafael raised his head, remembering his earlier mistake. Then he noticed Miguel arriving at the far post and decided to play it across. Poor choice. Bayern's defensive leader, Lars Lucas Mai, had read the play perfectly. He lunged into a sliding challenge, intercepting the pass. The ball deflected off his leg and bounced into the air before being cleared away by Angelo Stiller. Bayern's counterattack was already in motion. They played like a disciplined army, no room for error. Every misplaced pass, every poor decision, was punished mercilessly. And this time was no different. Nishida, who had dropped back into midfield, received Stiller's pass and, without hesitation, launched a first-time ball to Jong Woo-young on the left flank. The South Korean winger burst forward like an arrow, pursued by Loki, who was desperately trying to keep up. Lucas sprinted back, trying to cut off the play. Felix and Javier were also scrambling to get back. Brighton's defense was in disarray, still recovering from Rafael's mistake. Daniel Reiber shouted for Luis Fernando to hold the defensive line, but there was no time to reorganize. Woo-young, still under pressure from Loki, spotted Nishida making a late run through the middle. He cut inside and sent a sharp pass his way. Nishida controlled it instantly, raising his head to analyze the space. With an effortless touch, he threaded the ball between Brighton's defenders, finding Oliver Batista Meyer at the edge of the box. Anton rushed off his line, trying to close the angle. Batista Meyer took one touch to set up a shot and unleashed a thunderous left-footed strike. The ball cannonied off the crossbar. A brief moment of relief, but only a moment, because the rebound fell straight to Nishida. Chapter 210, Champions League Final, Part 4. The rebound fell to Nishida. He didn't even have to think about it. It was in his blood. Nishida adjusted his body and prepared his shot with the coolness of someone who knew the outcome even before the ball left his boot. Anton's eyes widened, and he was desperate to stop the earlier goal, but he was out of position. The whole of Brighton seemed immobile, as if their fate had already been sealed. Nishida was whole on the ball. Well, almost whole. The impact of his shot came before the ball hit the goal. A figure appeared between Nishida and the goal, without hesitation, without fear, as if it had been waiting for that moment. Nishida's shot exploded against Aiden's body, who threw himself in front of the ball without worrying about the consequences. Nishida took half a step back, his eyes narrowing slightly. Aiden, still on the ground, looked up and gave a crooked smile as the ball sailed wide. Not this time. He stood up slowly, massaging the spot where the ball had hit him. His body protested, but he didn't seem to care. His eyes were fixed on Nishida, who, for a moment, seemed to measure the scene in front of him as a fresh problem to be solved. Rafael rushed to Aiden's side and slapped him on the back. "Nice block," he muttered, trying to hide the relief in his voice. But Lucas didn't allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He saw Nishida take a deep breath, absorbing the moment. It was a mistake to underestimate him. Nishida had always been the type to learn from every move, every reaction of his opponent. That wasn't a simple block for him. It was a piece on the board changing places. Brighton tried to reorganize their defense while Bayern restarted the move with a throw-in and then rotating the ball from side to side, looking for a new gap. Nishida kept moving, orbiting the game. Lucas couldn't afford to watch him any longer than necessary. He had to act. At some point, Brighton regained possession in midfield, with Felix stealing a crucial ball from Stiller. Without thinking twice, he pushed it out to Lucas, who was already turning his body before the pass even arrived. Nishida spotted the movement and advanced immediately, but Lucas had already sent a long pass to Miguel on the right. Miguel ran as if he were fleeing a predator, feeling Angulo Stiller's footsteps behind him. He hesitated for a second, and that second was enough for the Bayern defender to brush against his shoulder, enough to mess up his balance. But Miguel didn't fall. There was no point in falling and trying to risk a foul. Wait, was it worth it? Until several weeks ago, There hadn't been a great free kick taker in the Brighton team. Felix took a few, Miguel and Lucas too, but it was all about scoring. However, in recent weeks and matches, Lucas has been offering more and more danger and even scored a goal in a recent match. It was worth taking a chance. Miguel exaggerated the impact slightly and collapsed to the turf. The whistle blew loud and clear. "Foul for Brighton," exclaimed the referee, who was quickly surrounded by Bayern players who tried to explain that the force used was not enough to bring Miguel down. The referee, however, was undeterred. It was in a dangerous position, slightly to the right of the edge of the penalty area. Lucas walked slowly to the ball, feeling the weight of all the stairs. He noticed Nishida further back, watching him intently, his dark eyes sharp as blades. Lucas bent down, adjusted the ball calmly, and inhaled deeply. "Are you going to hit it straight or cross?" Raphael asked, positioning himself next to Lucas. Lucas put a hand in front of his mouth, but didn't let it go too far. He wanted to fool his opponents. "I'm going to cross." Lucas's eyes traveled over the goal, the two players at the barrier, and also the people huddled in the area, the position of goalkeeper Fruchtel in the distance. He remembered all the hours he had spent after training, taking free kicks alone, with only the artificial light of the pitch and Eddie's voice echoing from afar. "If you want to be decisive, Tanaka, you need to take responsibility. The team needs to trust that you can decide when it's necessary." He looked at Felix, who was a little further back, ready for any detour. He looked at Luis Fernando, who was waiting attentively on the edge of the box, and at Arthur, surrounded by two defenders, just waiting for what would come next. All eyes were on him. It was his golden chance. He took 2 steps back and closed his eyes for a moment. An old memory surfaced. Japan, summer 2012. The sun beat down hard on their skin as Lucas and Nishida stood alone on the field after their elementary school soccer club practice. The pitch still smelled of the morning's rain, and the shouts of classmates who had already left were lost in the distance. "Lucas, if we played against each other one day, do you think you could beat me?" Nishida asked, settling a ball on the ground, ready to take a free kick. Lucas smiled. "Of course. I'm the brains of this team, remember?" Nishida laughed. "Then prove it to me." He shot the ball with a perfect arc, making it skim the crossbar before falling into the goal. "Your turn. If one day we're in a final, and you get a free kick like that, will you be able to score?" At the time, Lucas felt he could never take a free kick like Nishida. Controlling the force of the kick and accuracy seemed like a supernatural ability to him. But it wasn't. Back to the present, January 2018. Lucas opened his eyes and found Nishida staring directly at him from the middle of the barrier. Nishida knew this move could decide everything. The referee blew his whistle. Lucas went forward and hit the underside of the ball so that it would rise. In fact, it did and went into the top left-hand corner. However, for a few seconds, the ball looked like it was obviously going out. There was no way that such a high ball would suddenly come down, right? Wrong. Thanks to the ball's rotation effect, it only fell when goalkeeper Frücht could no longer catch it. As a result, the ball hit the crossbar near the top left corner and went into the goal, which made the whole of Wembley Stadium tremble. Chapter 211, Champions League Final, Part 5. The stadium erupted in screams. The sound echoed through Wembley like a deafening wave, and for a moment, Lucas felt that the entire universe had stopped. The match announcer, his voice shaking with emotion, shouted into the microphone. "Goal! Brighton's goal! Lucas Tanaka! What a spectacular strike! A masterpiece at Wembley Stadium. That's unbelievable." The broadcaster added, "Brighton are ahead of Bayern Munich in the final of the U20 Champions League more form. And what a way to score. Tanaka put the ball exactly where he wanted it. Into the corner. Fruchtel didn't even move. That's 2 goals for him, the team's attacking midfielder. You can't say he doesn't deserve a call-up to the Japan national team at this age." Lucas felt his body being pulled violently as Raphael jumped on his back, shouting in his ear. Arthur, Miguel, and the others arrived soon after, and within seconds, all the Brighton players were around him, hugging him, shaking his shoulders, shouting with euphoria. He opened his eyes and saw the stadium screen replaying the shot in slow motion. The exact moment when the ball hit the crossbar before falling into the goal. On the bench, Jimenez punched the air with a hoarse cry, while Eddie smiled discreetly. In the stands, among the thousands of fans, a woman with watery eyes covered her mouth with trembling hands. Ayumi Tanaka, Lucas' mother, felt her heart racing in a way it hadn't for years. Next to her, John Tanaka, Lucas' father, was crying and pointing to the others. "That's my son. That's my son. Lucas's." His eyes shone with pride. He had always known that his son was talented and knew that he was doing well in England, but seeing that moment live was something that surpassed all expectations. Among them, Hannah, Lucas's little sister, was jumping up and down in her chair, holding a Brighton scarf that was too big for her. Oni Ai-chan scored. "He scored," she shouted, tugging on her mother's sleeve. Ayumi, still emotional, hugged her daughter and looked at her husband, sharing a smile that said more than words could express. On the pitch, while the Brighton players were still celebrating, Lucas looked up at the stands and found his family. Seeing their faces beaming with happiness, he felt a wave of gratitude and love that almost brought him to tears. But there was no time to get too emotional. The game wasn't over yet, and Bayern Munich was a formidable opponent. When the referee blew the whistle to restart the match, Lucas ran back to his position, his heart still beating fast. He knew he had to stay focused. Bayern, determined to level the score, pushed forward with full force. The German midfielder drove the ball expertly, dribbling past two Brighton players before passing to Tsuyoshi Nishida. Nishida, the young Japanese prodigy and childhood friend of Lucas, received the ball deftly. For a moment, their eyes met, and a series of memories flooded Lucas' mind. But all that didn't matter. Lucas watched Nishida advance with the ball. He was well aware of his friend's abilities and knew it wouldn't be easy to stop him. Nishida dribbled past a Brighton defender and prepared to shoot. Lucas, anticipating the move, ran towards him. At the last moment, he stretched out his leg and deflected the ball away, preventing the equalizer. Both men fell to the ground after the shot. Nishida got up first and held out his hand to Lucas, helping him to his feet. "You've always been quick, Lucas," said Nishida with a smile. "And you've always been unpredictable, Tsuyoshi," Lucas replied, smiling back. Just then, surprisingly, the referee looked at his watch and blew the whistle. "In the first half." "What?" Nishida and Tanaka asked in unison. The first half was so busy and passed so quickly that they didn't notice the time passing. The Brighton players walked towards the dressing room, some with restrained smiles, others with expressions of deep concentration. Lucas Tanaka, scorer of the goal that put his team ahead, still had his heart racing. In the dressing room, the atmosphere was a mixture of excitement and focus. Coach Jimenez was waiting near the tactical board, while assistant Eddie was handing out bottles of water and towels to the players. "Listen up, lads," began the coach, looking directly at each of the players. "We're playing well so far, but we need more defensive consistency. Bayern is a dangerous team, and we can't give them any space. We need to take advantage of the fact that we're ahead and try to keep it that way." Jimenez pointed to the tactical board, where the players' positions were represented with colored magnets. "Let's make a change," he continued. "Arthur, you've been fundamental in attack, but we need to strengthen our defensive midfield. I'll put you on the bench and bring in Dennis to strengthen our middle line." Arthur nodded, although his disappointment was evident. "I understand, coach. The important thing is the team," he said, trying to hide his frustration. Dennis stood up, adjusting his shin pads and nodding in agreement. "I'm ready," he said. Jimenez continued, drawing lines on the board to illustrate the tactical changes. "With Dennis in the middle, we'll have more defensive cover because of the 4-4-2 formation, allowing our fullbacks to get forward more safely. Remember, the key here is compactness and communication. We can't allow them to find spaces between our lines. Lucas, you know what to do. In this setup, you're the third striker when it's time to counter. We also need to keep possession and control the pace of the game." Eddie added, "Don't get ahead of yourself. If we have the ball, they can't score." Lucas watched and listened intently, absorbing every instruction. He knew that, as well as tactics, there was an emotional battle going on inside him. Facing Nishida was more than just a professional challenge. It was personal. Memories of training together, conversations about dreams and ambitions, all ran through his mind. But he also knew that, at that moment, he needed to put those emotions aside and focus on the bigger goal: victory. When the referee blew the whistle for the start of the second half, Brighton returned to the field with their new formation. Chapter 2:12, Champions League Final, Part 6. The second half began with even more intensity. Bayern Munich, aware of the urgency of the scoreline, pushed forward with full force, putting pressure on Brighton's ball. Lucas felt that this game was more than just an under-20 Champions League final. It was a turning point in his career, and the second half begins. Bayern Munich are already pushing up their lines to put pressure on Brighton. They know they can't waste any time. The narrator excitedly described every detail. The first few minutes were a genuine test for Brighton's defense. Nishida, with his impressive physical strength and refined ball control, was like a tank advancing against the defenders. In one move, he received a pass between the lines and pushed Luis Fernando with the shoulders, leaving the defender behind before unleashing a left-footed shot. Nishida kicks hard. Anton's save. What a spectacular save by the Brighton goalkeeper. Anton stood up quickly and shouted for his teammates to reorganize. Lucas felt a chill when he saw the determination in Nishida's eyes. His friend always had that sparkle in his eyes when he played, that obsession with scoring goals. But Lucas was different, and that's exactly what he proved in the next play. Recovering a ball in midfield, Lucas Tanaka raised his head and spotted a gap between Bayern's defensive lines. With a quick touch, he set up Raphael on the left wing, who raced forward. Brighton counterattacked dangerously. Raphael cut into the middle and saw Miguel infiltrating the area. Brighton are coming at us at speed. It could be a dangerous move. Raphael crossed low, but Bayern's defense cut him off. The ball fell to Lucas on the edge of the box. He could have shot, but passed. With a subtle touch, he found Dennis breaking free. What vision from Lucas Tanaka! He simply took the defense apart with that pass. Dennis shot high, but the ball rebounded off the crossbar. Brighton had almost extended their lead. The minutes passed, and the game became more and more intense. Lucas and Nishida were engaged in a duel within a duel. The commentator, observing the contrast between the two, didn't hold back. I know it may sound hasty, but this game has a special feel to it. We're seeing two brilliant players with opposite styles who could, in the future, be big names in world soccer. Tsuyoshi Nishida reminds me a bit of Cristiano Ronaldo, always looking for the goal, always hungry to score. Lucas Tanaka, on the other hand, has something of Messi in his game. He's not a physically explosive player, but his intelligence, his vision of the game, and his ability to control the pace are impressive. Even the most skeptical man could not deny that the two young Japanese were the protagonists of this final. In a dangerous move, Nishida received a perfect cross in the box and headed it wide. Anton, with unbelievable reflexes, saved it for a corner. Another great save from Anton. Brighton's goalkeeper is pulling off the impossible. Fuck, someone mark their 9. Anton shouted. At the same time, at the Wuxia school in a Japanese country town, a small video room was packed. There, several youngsters and an old coach were attentively watching the Champions Youth League final. Hidefumi, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed, kept a sleepy expression, but his eyes were fixed on the screen. Yuga, sitting next to him, gestured excitedly whenever Nishida or Tanaka touched the ball. That's it, Nishida. Finish them, he exclaimed, clenching his fists. But, wow, look at the way Tanaka's playing. That pass was pure genius. For his part, Sakata didn't want to show any exaggerated emotion. After all, Tanaka had stolen his place in the first team last month. Nishida is playing as well as ever. A monster in the box. But Tanaka, he narrowed his eyes. He's changed. He wasn't like this in high school. He seems to play with an absurd amount of confidence now. Kuwabara, the most animated of the group, practically jumped on the sofa. Oh my god, this is like watching a soccer anime, but in real life. Holy shit, Anton's catching everything. Nishida is unstoppable. Tanaka's playing like he's the protagonist of a manga. He laughed out loud, tapping Yuga on the shoulder. Ouch, ouch, Yuga complained about the slaps. Toshinori was keeping his eyes on the game, analyzing every move. That goalkeeper from Tanaka's team is superb. What a son of a bitch. I want to be there too. Bayern's pressure is frightening, Kenji said. He had his elbows resting on his knees. If Brighton loses possession near the back, it could be fatal. Tanaka needs to control the pace of the midfield more. Yukihiro, who until then had been excited, sighed and crossed his arms. Ugh, this game is making me nervous. They're holding on to the lead, but for how long? I feel like if Nishida scores one, Bayern will turn the game around. Kenji just nodded. It depends on who misses first. Mr. Yamamoto, the old Japanese coach who had once trained Tanaka and Nishida, held his cup of tea with both hands. His wrinkled eyes didn't miss a detail and sparkled at the sight of two of his pupils shining in Europe. Tanaka, Nishida, he murmured. They've both grown a lot since they left here. I always said that Tanaka needed to believe more in his own talent. It seems he's finally understood. The tension in the room increased when Nishida received the ball inside the box. He took it on his chest, spun around Luis Fernando, and hit a first-time shot. Daniel jumped with his head in front of the ball, and his shot almost knocked him out. Yuga grabbed the cushion next to him and hugged him tightly. My god, I can't take it anymore. Toshinori smiled slightly. These players, they're on another level. Kuwabara tapped the table. One incredible game. I wonder who will win. Hidefumi smiled slightly, finally showing a little emotion. This reminds me of old times. He looked at Yamamoto. Nishida and Tanaka were always like that, weren't they? Each shining in their own way. The old coach nodded, taking another sip of tea. Yes, but now, they're no longer just promises. They're reality. Chapter 213, Champions League Final, Part 7. Jimenez, on the edge of the field, gesticulated intensely. Close the spaces. Don't let them turn the ball so easily. Eddie shouted, his voice almost lost in the deafening noise of the crowd. On the bench, the Brighton players watched the game with their nerves on edge. Mark, the reserve goalkeeper, held his hands together, as if in silent prayer for Anton to keep shutting him down. Parker and Kevin, the substitute defenders, didn't even understand the difficulty of marking a striker like Nishida. Hillebrand, Willian, and the other reserves were leaning forward and wanting to get into the game. On the pitch, Nishida seemed unstoppable. In one move, Nishida dominated on the edge of the box and shot with venom. The ball deflected off Luis Fernando and, for a moment, looked like it was going to fool Anton. However, the Brighton goalkeeper stretched to his utmost and pulled off another miraculous save. What a save. Unbelievable. Anton is having the match of his life. Eddie punched the air, and Cater clapped his hands vigorously. My friends, this goalkeeper is a wall. Anton is unplayable. The Bayern players put their hands to their heads in disbelief. The opposing coach shook his head while the Brighton players hugged each other on and off the pitch, celebrating their team's heroic resistance. Lucas knew Bayern was becoming increasingly impatient. It was the perfect chance to exploit the spaces left by the German team. When Brighton won the ball back in midfield, Lucas saw Raphael was free on the left and set the winger up with a perfect delivery. Raphael dominated and set off to beat his marker. With a quick dribble, he left the defender behind and broke into the area to finish. The ball hit the crossbar. On the brave, Brighton almost extend the lead. On the bench, Jimenez put his hands to his head, while Alex kicked a bottle in frustration. Bayern's response was immediate. In a blazing counterattack, Nishida received the ball on the edge of the box and made a quick turn, deceiving Luis Fernando. He unleashed a left-footed rocket, but the ball skimmed the crossbar. The game is crazy. It's attack on one side, attack on the other. Who's going to score first in the second half? The adrenaline was running high. Lucas knew that at any moment, something big would happen. And then came the moment that changed the game for Brighton. In a good move, Raphael won a corner with a ball splashed out. Lucas latched onto the ball at the corner, took a deep breath, and looked into the box. Inside the penalty area, the tallest players were Felix and Javier, and they positioned themselves to attack the ball. Brighton had a precious chance to extend their lead and make life even more difficult for Bayern. The referee allowed the kick, and Lucas took his distance. He visualized the perfect trajectory and, with a precise touch with the tip of his foot, launched the ball close towards the penalty area. But before any Brighton player could reach the cross, the opposing goalkeeper, in an impressive leap, stretched out his arms and grabbed the ball in midair. A frustrated roar echoed from the stands as the keeper landed safely, gripping the ball against his chest. It was then that the tragedy unfolded. The Bayern goalkeeper raised his head and saw Nishida advancing quickly down the right. His vision was impeccable, and he spotted Brighton's fatal error. There were too few players defending. Only Loki, Daniel Reiber, and Luis Fernando were in position to hold off a lightning counterattack. Without hesitation, the goalkeeper launched the ball with a powerful shot. The field seemed to open up for Nishida when he controlled the ball with the side of his thigh. He then sprinted away, leaving behind any attempt at containment. Loki, the Brighton right back, advanced first to intercept him, but Nishida was already on the move. He acted like a classic winger, taking the ball to the byline, exploiting his absurd speed for a classic center forward. With a subtle touch, he passed Loki as if he were a mere training cone. Daniel Reiber tried to make up for his tactical error and sprang up to cover the play. He knew Nishida liked to cut inside and would try to prevent this at all costs. But Nishida was a born predator and pulled him first to the right and then actually cut to the left. When he finally reached the edge of the box, the whole stadium knew what was coming next. Nishida pulled the ball back, preparing for a powerful shot. Everyone's eyes were on him. Daniel Reiber and Luis Fernando were desperate to stop him. Even Anton, the Brighton goalkeeper, was completely focused on the imminent shot. It was then that Nishida showed why he was one of the most lethal players of this generation. With a touch of pure genius, instead of hitting the target, he used the instep of his foot to deliver a low, three-fingered pass through the Brighton defense. The ball slid across the pitch with a bizarre curve, cutting out the intent of the opposing players, who were fixated on Nishida's movement. And waiting on the other side was Bayern's left winger, Zhang Wuyang. Zhang read the play impeccably, broke into the box, and before Anton could react, finished the first time, sending the ball into the back of the net. Goal! 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 It's Bayern Munich! The Brighton players were paralyzed, unable to process what had just happened. Nishida just smiled, pointing to his teammate who finished the move as if to say, I knew you'd be there. The German team's players ran to celebrate near the fans, while the Brighton players looked at each other in disbelief. They had been ahead the whole time, controlling the game, but a single positional error allowed Bayern to equalize. Lucas took a deep breath. He knew there was still time on the clock, but that goal was a bucket of cold water. They needed to react, and fast. Chapter 214, Champions League Final, Part 8. In Japan, in a small, well-lit office, Hasumi Seiya was intently watching the broadcast. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, absorbing every detail of the match between Brighton and Bayern Munich. She leaned forward a little, resting her elbows on her knees, and a subtle smile appeared on her face at the exact moment that Lucas Tanaka reappeared on the screen, gathering his teammates to react to the conceded goal. Seiya's expression was one of pure satisfaction. She remembered well the past, the time she coached one team in the Summer League, and how she once looked into that determined boy's blue eyes and told him he wasn't good enough to be a number 10. At that moment, Lucas Tanaka was far from the refined, fearless player who now led Brighton's midfield against one of Europe's strongest youth clubs. She crossed her arms, watching the way Lucas moved around the pitch, taking responsibility, pointing to his teammates, and gesturing to reorganize the team after the draw. His control of the situation was impressive. It was then that she muttered to herself, "I'm glad I was wrong." She lowered her gaze for a moment and adjusted the collar of the jacket she was wearing. On the right side of her chest, embroidered with discreet refinement, was the flag of Japan. Hasumi Seiya, who had once judged Lucas without hesitation, was now on the coaching staff of the Japanese national team. And it wasn't just any team. It was the senior team, the one that relentlessly pursued glory on the biggest stages in world soccer. The sound of the door opening brought her momentarily out of her reverie. "Seiya, you won't believe it. The traffic was hell today. I missed most of the game." Seiya smiled, already expecting his reaction. "Come here, coach. You can't miss this. Two players you've mentioned a few times are playing very well." The man entering the office took off his shirt, clearly uncomfortable with the heat outside. He dropped it on a chair and approached the television, narrowing his eyes to analyze what was happening on the pitch. The man, now with his arms crossed, tilted his head slightly to one side and watched the match more closely. It didn't take him long to understand the importance of what was happening. Tsuyoshi Nishida and Lucas Tanaka, two youngsters he had monitored at different times, were putting on a show of talent and intensity. Each of them had already scored 2 goals, and the game was still wide open. "My God," he took a deep breath. "And I missed that because of traffic?" Seiya laughed, shaking his head. "There's still time to see what these two offer. Pay attention, because the game is over." The coach needed no more encouragement. He pulled up a chair and sat down next to Seiya, ready to analyze every detail of the game, and perhaps plan a future in which these two talents could wear the blue shirt of the Japanese national team. And the game continued to be electrifying, with Brighton and Bayern exchanging intense attacks. Each possession was fought for with an almost desperate fury as the time on the clock ran out. Lucas moved around the midfield, distributing passes and coordinating his teammates, while Nishida, on the other side, showed why he was one of the most promising forwards in Japanese soccer. Then, in a moment of pure genius, Nishida received the ball in midfield and spotted a small space in front of him. With a subtle touch, he brought the ball forward to prepare a long-range shot. The trajectory of his body indicated that he was going to unleash a rocket towards a goal. It was a quick decision, but also one that could define the match. However, Loki gave his rival no space. He fired in a low, aggressive drive, but something went wrong. The impact of Loki's boot laces on Nishida's ankle was violent, because Loki slid faster than he intended on the wet turf. The dry sound of contact echoed across the pitch, and the next instant, Nishida was on the ground, rolling around in pain. The referee raised his arm, signaling a foul, and ran to the spot. The Bayern players surrounded the referee, demanding a harsher punishment for Loki, while the Brighton players defended their teammate. "It was with the laces of the boot. It's red. Are you kidding? Only yellow? That's a joke." Lucas, seeing Nishida on the ground, felt a tightness in his chest. He knew his friend's physical strength and endurance. So if he was reacting like this, it was because the blow really hurt. It was then that Lucas ran over to him and knelt down beside him. "Hey, are you okay?" he asked. Nishida clenched his teeth, taking deep breaths to contain the pain. His hands were pressed against his injured ankle, and he let out a shaky sigh before answering. "I've seen worse," he muttered, forcing a smile. "But man, that really hurts." Lucas looked over at the Bayern bench and saw that the doctors were already preparing to take the field. He knew that if Nishida received care there, he would have to leave the game for a while, and considering the intense phase of the match, this could jeopardize his team. Lucas didn't want this match ball to end like this. "Listen," Lucas began, leaning closer, "if you can get up now, your team's doctors won't come in. But they're hurting a lot. Trust me, I can help you." Nishida stared at him for a moment, trying to assess whether he could. His ankle was throbbing, but he trusted Lucas. With an effort, he leaned on his friend's arms and stood up, feeling every fiber of his body protest against the movement. Lucas then turned to the referee. "I'll help him off the pitch." The referee hesitated for a moment, but when he saw Nishida moving with support, he just nodded, signaling that he would allow the assisted exit. As they walked slowly towards the side of the pitch, Nishida pressed his good leg against the ground, trying to avoid overloading the other. It was then that he glanced at Lucas out of the corner of his eye and asked, in a low, enigmatic tone, "Are you going to use your powers?" Lucas's eyes widened, and his step faltered briefly. Chapter 215, Champions League Final, Part 9. Lucas felt his body shudder briefly. "P powers? What are you talking about? Lucas asked. Nishida laughed softly, even though his ankle was still hurting. There's no need to pretend, Lucas. I know about everything. Lucas stopped walking for a moment, holding on tightly to his friend's arm. The noise from the stadium seemed to have died down in the background, as if at that moment only the two of them existed. How do you know? Nishida sighed and then let out something that made Lucas lose his breath. Because I went back in time, too. Lucas blinked, unable to process it right away. What? Yes. I'm a regressor, too, Nishida said, with a bitter tone in his voice. In the afterlife, I lived through it all. I remember the day you died. Lucas felt a tightness in his chest. You died a hero, you know? You saved that woman, but you paid the price. When I got the news, Nishida clenched his fists, his expression changing to something grim. I felt terrible. You were my childhood best friend, Lucas, and I couldn't believe it when they said you were gone. I felt like I'd abandoned you in Japan, that I'd been a terrible friend. Lucas didn't know what to say. He had never stopped to think about the impact of his death on those who knew him in his past life. My career wasn't great either. I went to Europe, played for average teams, and was never a big name. In Japan, I was sometimes called up to the national team, but I was just another generic striker, a name on the list. In the end, years later, I also died in a car accident. Kind of ironic, isn't it? Nishida laughed humorlessly. Lucas swallowed. And then you went back to that time? To that game where we decided the starters for the championship. Nishida nodded. So we went back to exactly the same time. At first, I thought it was just a strange dream or an illusion. But then I noticed little details, things that had happened before in exactly the same way. Only, over the next few days when I saw you playing so differently, I knew for sure. You were back too. Lucas was silent for a moment. It was all too much information to process at once. So you have a system too? He asked. Yes, but I don't have skills like you. I mean, I gain skills, I improve, but I've never gotten a healing skill like you. Nishida looked at Lucas with a glint of expectation in his eyes. Can you help me? Lucas laughed, breaking the tension. It's not a healing skill. Nishida blinked. What? It's not a healing skill, Lucas repeated, still laughing. It's an item. Silence hung between them for a few seconds before Nishida finally reacted. Item? Like the kind you get in loot boxes? That's right. Well, it's hard to get healing items in the loot boxes, so I usually buy them when I need them. Nishida's face contorted in pure confusion. Buy? What do you mean buy? At the store. Lucas answered, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I use the credits I earn from missions to buy what I need. Nishida's eyes widened. We have a store. Lucas gave a half smile. At least I do. Nishida stood there, dumbfounded, trying to understand what he had just heard. You have a store and use credits to buy items? Lucas nodded, holding back his laughter as he saw his friend's reaction. I never knew what credits were for. Nishida exclaimed, exasperated. My God, I've wasted so much time. Lucas really laughed this time. That's what comes of not reading novels and manhwa. Nishida closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. Okay. It doesn't matter. Now that I know that, I can solve this problem myself. He opened his system and rummaged through the menus. Got it. The store. So I really have one too. He spent a few seconds looking at the options before muttering. Wow, I got a lot of credits built up. Lucas patted him on the shoulder. Then buy the healing item and apply it. I need to get back to the game. Nishida nodded, still with the expression of someone who had just discovered a new world. Go on, but get ready, because I'm going to win this game. I will not make it easy just because you were a hero in your past life. Lucas smiled, satisfied. I'm counting on it. With that, Lucas turned and walked back onto the pitch, ready to face the last minutes of the match. Something inside him was relieved. He no longer had to be the only returner. Lucas took a deep breath as he returned to the field, his heart racing. Just then, the fourth official lifted the board, and the glowing numbers showed extra time. +10. Coach Eddie shouted some instructions from the side of the pitch, encouraging the team. Brighton needed a goal. If no one scored, the game would go to extra time, something no player wanted after an intense and exhausting match. The opposition restarted the game with a long throw, trying to surprise Brighton. Lucas positioned himself strategically to cut out the move. His space control came into play, allowing him to calculate the trajectory of the ball with precision. He took a few steps back and, at just the right moment, intercepted the pass with a subtle touch to the chest, controlling the ball before his opponent could react. With a quick turn, he escaped the pressure and sped up through the middle. Nishida appeared in front of him, looking determined. Now that Lucas knew that his friend also had a system, facing him took on an extra dimension. Nishida tried to expect his move, but Lucas used his Mirage feint ability to deceive his opponent. With a light touch to the right, Tanaka pretended to go that way, but quickly pulled to the left, leaving Nishida behind. Now with space, Lucas raised his head and saw Miguel shooting in from the right. He made a deep pass, and the winger sped up to reach the ball before his marker. This game would not be over in 10 minutes. This game was going to end now. It had to end. Otherwise, there would only be the two players with systems left on the pitch, because they would be the only ones left with any breath left. Chapter 216, Champions League Final, Part 10. Miguel shot off to the right, taking with him the last energy he had left. His lungs burned, his muscles screamed, but he knew he couldn't stop. Lucas' ball came in perfectly, a deep pass that sliced through the opposition's defense like a blade. The fans held their breath. The narrator raised his voice, almost shouting. What an absurd shot by Tanaka. Miguel's on his own. It's now or never. ctchunovulf.ir.net. The right winger reached the ball at the last moment before it crossed the sideline, and, even though his leg felt heavy, he raised his head to analyze his options. Rafael ducked between the defenders, waiting for the cross. But Maxime Awuja was already positioning himself to cut off any attempted pass. He's going to cross, shouted Lars Lucas Mai. But Miguel did the unexpected. Instead of lifting the ball into the box, he rolled it back, where Javier appeared like a ghost on the edge of the penalty area. The midfielder didn't think twice and stuck out his foot. Boom! The ball flew like a missile, straight into the goalkeeper's left-hand corner. But the opposing goalkeeper, Christian Fruscht, exhausted as he was, threw himself at it. Miracle! His fingertips deflected the ball, just enough for it to hit the post and go out over the end line. A collective sigh of frustration came from the stands. What was that? Javier hit a rocket, but the goalkeeper worked a miracle, shouted the narrator. Lucas clenched his fists. Damn, that should have gone in. Coach Jimenez, on the sidelines, shouted to the team, don't get discouraged. Full pressure now. While the corner was being prepared, the players caught their breath. The reserves were used. Now, it was a battle of endurance. But there were two players who still seemed to be in their prime, Lucas and Nishida. Felix, panting, looked at Lucas and then at Nishida. Man, how are you guys still running? Lucas just smiled. Secret. Nishida replied with the same expression. Only those who train know. The corner was taken. The ball traveled through the air, zigzagging between the players until a Jonathan Meyer headed it away. But the ball didn't go far. Lucas was already there, waiting. Tanaka Domina, the narrator enthused. Nishida, sensing the danger, advanced quickly. The two returnees stared at each other for a second, and then Lucas decided. With a dry cut to the left, he pulled the ball back and tried to advance, but Nishida had seen it coming. Block. Nishida stole the ball with a perfect dribble, immediately getting up and launching a counterattack. The opposing team threw themselves forward with their last strength. Lucas spun on his heels, running after him. Nishida, you really aren't taking it easy, are you? Nishida laughed. And what did you expect? The entire stadium was on its feet. The commentators could barely keep up with the pace of the match. Lucas Tanaka is against Nishida. They don't stop. Don't they feel tired? Nishida was advancing at speed, but Lucas was keeping up with him. Both were on another level, their bodies enduring a strain that the other players couldn't even imagine. When Nishida tried a long pass, Lucas stuck out his foot at the last moment and deflected the ball wide. The crowd went wild. The narrator was already hoarse. Tanaka and Nishida, these two have no limits. They're single-handedly deciding this game. Lucas looked at Nishida and smiled, panting. If we go to extra time, only the two of us will last. Nishida smiled back. Then we'd better finish now. The game restarted with a throw-in. The opposition tried to move the ball around to tire Brighton out, but Lucas and his team pressed hard. The clock struck 98 minutes. Only two remained. That's when it happened. Nishida received the ball in midfield and tried a quick dribble, but Lucas expected. Sutil touch. Lucas stole the ball with a slight deflection and took off. The opposing defense was in disarray. It was now or never. He ran like never. Miguel took off down the right flank, and Rafael positioned himself in the center. In other words, Lucas was suddenly in his original position as a left winger. Lucas had options. He could shoot, he could play, but then he saw Nishida coming like lightning to tackle him. Despite this, Lucas smiled. If you think you're going to stop me now. He used Mirage Feint again along with silent steps. At the last moment, he pretended to cut to the right, but swerved to the left, leaving Nishida behind. So you still have a lot to learn. Inside the area, Lucas raised his head and saw the goalkeeper desperately coming out of cover. He then used Immortal Technique, a skill that made him the best in the world for a second. He didn't want to miss it all. The instep of his right foot touched the ball lightly. The ball rose slowly, passing over the goalkeeper who, when he understood what had happened, tried to stretch as far as he could. But Fruchtel couldn't reach it. The stadium was silent for a moment before the ball hit the net. Go wheel. Go all. 1 minute left. Did he really do that? Fuck, he's the best. The sound of the crowd exploded like thunder. The narrator lost his voice from shouting. Brighton go all. It's a goal to become champions. Tanaka, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Hat trick. Lucas fell to his knees, hardly believing what was happening. His teammates came running and threw themselves on top of him, forming a mountain. You did it, Tanaka. You did it. I can't believe you actually scored that goal all by yourself. I owe you my life, brother. I don't think I'll ever be able to sleep again. You're the best in the world. You're great, Tanaka. Tanaka's hearing could no longer recognize where so many voices were coming from. He simply laughed with happiness as he was embraced not only by his teammates, but also by the sound of celebration from the stadium. This was the life he had always dreamed of. And if he had to die to have a life like this, he would die a million more times. Chapter 217, Last Mission Complete. After Lucas Tanaka's third goal, the stand seemed on the verge of collapsing with the deafening screams of the fans. The narrator, hoarse from shouting, still found the strength to do justice to the moment. Referees whistle. It's over. It's over. Brighton are champions. A historic final. A match that will live long in the memory. Lucas Tanaka, the hero, the genius, the artiller. Hat trick for the boy wonder. What a magical night for Brighton. What a magical night for soccer. What a magical night for Japan and England. The stand shook with the jumps and shouts of the fans. Brighton flags were raised in the air as the players fell to the turf, exhausted and ecstatic. The Brighton players fell to the turf, overcome by exhaustion and emotion. Some fell to the ground, others were on their knees, raising their fists to the sky. Javier cried with his hands on his head, while Rafael and Miguel hugged each other as if they would never let go. Lucas, with his hands, also fell to his knees, trying to process what had just happened. Adrenaline was coursing through his body, but the emotional impact was even greater. He was about to cry when he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Nishida holding out his hand to him. The opposing number 9 walked over to him, his face exhausted but wearing a sincere smile. Tanaka stood, and in consideration of his best friend, extended his hand for a respectful shake. You were amazing, Tanaka, Nishida said. Lucas squeezed his hand tightly. You too, Nishida. If it hadn't been for you, this match wouldn't have been so memorable, both for me and for the others. Don't be so modest. Nishida smiled, pulling Lucas into a tight hug. This game was only incredible and could only happen because you led this team to victory in this championship. Now go on, champ. He let go of me and pointed with his chin to the Brighton bench, where Lucas' teammates were celebrating wildly. Lucas nodded and ran over to them. On the bench, Eddie and Alex were hugging each other like brothers. Cater was shedding tears as he threw water up in celebration, and Jimenez had already had a cold shower from the reserve players, all laughing, crying, and singing along with the crowd. And then, several meters above, in the VIP section of Wembley Stadium, Lucas's family was watching all. Ayumi, Tanaka's mother, had her face bathed in tears, her hands covering her mouth in pure emotion. John, his father, was crying like never and holding up Hannah, Tanaka's younger sister, who was screaming at the top of her lungs. Lucas won. My Oni-chan won. At the Wuxia school, a large hall was packed. A big screen was showing the match, and the reaction was an explosion of euphoria. Yukihiro was jumping up and down with his fists in the air. Toshinori was hugging Kuwabara and holding him like a child. Yuga was screaming his head off. Hidefumi, Kenji, and Tsukada celebrated with a collective hug, but then Tsukada, as always, quickly reverted to his proud and serious posture, crossing his arms as if victory was something he had expected all along. I mean, it's nothing. When he wins a World Cup for Japan, I'll be impressed. Meanwhile, Lucy and Kate, Tanaka's best friends, were watching the match on the campus of the Saik Institute, where an enormous television had been installed to gather the students who wanted to watch the game. The surrounding crowd was euphoric, shouting and jumping. Kate clutched the collar of her blouse, trying to catch her breath, while Lucy laughed with pure joy. He really did it. Lucas is unbelievable, Lucy exclaimed. Kate just smiled, knowing that Tanaka would have accepted nothing less than victory. In Japan, Hasumi Seiya was watching everything with a satisfied smile. Next to him, the coach of the Japanese team was also smiling, his eyes shining with interest. Seiya then thought to herself, "Get ready, Lucas. Next time we meet, I'll make you train rigorously." Back on the field, Lucas was being carried on his shoulders by his companions. He looked around, absorbing every detail. This was the moment he had fought so hard for. The Brighton players gathered in the center of the pitch, their voices mixed with shouts, laughter, and tears. The silver trophy, gleaming under the Wembley lights, rested on a pedestal, waiting for when it would be lifted by the champion. The tournament organizers began preparing for the award ceremony. A platform was set up, and the Brighton players were called up one by one to receive their medals. Anton, the goalkeeper, was one of the first, raising his arms to the sky as he felt the weight of the medal against his chest. He had given his life to this championship. Loki and Aiden, the fullbacks, exchanged a firm handshake before climbing the steps. Javier, still teary-eyed, hugged Dennis and Felix before putting the medal around his neck. Arthur, the center forward, walked with a broad smile, cheered on by the fans. Willian was the most serious of all, as if he was happy, but not happy enough not to have been the star. Daniel Reiber and Luis Fernando followed one after the other, smiling as always. Hillebrand knelt down and kissed the hand of the woman who had given him the medal, which surprised her and made her blush. Reserves Mark, Parker, and Kevin accepted their medals for any problems. It didn't matter that they were reserves. They trained together and played together, even if only in less important matches. They deserved these medals, too. And then, the last name was announced. And finally, tonight's captain, the player of the match, the name that will remind us of this day for years to come. Lucas Tanaka. Wembley erupted in celebration. Lucas climbed the steps slowly, each step being recorded by cameras all over the world. When he reached the top, he saw the tournament officials handing him his medal, but his eyes were fixed on the trophy. It was a symbol of everything he had fought for. He picked up the cup, feeling the solid weight of the medal against his sweaty hands. He turned to his companions, who were waiting on the platform. He lifted the trophy slowly, his eyes shining with emotion, and then raised it high above his head. Wembley roared like a volcano. Gold and blue confetti exploded into the air, covering the players. Fireworks lit up the London night, and the screams of the Brighton fans seemed to make the stadium itself shake. Lucas closed his eyes for a moment to blink. In his mind, flashes of the past and present mixed. The school field, the bitter defeats, the incessant training, the weight of doubts and uncertainties. And now, the glory, the top, the consecration. The main mission, the last step of the second chance, has been completed. You have received plus 10,000 star points. You have reached star level 15. You will now be recognized not only by soccer fans in the country where you play, but also by normal people. You may face problems about your toilet, and caution is advised, but Big Brand will look to you for partnerships or sponsorships. You are now internationally famous. Chapter 2:18 End. Brighton FC's victory over Bayern Munich had repercussions throughout Europe. Not only because Brighton was considered a small, underdog team at the start of the season, but also because of all the history involved in a game like this. Brighton had obviously already attracted a lot of attention because of the team's achievements at the start of the season, the controversies with the complete swap of A team players for B team players. However, a news item posted on social media minutes before the ball rolled in the final made this game famous. Alert! Childhood best friends face off in a Champions League title match. Even though it wasn't the Professional Champions League, this news had a headline that would catch the eye of any soccer fan. As a result, fans found out during the match who Tsuyoshi Nishida and Lucas Tanaka were. And when they turned on the television out of curiosity about the story, they kept watching because of the level of the match. This made the number of viewers increase more and more, consequently increasing the number of people commenting about it on the internet. At Sub-Zero, I'd never watched AU 20 game before. What was I doing with my life? At Sleepy Dog, what a huge match between Brighton and Bayern. Both teams have so much talent. At Fabian Ruiz, okay. 2 goals for Tanaka and 2 for Nishida. It's going to be exciting all the way. At Water Soccer, I can't tell if these goalkeepers are very good or terrible. What a match. At Honest Stack, that article made me curious, so I want to see the Brighton-Bayern match, and wow, those teams would beat my team, I think. At Lex Picks, go Hall. I can't believe he actually scored a hat trick. That Lucas Tanaka is superb. The teams, the final, the context, the goals in the story made this non-professional match the most watched and commented on that week. Everyone was hooked by some factor that distinguished this game from most of the boring games that took place in the leagues. The attention was even greater when Brighton FC, a week later, was crowned Premier Youth League champions with 2 rounds to spare, achieving a score that equaled Liverpool's all-time record. If anyone was going to say that it was a stroke of luck that Brighton won the Champions League, they couldn't argue against the Premier League. Obviously, this generated a lot of attention for Brighton and a lot of sponsorship. On the internet, most Brighton fans were fanatical about seeing these players who had shown so brightly at U20 level play for the professional team. But internally, the question wasn't whether the manager of the professional team would like to move these players up a category, but whether they would stay at Brighton. For all the players' agents, and for Brighton itself, offers from dozens of teams all over Europe and the world arrived for literally every player in the U20 team, even those who were reserves. The management immediately knew that it would be difficult, if not impossible, to keep hold of all these players with so many tempting opportunities from teams like Barcelona, Real Madrid, Milan, Liverpool, Inter Milan, Juventus, Borussia Dortmund, Corinthians, Flamengo, Bayern Munich, and many others. They were astronomical offers for young players who earned little, and the names of the teams would make anyone's heart flutter. A number of soccer profiles on social media suddenly started mobilizing for Nishida and Tanaka, the best friends who had become famous after that final, to play together at Bayern Munich. Nishida had a long contract with a high fine, so obviously he wouldn't be leaving Bayern Munich for several years. However, Tanaka certainly had an offer from Bayern Munich on the table after destroying them in the final and having a similar style of play to what Bayern Munich usually look for in midfielders, aggressive and calm. Brighton FC, seeing this mobilization of international fans and having many offers for Lucas Tanaka on the table, knew that what they could offer Lucas wouldn't be enough to convince him to stay. So they left the decision up to Lucas. For weeks, theories and more theories swirled around the internet about where he would go, until one morning, the news finally came out. Lucas Tanaka, the young Japanese prodigy, is yet another young talent to join PSG. At the press conference after the $1 million signing, the first question put to Lucas was, "Tanaka, why did you choose PSG out of so many opportunities on your table?" It was a natural question, considering Real Madrid had crushed that PSG in the round of 16 in the last Champions League, and there had already been many controversies involving the egos of the big players and how the atmosphere in the dressing room was troubled. Before answering, Lucas Tanaka smiled. "It's obvious, isn't it? Any player wants to play with the best. Liverpool has a great team, Real Madrid too, Juventus, but here I'd have the chance to play with Neymar, Cavani, Mbappe, Thiago Silva, and many more. To wear the shirt with this shield that has already been defended by many other great players like Ronaldinho, Ibrahimovic, and Beckham is a great honor. We know about the Japanese personality and upbringing. Do you think that could be a problem with so many South American players on the team?" Another asked, "My first name is Lucas for a reason, you know? My father has always been a big fan of South American soccer, especially Brazilian soccer. It won't be a problem for me, and I'm sure it will for them too. Is your goal to win the Champions League with PSG?" "Yes, that's why I'm here. I think I'm strong enough to cover the gaps that can be left at certain points on the pitch. After all, nobody would have the courage to ask Cavani and Neymar to mark the opposition in midfield." The interviews continued with many more questions, and Lucas Tanaka naturally answered them all. Between PSG, Real Madrid, and Bayern Munich, the player with Nishida really tempted Tanaka. However, he chose what was best for his career and also for his soccer. Copying the daily skills of Neymar, Mbappe, Cavani, and many other players, whether in defense, attack, or midfield, would be better for him than having several Champions Leagues in the future. Besides, what he said in the interview was true. He wanted to win the Champions League, and he knew he could do it, if not now with Neymar, Mbappe, and Cavani, then in the future with Neymar, Mbappe, and Messi. Also, Tanaka and Nishida could always play together for the Japan national soccer team, just as they had already been called up after that last match. Tanaka then had to leave the small town of Brighton and move to the French capital, where he would study online. Saying goodbye to his Brighton teammates wasn't easy, but they knew that Lucas Tanaka was following his destiny. "Don't forget us," Arthur said as he ruffled Lucas' hair. "Sniff, sniff, you're a bum for making me cry." Raphael wiped away the tears. "I'm sure you'll do just fine," Eddie said, tidying up his thick mustache. "We'll definitely meet again when I'm a physiotherapist." Cater declared, "You won't let us down, kid," Coach Jimenez said. For their part, John, Ayumi, and little Hannah also had to move to Paris. Otherwise, Lucas Tanaka would never have really focused without his family around, even after making so many changes compared to his previous life. Lucas' loves, Lucy and Kate, needed to continue with their lives in Brighton and at the SIAC Institute, but they promised that when they graduated, Lucas would have to marry one of them. Left with no choice, Lucas agreed because he loved them both so much and couldn't imagine just staying with a bunch of women. And so Lucas Tanaka's life in professional soccer began, bringing to an end a long journey because Lucas' first big dream had finally come true.